Hello anh, lại là em đây. Hello em. Nào, anh em mình lên sóng đi nào. Hy vọng là hôm nay sẽ không bị blur hoặc là bị xóa kênh nếu như mà xem giải. Hy vọng là như thế. Hy vọng là như thế. Hy vọng là như vậy. Này anh em mình xem giải thôi nhỉ. Đúng rồi em ơi. Hôm nay sẽ là một bữa tiệc luôn đấy. Một bữa tiệc luôn. Có thể thấy được là có một cái tin sốc ở trong ngày hôm qua. Với cả lúc nãy là tôi cũng vừa mới hóng được ở trên cái Insta. À đâu. Đúng rồi, ở trên Insta. Ở trên Insta của VCS. Đúng rồi. Cụ thể ra là cái tài khoản cá nhân của huấn luyện viên VCS là tôi thấy là xách hành lý lên ô tô để mà phi một phát ra máy bay đến với cả Paris rồi đấy. Nghĩa là huấn luyện viên của họ là đã có mặt, chuẩn bị có mặt ở trong giải đấu lần này rồi. Chắc là xin được visa thành công rồi đấy. Xin được visa thành công rồi. Link gốc đã khai mạc chưa bác ơi? Chuẩn bị bác ơi. Chuẩn bị. 5 phút nữa là bắt đầu rồi. 5 phút nữa là bắt đầu. Càng ấy. Cái gì nhỉ? Với cả một cái tin nữa, đấy là đêm ngày hôm qua là tôi phát hiện ra là bên phía của Anubis Gaming, coi như là đại diện đến từ châu Âu, cụ thể ra là Ai Cập, thì đang chưa lấy được visa. Bất ngờ chưa, khi mà cả một cái đội hình đấy chưa lên được máy bay. Và cái trận đấu của Pulsar Gaming và Anubis Gaming nó đã được xử thắng cho Pulsar Gaming với tỷ số là 2-0 luôn. Do là nó bị lệch mất cái khung giờ của giải đấu. Thế là Anubis bây giờ là sẽ là mặc định là thua trước một trận rồi, và Pulsar là thắng trước một trận luôn. Bất ngờ chưa? Và đồng nghĩa cái việc là chỉ vì một đội mà không tham dự được ở trong trận ngày khai mạc, nên là cái lịch trình của chúng ta là cũng hình như là cũng đã chuẩn bị phải thay đổi rồi. Đó. Thế là bây giờ là hiện tại là anh em mình sẽ là còn cái trận đấu đầu tiên của ngày hôm nay, hình như là nó sẽ là được thay đổi này. Nó sẽ được thay đổi này. Không biết có đúng không, nhưng mà hiện tại là ở trên Wikipedia là tôi thấy là hai cặp trận đấu đầu tiên thì vẫn được giữ nguyên. Đó là Vitality với cả EP. Rock với cả Nemesis thì vẫn được xuất hiện ở trong cái trận đấu đầu tiên. Trong trận đấu đầu tiên luôn. Này. Để xem là đúng rồi. Chỉ hai cặp trận đấu đầu tiên thì anh em mình để xem là bắn xem trận nào. Ai Cập cũng là nước lớn mà sao xin visa Pháp khó thế à? Cũng không biết được, nhưng mà có thể thôi. Tại vì cái vấn đề xin visa nó là một cái vấn đề nó tương đối nhạy cảm. Khi mà các bạn xem World Cup đợt vừa rồi ấy, World Cup bóng đá đợt vừa rồi ấy, thì các bạn cũng sẽ thấy được là có một số các cái vị trí như là trọng tài cũng không xin được visa. Rồi cái gì nhỉ? Xong rồi là kể cả cầu thủ cũng không xin được visa vào đất nước Mỹ luôn. Thì cái vấn đề visa thì nó lại là một cái vấn đề mà nó lại không liên quan đến vấn đề của ban tổ chức. Cũng giống như cái giải đấu LOL ấy, đó, Liên minh huyền thoại ấy, thì đội tuyển Việt Nam mỗi lần mà không phải đội tuyển Việt Nam mà là các câu lạc bộ của Việt Nam mà có vé để mà đi đánh giải chung kết thế giới hoặc là MSI ấy, thì mỗi lần mà đi sang Mỹ thì cũng gặp rất là nhiều vấn đề về việc xin visa. Xin visa lúc đấy là nó lại thuộc phạm trù là ông trong cái profile của ông là nó có vấn đề gì về việc đấy là về có khả năng trốn luôn hay không đấy. Thường là thế. tôi thì tôi mỗi lần mà tôi đi xin visa ấy, mỗi lần tôi đi xin visa thì tôi chỉ nhớ là ngày xưa là tôi đã từng đi xin visa châu Âu rồi, và xin visa cũng là đi xin visa Pháp. Thì đợt đấy ngày xưa là cái năm 2017, 2017, 2018, thì đợt đấy thì xin visa thì nó cũng chỉ đơn giản là ông có khả năng là ông sẽ trốn ở đất nước mà ông xin hay không, hai là ông có phải thành phần mẹ khủng bố hay không đấy, kiểu đấy. Thì thường nó sẽ chỉ có hai vấn đề đấy thôi, hai vấn đề liên quan nhạy cảm đấy thôi. Thì khả năng là mấy ông Ai Cập thì chắc là đấy cái kiểu visa đấy là cái kiểu mà profile của các ông nó không được xanh chín đấy. Đó, profile nó không xanh chín nên thành ra là nó mới gặp rắc rối như thế thôi. Chứ nó cũng chẳng có vấn đề gì cả. Đó. Ở đấy thì nói sơ qua là như thế để cho anh em biết thôi. Còn bây giờ thì chắc là anh em mình chuẩn bị vào phần khai mạc thôi. Nhưng mà để xem là anh em mình xem ở kênh nào đi. Anh em mình xem ở bên kênh của Đồ Kích TV hay là anh em mình xem ở trên cái kênh của Esports World Cup. Đó. Ai Cập nó cũng có khủng bố nên là cũng check vào giữ làm anh. Thì đó, thì vấn đề là như tôi cũng nói ở đây thì cái việc xin visa ở các nước lớn hoặc là ở châu Âu nó chỉ có hai lý do thôi. Một là ông mẹ có khả năng trốn lại đấy hay không, hai là mẹ ông có phải thành phần khủng bố hay không. Đấy. Hết rồi, nó có mỗi hai cái đấy thôi à. Okay. Nào, đây, hy vọng là ngày hôm nay là tôi bật cái này lên là nó sẽ không bị ảnh hưởng gì cả. Đó, hy vọng là ở bên kênh TikTok là nó không bị ảnh hưởng gì. Và kênh của bên kênh của YouTube là nó cũng không bị ảnh hưởng gì. Có kênh nào clean không caster không thì bật đi shop. Làm gì có bậy à. Ê, anh em mình xem ở bên nào bây giờ nhỉ? Chắc là bật ở bên Crossfire Việt Nam cũng được ấy. Vậy là trận Barca mới gì à mà lại không cần bán Barca Win luôn à? Thì cũng như vừa rồi anh em mình vừa mới nói chuyện cả nhau đấy, là bên phía của Adobis là đang chưa xin được visa. Đang chưa xin được visa nên là chưa lên được máy bay để đến được với cả Paris. Và đồng nghĩa với việc là Barca thắng ở trong trận đấu đầu tiên luôn. Nghĩa là trong ngày hôm nay là phải có mặt, kể cả không bắn. Vì ngày mai là tiếp tục bắn nhánh thua rồi. Mai tiếp tục bắn nhánh thua và nhánh thắng rồi. Nên nếu mà ngày hôm nay mà không có mặt để ngày mai bắn á, thì đồng nghĩa với việc là thua luôn. Đó, đồng nghĩa với việc là thua luôn. Nó tệ ở chỗ đấy. Các bạn bình luận thôi. Bình luận cái gì? Tí ngồi xem ở bên Đồ Kích TV đi. Này là xem phần khai mạc cho nó clean thôi. Xong tí anh em mình chuyển sang kênh Đồ Kích TV là vừa. Mở mic to hơn được không bác? Mic thế này nó còn thế nào là bé nữa. Đủ to rồi. Mấy vòng đầu là knock out luôn à? Không em ơi. Vòng đầu là vẫn là vòng bảng mà. Vẫn là vòng bảng. Nó có phần chia bảng vào đấy. Có phần chia bảng rồi mà. Hai bảng to, bảng A và bảng B. Xong rồi là nó chia nhỏ ra nữa. Chia nhỏ ở trong hai bảng đấy ra thành hai nhánh khác nhau.
Welcome to Crossfire, the esports World Cup 2026. Live in Paris, France, we have 16 of the world's best teams, all with one goal in mind,
đây là
to
từ
be the champion.
Năm ngoái đây, năm ngoái đây.
With the prize pool of a whopping $2 million and the ultimate glory.
Thua 2 trận là cúp. Đúng rồi, thua 2 trận là cúp. Thì cái này thì nó là kiểu double mà, double animation mà. Xuôi, Navi đợt này có bộ quần áo đẹp nhờ. Đỉnh ác. Tôi đánh giá là Navi với cả Falcon là hai bộ quần áo đỉnh. Hai bộ quần áo đỉnh. Nhìn rất chất luôn. Nó liền mạch ấy. Còn các đội tuyển Trung Quốc thì đa phần là bắn... À đâu, cái outfit của họ Với cả bên phía của Brazil thì đa phần là nó sẽ là kiểu quần đen, xong rồi là áo màu.
Of EWC, the final chance for the Orcs to get those club championship
SDS
points.
đập ghi cây 100% là win rồi. Nói thế nhiều khi kiểu làm sao biết trước được điều gì. Đặc biệt là khi mà đấy là đội tuyển Việt Nam. Đúng không? Vẫn là người anh em Pinoy ở góc bên trái này. Đấy, Sneaky này. ZZXQ à? Tôi không nhớ anh chàng này lắm. Cái eSports World Cup này thì nó sẽ chia ra nhiều nhánh lắm đây này. Từ từ nhá, tranh thủ lúc này là tôi sẽ check thử xem là cái luồng B, cái luồng stream B xem là nó là ở bên nào. À rồi, stream A sẽ là bắn ở sân khấu, stream B khả năng cao là sẽ là bắn ở trong nhà rồi, khả năng cao. Stream B với cả stream A là khác nhau rồi này. Anh em mình sẽ phải học xem là cái khu vực thi đấu là nó khác nhau như thế nào. Đâu xem nào. Xem cái luồng B này là bình luận đâu. Đó, thấy chưa? Đây này. Luồng B này sẽ là ở trong một khu nhỏ hơn. Cái luồng A của anh em mình xem sẽ là cái khu mà nó là ở sân khấu. Đó, anh em thấy không? Ê, player này, đây là Snake à? Hay là ai ta? Ê, Sadi này. Rồi là mẹ cái lịch thi đấu thay đổi đúng không? Đúng rồi, lịch thi đấu thay đổi này. Đây, lịch thi đấu thay đổi rồi. Thế thì để xem là thôi anh em mình chắc là xem bên luồng B này đi, luồng B này trước đi, tại vì Falcon mà, Falcon với cả Navi mà. Đúng rồi, tại vì các bạn là vì là Anubis họ không lấy được visa luôn, nên thành ra là cái lịch trình thi đấu cũng thay đổi hoàn toàn luôn. Lịch trình thi đấu cũng thay đổi hoàn toàn. Cái này khó nói đấy. Tôi phải đi cập nhật lại. Hơi bất ngờ đấy. Đây, đã cập nhật lại đây. Ghi cây với cả Stallion ở luồng A và Falcon Navi sẽ là ở luồng B.
How do you see this one going up between these two squads?
It's tough, right? You look at the rest of the rosters from Brazil. You talk about Rock. You talk about the other works.
Khanhkz thì hay rồi không? Mình không bình luận đâu. Bình luận đâu. Tí anh em mình ngồi xem bên ủng hộ cho một view của bên đấy thôi. Bên Đột Kích TV. Khả năng là Đột Kích TV là sẽ là mẹ ông gia đình ngồi con mẹ luôn. Cái thùng PC để ngay dưới chân luôn mà. Để giữa hai háng luôn mà. Ở Penguin này, Penguin này ngày xưa là của bên cũng là của Anubis này. Đúng không ta? Ủa thề, Khứa này nhìn như kiểu Nico vậy. Góc này, góc cạnh này. Dan Gaskin, thề, nhìn góc này cũng bộ râu đó, cũng cái kiểu khuôn mặt châu Âu đó, thề như kiểu là mẹ Nico vậy. Phải lều, Nico làm mẹ host của CF luôn. Chết. Luồng A sẽ là bắn sân khấu. Luồng A bắn sân khấu. Luồng B là bắn ở trong khu nhà thi đấu. Một khu nhỏ hơn. Giống Nico mà, đúng không? Nhìn thẳng thì không nói nhá, nhưng mà nhìn nghiêng nhá, nhìn nghiêng một phát là giống mẹ gót vậy rồi. Giống cốt vãi luôn.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup 2026. 16 of the world's best teams have gathered here in Paris.
Khéo khi là mẹ tôi phải để sẵn mẹ hai cái luôn đấy. 2 cái luôn đấy. 3 cái luôn đấy. Để sẵn này đi.
And also seeded according to their qualifications. Here's how the
À,
teams
như này
The teams will go through a double
Đó,
elimination
như này.
bracket
Là anh em mình sẽ
consisting of best of 3 matches.
chuyển luồng dễ dàng. Đây, hướng dẫn.
The playoffs will consist of teams who have qualified from the upper bracket of the group stage and will be seeded at random. The top 2 seeded teams can then select their opponents from the pool of lower bracket qualifiers of the other group, while the other 2 upper bracket teams are matched up with the remaining
Thế thì
2
cái luật
lower bracket
upper
teams,
bracket và
also from the
lower
other
bracket
group.
thì cũng như nhau.
The playoffs will be a brutal
Không
single
khác nhau mấy.
elimination bracket with best of 3 matches for the quarterfinals and best of 5
Ôi,
matches for
bình luận
the
gì? Mẹ mà tôi bình luận phát là mẹ bị bán kênh luôn á.
the grand
Thôi.
final. Time to witness greatness, upsets and everything in between.
Em mình ngồi xem luôn.
Right here at EWC 2026.
Trong suốt quãng thời gian vừa rồi được 15 phút rồi mà tôi thấy là cái kênh TikTok của tôi nó không bị ban, là tôi nghĩ là mẹ khả năng là đúng thật là cái tin nhắn của tổng đài, tin nhắn của hệ thống ghi là được cấp quyền xem giải đấu là tôi đã thấy là thơm rồi đấy. Nó kiểu sân khấu sân A sân B đó anh. Thì đấy, nhưng mà ý là ở cái sân B này nó sẽ rất là nhỏ, lúc nào cũng thế. Ở giải nào cũng thế thôi. Khi mà đã xác định là kiểu có 16 hoặc là 20 đội tham gia mà là một cái kiểu thể thức đối kháng, đa phần sẽ là kiểu bắn sẽ là bắn song song luôn. Đó, bắn song song luôn. Phải bắn song song luôn. Sẽ full màn hình được không anh? Là sao? Full màn hình là sao? Anh tưởng là full rồi. Đã để full mà. Hello BBL.
What he did and the miracle that he did last EWC and also on the CFS tournament. So we usually, when you have a young player, that gives you a lot of momentum because he's pressure free. He's nothing to be pressured on. He's just performing to the best, so he can just move your team into the next stage.
Ngồi mặt đối mặt ném flash trắng là ngó được anh nhỉ? Chuẩn. Vẫn là một cái quả trích lỏ đấy. Mà quả trích lỏ nhớ vãi. Được đấy. Cậu em vẫn nhớ là tôi đấy là ưng ấy. Ưng. Tính ra là một cái nhà thi đấu to đùng như thế này là sẽ chứa rất là nhiều giải khác nhau đấy, nhưng mà thường thì đa phần là họ sẽ cắt ngày ra, nó bị xen kẽ một tí thôi. Thực ra đây tôi thấy là chắc là nó cũng là không bị ấy lắm đâu. Đeo tai nghe mà khán giả hết có nghe được không anh Khánh? Chắc là được thôi, nó cũng nhỏ mà, với cả là đến đấy rồi thì chắc cũng không ai làm trích lò ở đấy đâu. Giờ trích lò khả dĩ nhất ở trong cái giải lần này thì chắc là đấy, giống như có bạn vừa rồi nói đấy, là ném flash xong rồi là trắng màn hình ấy, thì khả năng là sẽ biết được là đỉnh ở đâu, ngó lên phát đấy. Ví dụ như kiểu là tôi đang nhìn này, tôi ném flash đúng không, tôi ngó lên, đấy, thấy đặc biệt là cái thằng Juan đèn vãi luôn. Đèn vãi luôn. Mình chỉ cần cho nó ăn một quả flash thôi, phát là tự dưng thấy mặt nó sáng lên. Nó đang đèn mà đấy, nó đang đèn xong rồi tự dưng thấy mặt nó sáng lên phát. Mẹ đúng kiểu là mẹ đang từ một cái áo bị dính bùn, xong rồi được ném vào cái quả Omo đó, ném vào máy giặt Omo phát. Ui, sáng đấy, trắng đấy. Thế là biết ngay Khai ở đây. Chuẩn luôn mà. Và đấy, nó ngồi góc bên kia kìa. Đó, góc kìa, ngó lên phát địt bạo, tự dưng thấy quả flash rơi phát mặt. Đấy, biết ngay. Anh xem luồng A đi anh. Đấy, luồng A đây, luồng A vẫn đang nói chuyện mà. Luồng A vẫn đang nói chuyện, chứ gì đâu. Luồng A này là bên AG đang ngồi này, bên EP đang ngồi này. Thì khả năng là AG với cả EP chắc là sẽ bắn ở luồng A luôn. BTC đang xem luồng A. Ok, thôi tí kiểu gì chả có hai luồng. Thực sự luôn là ngày hôm nay là bắt buộc là phải xem song rồi đấy. Anh em phải chuyển liên tục ấy. Phải chuyển liên tục. Không là không bắt kịp được tình hình đâu. Cái tầm này mà chỉ xem có một luồng không là mẹ phí lắm ấy. Siêu phí luôn. Hai màn hai luồng anh ơi. Xem thế sao xem được ơi, bé vãi rồi. Trong khi là màn hình của các ông thì chỉ xem được có đúng một cái để mà phóng to ra để cho công xem. Chưa kể là công có xem là kiểu cái gì nhỉ? Xem là theo dạng là xem theo cái kiểu một cái điện thoại đấy. Nhiều anh em là sẽ xem bằng nhiều điện thoại mà. Đó. Xem bằng điện thoại. Ba mà anh ơi, ok đó. Đấy. Thế cái bộ quần áo của Navi năm nay lúc mà đợt trước tôi xem CS2 ấy, xem Navi, ui đẹp vãi bìu luôn. Falcon thì là được xem bộ quần áo đấy trực tiếp ở nhà thi đấu rồi. Đẹp. Thấy bảo là bộ quần áo này nó nếu như mà tính cả áo khoác vào nó cỡ rơi vào khoảng tầm 15 triệu đấy, 15-14 triệu đấy. Khoảng tầm 600 đô. Đắt phết.
So that's the club championship here at the Esports World Cup 2026, and as Elfish Guy was talking us about, there is a lot of teams with a lot of responsibility here in the final week of the Esports World Cup. Now, some of those teams that we have
2 màn EWC, 1 màn vô lớp học anh nhé. Được em ơi. Được em ơi. Quả ghế của Esports World Cup thì lúc nào cũng là đẹp rồi. Hình như là collab cả Secret Lab đúng không nhỉ? Rồi là còn có quả ghế nữa, năm nay tôi cũng thấy ấn tượng. Quả ghế của MSI. MSI đẹp vãi bìu. MSI của bên LL đẹp. Ghế của Secret Lab lúc nào cũng đẹp. Mặc dù là thị trường bây giờ thì các anh tài đến từ Autofull rồi là Razer cũng đã vượng lắm rồi. Nói gì nói trong mắt của tôi thì mẹ cái ghế Secret Lab nó vẫn cứ là mẹ kiểu pro luôn. Đắt phết nhỉ, hơn cả áo của anh Bảy. Áo của anh Bảy là chỉ một cái áo. Đây là người ta bán cả bộ quần áo cùng với cả một cái áo khoác. Nghĩa là bạn bỏ ra 600 đô, 700 đô là bạn sẽ có được 3 item. Ok chưa? Bạn sẽ có vừa áo khoác, vừa áo phông mà vừa quần dài. Trong khi áo của anh Bảy rồi ôi, áo của anh Bảy là có đúng một cái áo thôi. Gốt vãi rồi. Giống gốt vãi. Ê, hôm nào gốt bắn nhờ? Để học Falcon của bên CS2 phát. Cho em học ké với anh ơi. Ông phải đủ tư cách cơ. Ông phải đủ tư cách cơ thì ông mới được dự lớp học thêm đấy. Không còn lâu. Như mua đồ của Burberry đi. Burberry à? Trời ơi. À thực ra thì đồ Burberry thì hình như là phải đắt hơn. Đây là điểm xếp hạng của các câu lạc bộ. Falcon lúc nào thế nhờ? 4.400 điểm. Khoan, con mẹ tại sao AGAL lại là 4.100 điểm được á? À đúng rồi. Đúng rồi. Bây giờ là cái Anyone Legend bây giờ hiện tại là nó cũng mở ra tương đối to rồi. Không giống như năm ngoái. Năm ngoái thì tôi còn thấy là kiểu Anyone Legend là không nhiều. Ghen gì mà đứng hạng 24 nữa. Chịu. Để chứng tỏ là Falcon mua giải được.
GK Esports, for example, I want to shout out them. They've done extremely well so far at Esports World Cup 2026 to compete, especially.
Mới check full bộ thì tầm 500 đô chưa dày à anh? Là bao gồm cả áo khoác rồi à? Ngon. Xem được anh, sơ mi áo polo tầm 6M new tag là khoảng 250 đô đúng không? 250 đô. Thôi thì anh em mình đợi. Bế được cái quả ghế Secret Lab này về chắc mẹ phải 20 củ. Anh phải xem trận nào? Chắc là xem Falcon thôi. Falcon Navi. Hóng kênh bên này mà. Ôi kênh bên này thì cũng thế. Bây giờ hiện tại là ở bên kia đang là 11 giờ trưa để bắn trận đầu rồi, bắn trận khai mạc này. Sau rồi tí nữa nhá, tí nữa anh mình sẽ xem luôn cái luồng ai luôn, xem King Zero cả VCS là hợp lý. Trước em định order cái đấy 20 củ đó, 20 củ đó. Có mỗi cái ghế không thì đã là khoảng tầm 16 triệu rồi. Chưa tính tiền mang từ Sinh về hoặc là từ Trung Quốc về. Đấy, nhưng mà em đặt từ bên website chính hãng của Secret thì nó là đặt từ Sinh về, mà đặt từ Sinh về thì là tương đối đắt. Đặt từ Trung Quốc về thì là em sẽ phải tính theo cân, tính theo cân nữa. Một cái ghế này nó sẽ rơi vào tầm khoảng tầm 15 cân đấy, 15 cân đấy. Mà cứ cho là cỡ khoảng tầm 500.000 một cân đi, đấy, cộng lên. Mình không bình luận gì cả. Áo khoác 90 đô anh ạ, nhưng mà nó đẹp vãi. Đúng à, đồ Falcon lúc nào chả đẹp. Mà đồ Falcon là cái đồ kiểu, nếu như mà nói về cái giải đấu eSports World Cup này là đồ của chủ nhà mà. Đồ của chủ nhà mà. Chủ giải đấu. Chủ nhà chủ giải đấu. Chủ nhà đợt này thì là của bên Vitality rồi. Thì nếu chuẩn ra ấy, thật, nếu chuẩn ra thì Vitality ngày hôm nay phải lên sân khấu. Đó, Vitality hôm nay lên sân khấu là chuẩn đét luôn. Tại vì là bắn ở Paris thì Vitality là chủ nhà rồi còn gì nữa. Navi liệu lên được một map không anh ra, ý kiến của anh? Nếu để mà nói về cái map pool á, để cho Navi có thể lên được một map, tôi nghĩ là khả năng sẽ phải là map có hai bản đồ có thể lên được. Một là chạm bắt sóng, hai là chạm dinh đi cấm. Một trong hai map đồ đấy là sẽ có được một map thắng trước Falcon. Nhưng nếu như ngày hôm nay mà bỏ ra được cả hai map đồ đấy luôn ấy, thì khả năng cao là mẹ đứt luôn, Navi đứt luôn. Rồi tôi vẫn tin là kiểu Falcon sẽ bắn được ở cái dạng map nhỏ. Bỏ mấy vòng Sapphire là ok mà anh Dài. Trời ơi, em Dài nói tựa nhẹ như lông hồng vậy. Nhẹ như lông hồng luôn. Được em. Anh thích điều đó. Từ xem là phải tắt bớt cái gì đi. Tắt bớt cái gì đi. Navi cũng có team CF à? Có chứ bạn. Navi hiện tại là đầu quân cho đội tuyển, cho bên gì đó, bên Brazil rồi. Ngày xưa thì Navi đậm chất CIS, nhưng mà bây giờ thì Navi đã có xu hướng là kiểu global hơn rồi, thiên hướng quốc tế hơn rồi. Giới thiệu đây. À đúng rồi, khai mạc mà. Đúng, khai mạc mà. Đâu, xe khai mạc đi. Em thấy World Cup này có ông đổ vào 120 triệu Navi lên một map. Thế là Falcon chấp à? Từ từ đã. Tắt cam xíu. Cái khai mạc của World Cup CF lúc nào cũng đơn giản như này. Hình như là ở các cái game khác cũng đều đơn giản như thế này nhỉ? Tương đối đơn giản. Tại sân khấu bé mà, trong khu của nhà thi đấu. Mà nhà thi đấu này thì nó có nhiều bộ môn nên là nó toàn phải tách ra, tách nhỏ nhỏ ra. Tấm chắn đá view á? Sao? Cái bộ cái biển các kiểu. Mẹ. Lâu lâu phải tắt cam tí. Bậy. Lâu lâu phải tắt cam tí. Xem trận này chắc là khả năng là phải xem Falcon rồi. Xem Falcon Navi rồi. Căng kèo hơn. Stallion với cả GK thì anh em mình chắc là chỉ có hóng thông tin thôi. Nào anh em vote đi để xem là xem luồng nào đi. Xem luồng của đột kích TV hay là xem luồng của eSports World Cup. Navi chỉ cần chấp một map thôi, càng nhỉ. Được một map càng hết. Thế tính ra là cũng xong gần hết rồi đấy. Đây, khung vàng là đã xong gần hết rồi. Hầu hết là các cái giải đấu bắn súng nhá, là Crossfire với cả Counter Strike lúc nào cũng là thi đấu cuối cùng luôn. Falcon chấp. Xong rồi là Navi lên được một map. Cũng đúng rồi. Falcon hiện tại thì vẫn đang được đánh giá nhỉnh hơn mà. Nói gì thì nói. Nói gì thì nói. Falcon với một line-up trẻ hóa hơn như thế này, bắn liều hơn. Tính ra nhá, là Juan với cả cà rốt là như nhau, bắn liều như nhau luôn.
And this stage is the battleground where the 16 best crossfire teams on planet Earth are going to be battling it out.
Anh ra đây trông kiểu rapper vậy luôn. Ở đây có màn chắn này. Đúng rồi, có màn chắn thì thôi, khỏi đá. Tưởng đá được nữa thì thôi, gớm luôn.
Where the top team is going to walk away with a whopping $7 million. 16 best teams in the world.
STS với GK, hai map đầu lên 14 round liệu ok không anh? STS với cả GK mà lên được kiểu 14 á, tôi nghĩ là phải mẹ over chứ. Rồi lại giới thiệu mẹ quả đập kỳ rồi, thật là tốn nguyên liệu. Thôi tôi vẫn nghĩ là lên được 16. Hy vọng là GK mẹ cũng đập được mẹ STS hai map kiểu 18 đi. Mặc dù biết là căng nhưng mà thôi, hy vọng là lên được 18. 14 thì mẹ căng quá, 14 round căng quá. Under thì chết cơm, đói. Đói luôn. Đây là Q9 EP. King Zero. Đây, bài xa đây. Rồi tiếp GK.
Esport.
Chồng bù cute mẹ đợt này nhuộm tóc cho bị buồn cười ấy. Vicious. Full kính luôn. Full kính. Falcon.
Dominating the CFVL Team Falcon.
Đợt này mà cái gì nhở? Nếu như để mà bắn ngon á, bắn ngon của Falcon á thì phải là cái chỗ của Tuấn này. Tuấn đợt này mà trích ngon này là bú. Thật. Trích ngon là bú. Bớt sấy đi là ok. Rock đây trông khỏe nhở. Quả khoác của Navi trông xấu vãi rồi. Bật mắt luôn. Liquid thì khỏi nói rồi. Vẫn kinh.
Fourth last year and maybe the strongest underdog of this competition, Team Stallions.
In the Seamaster Summer Finalists.
Ngựa ô đây. Yeah, hai đội Philippines là trông kiểu mẹ toàn kiểu trẻ hẳn kìa.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is
Ai,
time
quán
to
quân.
become the title defender. One of the most successful teams in Crossfire history, led by last year's MVP.
Quán quân.
They are coming from a challenging season, looking to clear every single doubt around the team.
Đương kim vô
and
địch.
get their back-to-back trophy. Coming up to the stage, they are here to represent the team that is standing second on the club championships. So this is much more than a tournament win. Please welcome to the stage the defending champions,
AGAL à? All Gamer Anyone Legend. Năm này vẫn kinh. Đủ giờ để phát tướng. Người ta lên làm vua rồi. Chả thế. Làm vua thì mẹ nó phải phát tướng là đúng mẹ rồi. Trời đâu. Cái ngày mà còn đang làm kiểu sinh viên mới lớn, tập tễnh mẹ vào đại gia đình của All Gamer. Trong khi các thằng anh thì đi Porsche với cả mẹc thì mẹ cậu em vẫn còn đang đi xe buýt với cả đi xe đạp. Cho nó còn hơi hop hop. Cái lúc mà đang lên làm vua rồi cái thì nó cũng phải là vương giả chứ. Nó phải lên thành vương giả. Kiểu mẹ không đi mẹ không đi Porsche thì cũng phải BMW kiểu đấy.
I'm gonna say, AG bounce back. I'm gonna say that they find some sort of form. The environment of EWC definitely boded well last year. I think they're going to adapt. I think they're going to surprise, and I'm gonna take them to take it all.
Là vì mà vứt con mẹ cái áo gió kia đi, tôi nghĩ là ok. Vứt áo gió kia đi là ok. Luồng này bây giờ thấy quảng cáo rồi. Xem nào. Đó hết quảng cáo rồi đấy.
Ages now set and our first matchup about to go down. It's Stallions going against GK. A great opening matchup that means a lot. Showing of course.
Có bài sao hôm nay không? Không có bạn ơi. Thắng luôn rồi.
What Stallions are looking like this year? Are they looking like the Stallions they were last year? Are they looking even better? Well, we're about to find out, boys. This matchup is going to be a fun one. Stallions, GK.
Dubit không bắt được xe buýt à anh? Sao không thấy có? Người ta trễ, đi trễ tí, ngủ quên. Cái gì? 81% cho khi cầy à?
Wow, K community. All right, we see you. What do we think about
thật á? Đi
I think they're wrong.
Nước đôi à?
There's no doubt in
Đâu,
my mind.
eSports World Cup này bịp rồi, bịp chắc luôn.
Ready to be a top 4 team once again, and for GK, this is an uphill battle.
Bịp chắc luôn. Đặt 81% này mẹ sau rồi tí nữa mấy con rời vào phát nhá. Ối tiền. Ối tiền luôn. Quả này Quả này mua đích bet mẹ ấy rồi, mua đích bet. Nhà cha nhà mẹ bắt đầu định làm các con dân tự hủy ở đấy.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this team has a lot of experience still, but they have kind of a weird formation. They have a lot of the runoff from former Falcons players.
Nhà cha nhà mẹ đã bắt đầu có dấu hiệu bịp ngay từ trận đấu đầu tiên rồi đấy. Sợ thật. Hay là hay là biết đâu bất ngờ đúng không? Biết đâu bất ngờ. Trời ơi. Biết đâu đằng sau cánh gà là một thế lực nào đó đấm vào mồm của Stallion rồi. Đấy. Kiểu đấy. Biết đâu bất ngờ đấm con mẹ vào mồm Stallion trước khi bắn luôn. Bởi vì dẫu sao ghi cây cũng là đến từ Ả Rập mà. Trời ơi, ghi cây cũng là Ả Rập mà. Mà ghi cây đến từ Ả Rập thì rõ ràng là câu chuyện là đùa. Stallion cũng chỉ là mẹ lo choi thôi. Không xem Falcon anh. Đấy, từ từ. Vội à. Nè, đây.
Some time, the expectation for him is to kind of lead this pack. When you're in an international setting, when things are not, you know, your home, where you've got all your PC set up and everything that you know, that you can kind of work in the ins and outs of, you look towards your veteran to kind of lead the way for you, individually, obviously, mechanically, and then just from a mental perspective.
Ê, luồng ở bên đồi kích TV là đang xem trận nào đấy? Chắc là xem trận Falcon đúng không?
You think has to step up that maybe looks out of place, or do you think this is a solid roster?
It's all a solid roster, and as I mentioned, Juan is just a very, very good player. I would love to see him, because usually when I used to play Crossfire, we used to call some spots Juan, and it was Juan because he's the guy who's sitting on this spot and he's killing everybody, so we call it by his name. And if someone is getting
sao xem hai bên được với anh đơn giản rồi em. Tap liên tục. Bấm liên tục. Như kiểu mình đảo mắt đi em.
So that's why I'm saying that Juan is one of the best players that you'll be looking at if you're talking about the snipers.
Now, before we get into the pick and bans, is there any kind of strategy you think might be employed by these teams for
mỗi bên lại một bên đi anh Khánh, xong rồi mắt ông lé mẹ luôn đấy ông ạ. Thật. Lé luôn đấy.
So it's now gonna be a mind games. Will you risk banning Ankara first, or you just leave it to the enemy team?
Anh Khánh chuyên gia đá view mà cậu không biết à. Nếu mà như thế nhá, thế thì là bên đồi kích TV là kiểu đùa cast hay là solo vậy? Rồi, Falcon bỏ đài quan sát, Navi bỏ thị trấn bỏ hoang, Falcon pick tàu ngầm, Navi tấn công trước. Rồi Navi pick con mẹ chạm vào sóng luôn, đúng như tôi nói luôn. Ôi sao Navi bú được một map chăm. Falcon bỏ bến cảng cũng đúng. Navi bỏ chạm vệ tinh. Và cuối cùng là dinh tự cấm. Đủ hai map mẹ cân bằng luôn. Đủ hai map cân bằng, một map tấn công.
Strategy goes out the window, you know, it just comes down to raw mechanics, and I think it'd be very exciting if we can get there.
Do you think we will, Penguin? Do you think this could go all the way? Of course, a best of 3, but could be a quick 2-0.
Trận SDS một chiều VL rồi. Không được bạn ơi. Bạn có thấy là cái bảng ghi vừa rồi là người ta ghi là 81% là ghi cái win không? Bạn đừng nhầm nhá. Bạn đừng nhầm. Rồi đến lúc tí nữa nhá, tự dưng thấy ghi cây mẹ thắng được 2-0 thì bạn biết mặt.
Now, it looks like the players are just about ready. We've had our picks and bans, and we are going to have our first map. Now, we know our first map.
Lên được 14 round á. Ôi. 16 round được. Yên tâm, 16 round được. Không có cái lý do gì mà mẹ các bạn nghĩ là under đó, được hết á. Riêng cái này phải over. Không thể nào under được.
In my mind, I'm leaning slightly towards them, but hey, if you want to cause a ruckus this, if you want to cause an upset, Navi's got the perfect battleground here to potentially cause that upset, don't you think, Penguin?
Yes, of course, because we've mentioned that
Navi này trông ấy quá nhở. Ủa, đúng hai đội có bộ outfit đẹp mẹ nhất giải CF này, chỉ đấu cả nhau luôn. Đợt này Falcon là câu lạc bộ đúng rồi. Tổ chức này là làm kiểu màu xanh ấy chứ, màu xanh rêu đẹp vãi. Giải quốc tế có dùng Discord không shop ơi. Giải quốc tế này hình như là họ sẽ dùng TeamSpeak. Tôi không nhớ lắm khả năng TeamSpeak. Thề nhìn Nancy bây giờ trông đúng kiểu cái gì nhỉ? Trông giống kiểu 577 ấy. Giống 577 vậy. Ông Dương, ông Thanh bắt đầu cầm cố áp vít 8 rồi, anh em sắp có ạc giá rẻ rồi. Căng nhờ. Khó nói.
Now, you mentioned it's an attacker side of map. Is this something that happens often in Crossfire Paladin where it can
Taxi
really
trong UVL.
your half as an attacker or
Thầy mập này buồn cười mà. Thầy mập nói chuyện buồn cười.
It's like starting off this first tempo, you look towards your attackers to say, okay, let's get the momentum on our side straight away, and that's where you are looking towards Adola straight away to say, okay, let's see how many openings you can get, how many post plants.
Bắt đầu rồi đấy. Từ từ đá luôn bên này coi. Ê, chưa gì STS đã mẹ bú được một round rồi. Lẹ đấy. Lẹ đấy.
Keeping them aware, keeping at least these players anchored whilst they all look to group more towards B.
And Datchip in a pretty important position right here. KLP is going to be watching him.
Dinh thì cầm map đầu, tổng ngầm map 2, chạm phải tính map 3. Thế lên được 16 round kiểu gì? Với 3 map đầu này.
Hasn't necessarily worked out. You've still got that triple stack over towards the A site, and it is pretty difficult to bust into that site when there is 3 defenders.
Nào Kim Bú bơi, bú đi. Trời ơi, không ra mà sấy luôn đi. Ôi được. Vãi rồi lần tổng kill. Hóa thành quỷ đầu bạc luôn à. Ghê.
So GK, they've got 3 on the site, but they only need 1.
Yeah, and I think that might be, again, a little bit of hubris coming through from Stallions. You get those 2 opening picks, and you think, okay, we've got the site, but you're not always typically expecting
it. Hai map đầu GK 14 round.
Does a really good job to find himself
được.
I think you can still, in some cases, be a
hai map đầu đúng không?
round for GK. They had 3 players there. You had a couple of isolated duels from the players.
Đấy, ông cứ nhìn đi. Thôi PM ơi.
Saves the day. Story's going to change here into round number 3 though, as we do get a little bit of an early stoush back and forth. The 1-for-1, no out of the picture, is a big scalp to find for GK.
Thế là biết mẹ clear rồi, mẹ rồi có đâu nữa.
These have been, and this is great. You get the pick on A, and you've immediately just committed into the site. And meanwhile, in middle,
PM bị mà dại thế. Trời ơi, phô cả 3 cánh thế thì biết mẹ clear rồi có đâu nữa. Không có tiếng game mà anh trai có mà. Đi các bạn nữa. Xem rốt round này đâu, xong rồi đó anh em chuyển. Kim Bú bơi. À đây bạn ơi. Từ từ nhá. Từ. Sao này?
You got that double sniper setup. Carrot usually donning the primary, but you've got that secondary in place here as well. A lot of posturing here from Navi. We discussed about how aggressive Navi wanted to be starting off on this side, but haven't necessarily done that just yet. But here we go, more pressure on Dola. in that Vents position, but it's AKX to start.
Ủa, ăn quả mù. Đéo hiểu mù của ai luôn.
Flurry of frags here for the offense. Navi starting off this tempo very well and already putting pressures on Falcons, the so-called favorites here on sub base.
Exactly, and this is what we mentioned. If you leave Woods open, if you leave Wooting open for the Navi team, they're gonna be splitting versus you, and you're not gonna be knowing how to deal.
Dashi chuẩn bị bú nơi rồi, tôi ăn quả bù.
That we've seen 2-man Woods split, and we've seen also 3-man, but the flash was perfect because Danksy, he just ate his teammate's flash and he just got killed in the cage, and this is exactly what you don't want to be doing as a Falcons player. I believe the Falcons, they need to change and they should be controlling Woods exactly what they do.
Rồi ép sàn luôn, ngon, ngon.
Setting the tempo for Falcons. They don't want to let this momentum spiral out of control. They want to showcase why into this map in the first place. That combo between Dola and Shady works absolutely splendidly. LKK still wants to have a look-see here through the vents, though. Don't want to give up too much of this map positioning off rip either.
Hơn người nhá, hơn người, hơn máu rồi đấy.
JV taking some significant damage now, donning the sniper.
Hơn người, hơn máu rồi đấy. Thủ 2k3 là đúng rồi đấy.
Swapping weapons with his teammate.
Đừng có làm bậy nữa nhá. Đô la ngắm dưới à? Ok luôn. Đừng làm bậy nhá.
Yeah, and we've seen this.
Thôi! Thôi!
We've seen Quan getting these kills, and all Falcons, they tried to triple man swing the Woods, but it was kinda not successful for them, and now the A side is ready to be taken by Team Navi, who I mentioned that they are very good, but still we are on the blacklist side. We know that Navi are very strong in terms of controls, in terms of regaining the control, because the control of Woods was for Falcons, and now they regain it
vừa
for
khít
themselves,
luôn đấy.
getting the A side open for themselves. 1-0 for Navi.
2 round rồi. Ngoài cái việc đấy là bắn tham minh trượt để mà bắn nhau lỗi nhá, là tôi thấy có 2 lần là ăn mù rồi đấy. Round trước là Dancy, round này Đô La ăn mù trắng màn hình rồi đấy. Ép sàn hay thế rồi. Xong Dancy mẹ bị đục chết ạ.
30-45 seconds that they're holding on to it.
Ôi.
Find it, but huge opener.
Round này hơn người tiếp nhá.
5-on-4, another man advantage, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the round's in their favor here, Penguin. It just feels like
First blood là lúc nào là cũng là cho Falcon rồi đấy. 3 round rồi đấy. First blood rồi đấy.
Yeah, if you look at the previous round, we've seen that Falcons, they had the numbers advantage, but they had to swing Woods, and when they swing Woods, they died. So the numbers advantage, yes, it's in the favor of Falcons right now, but we've seen the same setup coming
out.
Trying to push his side right
now.
Ơi,
né đi.
He's trying to lead the push with the.
Né đi, né kịp không?
He's trying to defend it with HK.
Ôi trời ơi, lại mù.
LKK just gets
mù lắm thế.
Trying to regain the side. He's in awkward.
Được.
He gets the double instantly, claiming the side back, but
đây rồi.
Still fighting, and Dola still trying to find his kills, and definitely that's a round you'll be looking for Falcons. Yes, the was in their favor, and now they bring it to the first round.
I mean, unreal work there from Dola, right? I mean, you think about dancing behind.
Quả mù của bên mình à?
Expectations are high for him because he doesn't have cavalry, he doesn't have the rotations immediately. He's got to stall out for time and find kills to thin out the numbers, and yet still, here comes more aggression.
Má thế mà đấm được đầu xa đi luôn đó. Dữ dằn.
But trades go back the other way, and now we have ourselves a 4-on-4
aggressive. Biết Alia rồi.
For the defense.
Cà rốt thủ rồi.
Down to a 4-on-4.
Đừng.
Now we want to up the tempo over here on A. This time the site is open. This time they should have themselves a post.
Rồi.
Exactly, and now his side is.
Cứ từ từ bắn thôi.
And they're trying to defend
từ thôi.
The C for 40 seconds on the
mất điều khiển đa là gãy đấy.
Believe that Falcons, they're gonna be trying to do an A.
Mất điều khiển đa là mất một quả flash đấy. Còn 4 flash nhá.
At Team Navi, they're
4 flash đấy.
They're leaving only one on the rocket trying to defend it. Smokes are coming up, and flashbangs are being used, and the retake should be.
3 điều khiển đa xuống.
Bomb halfway gone though. This is going to put a lot of pressure here on the defense. And look at the shots there from
Được.
Huge work, but here's back from the defense. Still feels like there's not a lot of time on the clock here. Carrot gonna look for his chance, but LKK strikes true.
Má tính là kiểu mẹ thủ 2-2 à? Mà cầm bom xuống vậy. Má tính 2-2 rồi, đéo tính kiểu thủ 3-1 rồi. Trời ơi. Đoán nhầm rồi. Tưởng thủ 2-2, ai ngờ thủ con mẹ 3-1 luôn.
Here on sub base and why this was a little bit of a risk for Falcons going into this map altogether.
Lúc đấy Tuấn đấy như tôi vừa nói đấy, Tuấn là tính là kiểu thủ 2-2 rồi. Một rào A, tức là thủ sẽ là kiểu hai cuối A, 2 cầu thang đúng không? 2 cầu thang với cả là một rào và một xe. Đấy là thủ cơ bản. Nhưng bọn Navi là thủ đến tận là 3 cầu thang cơ.
Some success on this woods, but we've
Thủ
seen
tận 3
Falcons
cầu
try
thang.
to do a woods push. It was successful, but they swing, they lose it. They tried to do machine push. It was successful, but they lost.
Nhỏ tiếng đây ấy hả? Tiếng nhỏ lắm rồi ấy. Tiếng nhỏ lắm rồi ấy. Mình nghe ở trong này là mình thấy nhỏ rồi. Hay là từ các bạn ơi. À cái này. Để tôi nhỏ cái này lại, xong rồi tôi sẽ điều chỉnh bằng cái này trước cho mắc luôn. Đó. Đấy, này siêu nhỏ, đẹp, vừa đẹp. Tiếng cast đang to, tiếng game nhỏ, thế không chỉnh được. Không chỉnh được. Còn tiếng của mình thì đây mình sẽ ủa thì chứng tỏ là mẹ bình thường ra nhá. Falcon là một đội tuyển né flash rất giỏi. Nhưng mà trong cái giải ngày hôm trận mở màn này, ăn flash lúc nào cũng bị trắng.
Here for Falcons to try and deal with, and they're losing bodies left and right. AKX is just having a hell of a map to start things off. Same goes for LK.
Xem bên này, xem bên này tình hình nào.
It's just as young as they are, but you're right that this makes a lot of sense. Actually, get this discipline in now, whilst you still got the opportunity to do so.
Ở bên này cũng thế à? Hay là hết mẹ hiệp rồi?
Further down. Okay.
Ui.
So around with the pistol.
5-1 rồi á? 5-2 rồi á?
For some reason, we picked a lot of ways to lose that round too. The good news is that we're back on the server. Timeout's been taken. Looks like another set play here. The Stallions at least dropping the nades, putting the pressure in on A, and they'll look to reset middle. And what's interesting here is that GK are completely off this site. They're a lot more forward-facing. Maybe they can catch off Stallions for at least one, but the trading should be fine here.
Yeah, I mean, the setup isn't even really going to be fantastic, though, because Stallions are just going to work through this B connector and get their way straight into B for free. This is more of a retake setup, actually, now for GK than anything else. It'll be a question of...
Các bạn là bên Navi họ né flash. Tôi không hiểu tại sao, nhưng mà hôm nay Falcon không né được flash. Trời ơi, cho nó bắn một tơn kìa.
Really, for Stallions, this is, again, looking pretty routine. They've got that late lurk of Loy in middle as well to try to cut off the rotates. That one does catch KLP. So again, trades are there. Stallions, their spacing is so good and their firepower always up to scratch. 3-on-2 in the post plant, and again, it should be Stallions up to 6.
It should be, because look, they've also taken deep space behind them now, so that they understand exactly where these players are coming in from. Kimbum left completely by himself. That's a good fight.
Trời ơi, nó bắn kìa.
Is ready for the
back of the A site. Doesn't work out at all. Now what do? How do you adapt? How do you find those 2 or 3 rounds that you're looking for to give yourselves a fighting chance?
The closest rounds for Falcons were the aggressive ones, where Falcons tried to deny the controls for Navi, not just leaving the whole map as we see, but we're seeing again the same stack from them. I believe that they've talked about, hey guys, if you've seen someone crossing to lockers, if you've seen someone trying to pick a side, you do not over-rotate, you do not do your mistakes, because last time they over-rotated and they did the mistakes that Navi needed for them in order to take the A down. So Navi, they're focusing on A side.
Ôi sao đi bây giờ bạn HK á?
Played 5 rounds,
14 đi bạn.
Into A side, but this time Dola is
này.
playing very close with Shady. He's trying to
Tầm này
either
đang
bait for him
không
and
kiểm
Navi
soát được tâm
already,
thì
I believe
bắn
that they might be checking
ngồi
this
cũng được mà.
angle or trying to guess that there is also a
Rỉa đi
stack
cho
on the
đô la
side
nó
because
bắn.
basically Navi are usually going into a side. We've seen only the first round split into the side. It was 2 cage, 3 lockers, and the rest all went to AS.
But LKA very wise to these tricks, and they're trying this mid-round surge. But look at LKA just tearing through this defense like it's nothing. Finally, he gets put down. It feels like the damage has been done. Shady can do a little bit there on A, but it leaves up to Carrot, and Carrot's already a known quantity. They know where he likes to play. Still made it into the A side. The flick is magnificent. Does make it into a manageable 1-on-2. The bomb has been dropped on the back of the A side, and there are 1v1s that Carrot can take here. He's got plenty of time to put together, but AKX still strikes true. Navi continue their winning ways, and it just feels like even if there's some callback here from the Falcons, it's just not enough.
Yeah, the lit lurk from AKX is just insane coming out from them. And Navi, they're still trying to go for a side, and it's very successful. We've seen an aggression also from Falcons. They throw a flash, Shady throws a flash, and now they're pushing Machine. We've seen it again, and Carrot instantly opens it up again, and LDX is trying to push forward into the base, but AKX already gets rid of him now. 4v4, and I believe the Falcons will not give up this area this time. The LKK is just having a success. It's double swing coming out now, and Quan getting Danksy, and all of a sudden we're seeing Navi with the numbers advantage, and it's a 3v2.
Now look at how much information LKK is getting. He's not getting traded. He's got 10 HP left.
Vì The Falcon đâu có liều đến mức mà
He realizes how valuable his life is in this situation, how valuable this man advantage is.
Kể cả cái lúc
And
mà
with that Shady and Carrot, they decide to split paths, one for each site. They don't want to give the bomb plant. They don't want to play this after plant either.
Đâu có lợi đâu
But for
để mà ép
Navi,
xuống.
name it the game, group up together, use that man advantage to your advantage, and see where it goes. And now Falcons, it's their turn to group up. So minute 20 on the clock. They're encroaching upon this B bomb site. Finally, it feels like they've just really not wanted to have anything to do with this site. But now, in a man advantage situation, they feel like they can use it. Falcons, they try to lean into their biases of thinking that this A side is the name of the game, but and they've got to get their move on right now, right here.
Yeah, they need to move right now.
Navi
The
khỏe
C4 is
đấy.
planted on B side. 40 seconds for them to do the retake.
Là do Navi khỏe hay
Shady is
là
trying to check every single corner, but this smoke is blocking off everything. It's giving
sẵn thế rồi. Ngon.
the full advantage.
Ngon.
One, got it. Instantly gets rid of
Hey,
him. LKK is very low HP. He's
bạn
trying
ơi.
to dance around the rockets, trying to waste as much time, and he gets the kill anyway. Shady just falls down, and Carrot just immediately goes for the table. The C4 is already going to be exploded, and a 6-1 to Navi right now. They are completely dominating.
You got to think about the impact of LKK, right? I mean, LKK has just been on a roll. You talk about the multi-kills that he's been able to open up these bomb sites. You think about the value of his life in these late round situations as well. I mean, you think about the opener or the equalizing kill that he got in the early round and then surviving on the back of the B bomb site in the late. And look at what that has done to the complexion of this Navi roster here on their opponent's map pick of Subbase. A 6-1 start on the Blacklist side. We talk about, you know, you just need a couple of rounds if you're Falcons, but nothing is working in terms of these mid-round aggressions, these early round aggressions as well. And you start to think that is one round all they're going to get. And at that point, you still got to say that's just not enough to defend against on your own map pick. It starts to get very ugly very fast. There's still time. There's still plenty of rounds to play with, but you can definitely feel like that runway is running dry here, Penguin.
Yeah, we've seen the aggressive plays coming out from Falcons. It's not paying off. We've seen the defensive play. It's also not paying off.
Bây giờ bắn là kiểu mẹ solo B luôn á.
Navi.
Bắt bài thì cỡ này rồi á.
We've seen him going to be side. We've seen him going to be side. We've seen the face come out from them. But right now, the hits kind of onto their side. The two players are defending the side. The veteran of Falcons himself is having the TRG trying to get the first entry. And let's see if he can get it. But the full flash is instantly a trade 1-for-1 right now. But still, Dola is here. Nobody checks him, and he gets one. He gets the double, and he gets a triple instantly, just swiping off everybody from Navi. And finally,
quả swing hay vãi luôn.
Yeah, it only took 4
Endola
players,
swing
right?
hai
I mean,
vãi
you
luôn.
needed that many bodies
Ý
to
xa
get
đi,
the job
cú
done.
luôn.
You had the bait and switch set up on the actual site proper, but you had those instant rotations over there from the vent position, and that just made things a lot easier for Falcons. But you can't, hang your hat on that and say that that's a legitimate tactical masterclass from
Win
them.
map 1 nổ
It's a
số
Hail
tài khoản
Mary.
luôn.
Nothing
Được
else is
em.
working at this point. That you just throw
Ôi,
bodies at the
mẹ là
situation
bị tao
and you
tao
pray.
rồi. Rona rồi.
Falcons looking to replicate that again.
Đấy rồi.
Dola now going a little bit more aggressive to
Con
equalize,
dao.
but
Dola ơi,
Navi are
sống đi.
unrelenting. They
Đừng.
want this A bomb
Đừng.
site. They want to put their thumbprint on this side of the map, but it's just not coming to be. It's still a 3-on-3. Make it a 3-on-2 for Falcons. LKK now and Juan, the 2 players that you probably want in this situation, now having to battle back in a man disadvantage.
Yeah, we've seen LKK how can he do an instantly the one tap from him into LTDX. Just give them the numbers. Let's say not the numbers advantage. Just give them the HP advantage that they need. LKK is very low. He's 16-4, but 16-1. How good he is on just defending this rocket, and I believe that he just instantly gets scooped, and Khanhkz is the only one left. I believe that the double swing is going to be ready right now. The kill from him makes it 1v1, and now he needs to push because Quan is trying to play the time, and I guess he has some time. Because it's going to be the third. Yes, he has some time.
Ôi rồi nó
Yeah,
còn giữ
just in
enter
the nick of
nữa.
time, and Falcons pull it off. That's a massive clutch. I mean, you talk about how difficult these late round situations have been for them in the grand scheme of things, but somehow they just sustain a little bit of life. Once Juan gets the kill on the back of the site, you're thinking, hey, round over, but the drive-by kill from Carrot with his pistol just does enough. Swaps over weapons,
này đỉnh ấy.
just figures it out.
Dám shot vãi.
And that 3-round, flatline is there.
Sao?
Falcons now
Trông
have
thế
a little bit
thôi,
of breathing room.
nhưng mà là cân
They
bằng.
swap sides, and now you
Đô
look
la
towards
10 mạng
a
thì bên
real
kia
chance
có
here of
AKX
flipping the
9
script.
mạng.
Yeah,
Cà
it's
rốt
very
10
good for them.
mạng.
We mentioned
Lúc
3-4
cơ
rounds is going to be
16
very good for
thề.
Falcons. Just talking about how weak they started this game. They started very weak, but still they are still on the line. I believe that the first round is very, very important for both teams, because if Navi gets the first round, that means that the mental is going to be very, very hard on top for them. Other than that, I believe Falcons, they still can make it. We've seen a very, very aggressive plays coming out from Navi. Look at the change between Navi and Falcons right now. They are not giving Falcons the control of Woods, as we mentioned. They are only giving them the machine control, because they know that if they have the Woods control, that means that they have the Vance control. That means they have the A down push that they can do.
5-9-4-6 năm đều thì cũng thế.
Push, and it was a very, very good and successful from them. Now it's 1:20.
Navi bây giờ bắt buộc phải bó trong sai rồi.
Still think that Falcons are trying to split.
Bắt buộc phải bó trong sai thì là bị khóa khả năng chạy rồi. Mà cái tầm mà bị khóa khả năng chạy rồi thì là Falcon dễ thở hơn.
Definitely a crossfire that is worthy of this B bomb site. Falcons, they don't like what they see. They've gotten themselves wood control after quite some time. LKA to take these first duels, looking for him to maybe find a man advantage, but he's lucky to just be alive straight up. LCZ on this sniper will still find a little bit of time. We're down to less than a minute on the clock though. A-site is the name of the game. It's what Navi liked on their side of the offense. But at a certain point, Falcons have got to get a move on. It seems like indecision is all across the shop. LCZ now, it's got to fire. He's got to find these shots, and he's got to nail them right here. But he's not able to, and he's getting pushed back. It's now time for the anchor to get a little bit of damage in, but LKK is only able to find one. JV is here on the rotation though. Still keeps it in a 3-on-3. Make that a 3-on-2. Carrot, Dola, Shady, everybody chiming in, everybody lending a helping hand. 10 seconds left on the clock though. That C4 has to hit dirt, and it finally does.
Lên 4
and
là
now,
đây.
Quan, AKX, they decide to join hands.
Lên 4
try
là
to
đây.
come down through these stairs. LDX training with Dola.
Tuấn
should be in their favor.
Tuấn.
AKX does find a trade, but can't find the jumping shot. Falcons now starting to get loud. They're starting to get in charge of this blacklist side.
We've talked about this A side push.
Navi bây giờ phải bắt ở bên thủ là bị khóa mất khả
at the
năng
beginning
di
of the
chuyển
rounds,
của họ
but the
rồi.
push from Falcons is
Mà một
completely
khi bị
different
khóa
because
mất
they had
khả
a
năng di
slow
chuyển
push.
thì
They had
đồng nghĩa
one
với
flash
việc
first
là
that's to bait
sẽ bị
enemy with
bí.
flashes, but
Mà một khi đã
let me tell
bí
you that LCZ,
là
he did instant
ui
effect. Look at
trời
this fast control coming around them, but
ôi
JV
trời
instantly
ơi.
just shut down them both with the HK double golden headshots for them. Carrot and
phải
Dancy
thôi,
just
vừa
to
mới áp một
fall
round thôi
early for Team
mà.
Falcons, and we were about to talk about how good Falcons on the Blacklist side. Instantly they lose 2 players.
You have another win con now in JV. You know, it's been the AKX LKK show, but now to have a third player step up, and now LKK, you know, speak his name and he'll come to glory. Another kill for him. 18 and 6, 11 rounds deep. That's what you're looking for from your vet.
STS
2
thằng
on
EK
5 now, and
mới
sure,
một map thôi.
plenty of advantages that a
Ơ
Blacklist
nhưng mà
side can
STS thằng EK
find
tỷ
on
số
a
bao
map
nhiêu?
like sub base, but this
Đến
one
vì
might
lượng
be
to
a
á.
bridge too
Không-
far. There is an underman
không thể
situation on this
nói
8 bomb
nói
site.
được
Juan
thêm
is
nữa.
the solo player here and doesn't actually find the shot
Duẩn,
necessary
bắn
to
đúng
make it
đấy,
into a
Duẩn.
clutch situation.
Anh
But
Duẩn
he
bắn
does
thế, còn
find
Flick được
the
bắn chân.
leg shot there, and that should be enough. There's
Ủa?
a nade tossed in, and that'll finish the job.
Anh
It's
Duẩn
all
Flick
onto
được.
LDX here in a 1-on-5. This would be a clutch trap for the ages, if I do
STS
say
thắng
so
14.
myself. But
Vừa khít nhở.
Navi look to get themselves that 7th round of play and starting to make sure that this momentum doesn't blow out of control. You've got to give credit to JV for making this one a
Hai
reasonable
tuần.
round for them to convert. LDX will try his hand, but this is all consolation in my eyes, Penguin.
Exactly, JV just started very strong, and he gave his team the numbers advantage that they needed, and LDX now is left alone, and instantly AKX just gets the raid out of him. And now Navi, they're putting themselves again, because if Falcons could have done this round and we could have won it, and we're talking about 6-5, and I would say also we would be going into an overtime, because the team is going to be very close. But now it's 7-4 in favor of Navi, and Navi, they are having some kind of
Ủa,
change in splits
ba cuối B,
when it comes
Epton.
to the stretches that they are
Em
making.
nguội á?
We've seen a 3-man stack into the lockers right now. They're
Em nguội
trying to
không?
deny
Có em
what
nguội luôn
happened,
mà.
and to do the late machine push, which is actually very smart
sao lại
from
hay
them. They
thế
have
đâu?
all information that is gonna be a side, definitely
Một cấm.
nobody on machine. It's 2
Rồi, bắt
minutes,
bài con mẹ
and
luôn rồi.
Falcons have no.
Ôi quả setup hay đó. Đáng để học, đáng để học.
I mean, they're in their spawn at this point.
Đáng
They
để
are
học.
boxing them in the woods completely. And
Đáng để
LDX now
học.
has so much pressure as the lone player, but there's so much
Ui,
in
nhiều
front
quá,
of
bắn cái
AKX. He's got freebies on a silver platter. He nails the 2. And JV's right there to pick up the pieces as well. LDX is that late
Rồi
rotation.
hỏi
It
tại
doesn't
sao là
matter.
ủa,
Juan's been
tại sao
watching this
móc
like
móc
a
sớm
hawk
vậy?
with his sniper, and Navi
đó là tactic
look
đấy.
to storm on this defense,
Đi
looking just
ngay
like a
sau lưng luôn
well-oiled
mà.
machine.
Silent machine push. That's a strategy you'd be looking at. This is one of the
crafty.
finest. Yeah, it's very
Chứ
good. It's
xong
very risky
màn
as well,
đen
because
như
if they
CF
have
không
one
anh
guy
có em
just
ơi.
hiding his
Đây là
body, or
cái
maybe
cơ
trying
lai
to hide in one of the
thi
corners,
đấu
he might
của
have
CF
one,
mà.
2 players from Navi, but the more risk, the more
Nhưng mà nó
reward you
cũng
would be
kiểu
getting, and this is exactly what
chậm-
we'll be
chậm
looking
kiểu
for now.
slow,
8-4
slow.
on Falcons
Từng
pick, because we
frame nó
know
đen
that
lại.
subbase is Falcons pick, and they're going to be going
Xong rồi vẫn
into
còn thiếu
Navi's
phút
pick in the
của-
next
của
game.
đội.
Now Falcons,
Nó chỉ
all
đen
they
màn
need
hình
to
thôi,
do
nhưng mà
is
vẫn
try
còn
to
thiếu phút.
change the gameplay. Now they are letting Sherry control this area, because he's not having that much success. As we can see, it's 3-12. Other than that, if you look at LKK, we said that he might be one of the best players on this tournament. We've seen that he's capable of doing such so. 18-7 from this guy is just an insane performance from him.
Khó rồi.
Absolutely. I mean, how does
Chả có sóng thì hy vọng
complexion of
còn
this
được.
best of 3 change if Falcons drops the ball here?
Ây
You know,
da.
pressure on their Black Widow to follow up in just a little bit. This double sniper setup has been very capable for Navi. LCZ and On
Chỉ một round
very
thôi.
serviceable on the double
Rồi bất
sticks.
ngờ thôi.
Falcons now terrified of what lies around this corner, having to constantly go through these smokes to get Woods control. I mean, they're sitting at Woods control at a minute on the clock, essentially. And now the
Bây
question
giờ còn
must
phải
be made.
kê móc ngược lại
Do
nữa.
you commit to A yet
Khó.
again? With AKX playing this pixel angle to
AKX.
just get a little bit of information.
Rồi đánh A tiếp.
Smokes comes up though, flashes are in, and AKX has got a
Về
whole
được
lot
à?
of pressure on his side of the thing.
Đơn giản vậy.
Yeah, now the push is going to be on his side, and AKX is trying to back up himself now because
Ui.
it's too late, but he still gets the headshot anyway. Shady
Đơn
just
giản vậy.
is out of the picture. It's 4v4, but
Đơn giản
no
vậy.
HPs, and again one more shot from him just makes it easy. And now Navi, they're putting
Ui.
the last nail in the
Ui.
coffin for them, and everybody's falling. AKX, he was trying to retreat, but yet he gets all the kills. Not LDX. Okay, he doubles it down, and now it's 1v2 double for him. We've seen a very
Nhìn
good
tưởng
performance from him,
KZ
and he's
2015.
doing the math behind both players. C4 is dropped. He needs to reclaim it, and LKK and Juan, we've seen both players again in the clutch, but it was a not successful clutch for them. This time they swing together. This time they get the kill. 9-4, a match point for Navi.
And I wouldn't have thought that we would get to this match point situation at this point in time, but AKX, man, has been absolutely unreal on the back of the A site. Again, similar situation to the Falcon side where you had that big round at the Dola. The amount of pressure that gets put on these guys to have a round-winning performance on their own until the rotations come in is so paramount. And this time, it's AKX to step up, do one better than Dola, frankly, to get a quad. And now Falcons, all the wind are out of the sails, all the options, the strategy has gone out the window. They've got a Hail Mary attempt here on this B site. They better hope that that could potentially find a way back in, but things are looking bleak here, Penguin.
Yeah, we've said that Navi have a very strong sub base. I've been saying this, I guess, since I arrived in the venue, that Navi's sub base is just insane. And we've seen Falcons instantly just picking sub base. Okay, guys, maybe my paperwork is not doing the thing, but now, yes, Navi, their sub base is just a match on the Brazilian. If you
Kể cả thế thì ông LCZ kia cũng thế còn gì nữa. 29 cũng ôm con mẹ Snip luôn. Nó là bắn theo kiểu cảm giác và hệ thống rồi.
Try to avoid sub base, not only banning it, but sometimes you leave it into a decider. But now, Navi 9-4, they have 5 rounds to close this game, and yet this is a very, very slow rounds again. Every single second passes just adds more pressure into the Falcon team.
Yeah, and it's always a minute left on the clock before they actually take control, and they have to make up their decisions of where they want to end up almost instantaneously. That's just so difficult from your IGL's perspective to say, okay, I've just got to make the right call. We don't have that much information, but somehow we've got to find the round. And again, they're going to put a little bit of pressure here onto LKK, who stepped up a bunch of times here and has got to do a little bit more to just close this map out. He's called the rotation from LCZ. He nailed the shot to find the opening man advantage. 35 seconds left on the clock, though, as this side comes in, but LKK is not missing a beat. Finally does go down, though, and there's Dola to chime in yet again. So a 3-on-2, a chance for Falcons to rack up a couple more rounds before this map runs out of time. But you can't count out Juan and AKX. They've done so much here, but AKX is put down. That should feel like the final nail in the coffin as far as round 14 is concerned. And there's a nice trade there from LDX. So a little bit more of life here in Falcons.
Yeah, it's a very good round from them. The split was insane. The pushes are kind of into the smokes, and we see the flash that made LKK fully blind. That made him go back to A top and gives a full clear push into the side, and then immediately everybody just from Navi falls off. And again, the immediate answer or the reply from Navi instantly deny Woods, because they know that if Falcons have Woods, they have some variety of strategies, they have some good splits, they also use the fence and machine in their favor, so now they need to deny it. One smoke makes it very, very hard now for Team Falcons to be able to take this control. We can see a slow-paced gameplay from Falcons. They can wait for the smokes and try to take control, or they can use the flashes in order for them to control. And I believe that 4 players are here. That means that we might be seeing a retake, because this is the 3rd smoke by Falcons. That means that it is the last smoke that they can have in order for them to have the control of the woods.
I love the recycling of that deep smoke. It just puts so much pressure. It forces Falcons to take Woods at a minute left on the clock. That is so paramount to putting pressure on this offense. But they'll finally fall back. AKX moves all the way back into the A site. And they're fine with this. They know that they have these anchors that can do enough on their own. LKK having this little bit of a crouch peek to get a bit of information as far as Woods being lost. And yet again, Falcons are keen on taking Woods control now. And yeah, there's that double setup here between AKX and LKK. They've abandoned that A side entirely. Gets a little bit of an advantage here for Falcons, especially if you can, they can get that bomb down.
Cắt đôi nỗi sầu.
Yeah, exactly. And this is a Chinese setup coming out from them right
Bốn
now.
cuối A
They
một
leave A
cống.
side after 1 minute because they know that
Đánh A
if they're
coming.
going into A side, it's going to be completely
A luôn.
help for them. And now we've seen the pushes from them. AKX, if he can
Ngon.
land the first shot, is going to be
Ngon.
so tough for Team Falcons to hold on. But yet, still, nobody's to die.
Rồi, setup
40
đẹp rồi.
seconds. The C4 is going to be planted.
Setup đẹp
Danix
rồi.
just took a lot
không
of
đi
damage
cống.
by the nades, and now they need to
Ơ
plant.
kìa!
Shady's got a chance here, and he's found one. Big sniper gone out of the equation. Rotations are trying to come in thick and fast, but Shady's got some prime real estate. He can now back away, join his team, sit on their laurels, and enjoy this man advantage. But again, there are players bearing down here. They don't want to give up any chance at a potentially closing out this map, but they fly in through the stairs. It's just AKX, and he can't find anything. It's only 1 kill relegated to him. And Falcons continue to make this map as long and as grueling as possible, make Navi stew in their juices. Because right now, it just feels like Falcons are slowly starting to figure out trying to figure out how well these splits can work on this A site. And turns out, you know, taking Woods at a minute is not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, we've seen the same round before. Falcons, they took 1 minute into the woods and they take it into the B side. We've seen the split. We've seen also using the BC, the B connector for the favor. And now this change. They take the woods again on 1 minute, but this time they go to the side. They have a very good entry, and the Danix just lost a lot of his speed because of the nades that's been behind the rocket. But yet, still, they took the round. They did a very good post plan. Now Navi is gonna be kind of pressured because the 9-6 curses
Navi sẽ rất hoảng khi mà
we can see that Navi might choke. I believe that there is a tactical pause after this round if Navi couldn't close this round, because Falcons are getting into the game. This is exactly what we've talked about. Yes, the opening game, sometimes teams that you would be looking for, they are not ready, or probably you'll be seeing more teams that they practice more, they have more strategies to show, they have better maps to play at the first. This is exactly what we are seeing from Navi. A 9-6 lead to them. It was a 9-4, and now it's 9-6. 2 or 3 more rounds for Falcons to draw it into an overtime, and only 1 round for Navi to take it into the first win on the
đưa ra bài và chia ra để đánh
here
thôi.
from Navi in terms of their setups. I think they just want to strike while the iron is hot, hope that this B-side hit comes in. They have that triangle of doom that you basically have here between LCZ, Juan, and JV. But here comes that split over into that B-side. You're hoping with a minute left on the clock that this crossfire will find the effective killing blow for Navi. But again, you're still looking at this split. You're still looking at the dangers around every corner. Juan trying to jump spot, jump peek, and find the shot before he goes down. He's actually able to nail the shot. Now puts pressure on JV. We've seen what he can do on the rafters. He finds 2, and there's LCZ, there's LKK. It's just Carrot in a 1-on-2, but he finds a kill to bring it down to that 1-on-2. 25 seconds left on the clock. He's got to find the after plan almost instantaneously. He'll try to go on the aggressive here. He spotted out 2 of these defensive players. He's nailing another shot, brings it out a 1v1, but it's AKX, the man you want in this clutch situation. 10 seconds left on the clock. The bomb has to go down at some point, but AKX finds the final killing blow. Navi, it takes a little bit of time for them to get involved, but they get the job done nonetheless.
Wow, it was so shaky by them.
Nhà nhỏ tí là bú rồi.
Everything to clutch this round. Getting 4.
Đâu xem EK đâu.
Bomb's not committed. I don't know if this is really a committed push, but in the end, everyone's going down anyway. Duck1's gone back to try to get the bomb. And in the meanwhile, Doubtchip and PM have just died. And Stallions will take themselves another round. I'm kind of starting to get flashes of Ankara, right? Where we're kind of going, oh, you know, GK, they're not quite managing to hit that same level that Stallions are at the moment.
It's one of those as well where it actually really thinks they are, it really makes me think that they're incredibly indecisive in the mid-round. The fact that they've left the bomb twice now, and I understand this is a common thing in Crossfire, like you're looking to get map control, fake it out, get these rotations all the way over. The issue you got is that the rotates feel very clean, very quick out of Stallions, especially on a map like Subbase. There we go, important opening kill. Revenge out of Kim, and then a follow through on PM.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistake there from KLB. His leg just showing around the corner. PM able to pick that opener up, and immediately though, you know, again, I just don't know where Stallions keep conjuring these kills from. We're back to a 3-on-3. PM's position is an interesting one. JJ looking to clear it out. Now the information given, that actually adds another layer to this round. Bomb's not even planted just yet, so JJ actually has a bit of time to try to work in this 1v1 and gets the better of PM, who just decides to fall off the line. 3 on 2 now. Retake starting to come through. KLP a little isolated in this fight against Duck Tuan. Now JJ doing the same. Messy round, but GK get through it.
I actually really rate the idea here from Stallions, because what you've got is you've got JJ pushing the sniper off the line, and then as soon as that contact comes in, that's where these two players round the corner. They try and isolate GK on A. They try and put so much pressure on both extremities, and it doesn't work. Good hold by GK, following through onto the Stallions pushing to the site.
Yeah, KLP now, he's got his sights are set on that wood hold. It's KLB, Aloy and JJ, and everyone really getting involved. Everybody wants a piece of the pie there. Stallions just making it look a little bit too easy in that all-out brawl, and I think that's, again, kind of what we're expecting. These Stallions guys are so sharp, some of the sharpest in the world of Crossfire, and you take them in a head-on duel like that, chances are you're going to lose.
It's just reverting back to plan 1, isn't it? Like, we've seen so many slow, methodical rounds out of GK, and that's almost forced Team Stallions just to wait. This time they just take the fight to them, and they say, do you know what? This is our identity. This is the way that we're going to play. See if you can handle it. And in round 5, they could not whatsoever. And now you're going to see GK. They are grouping up a little bit more. You've got Loy that's thinking about pushing towards Machine. There's Bokyu that wants to take the fight towards him instead.
Thank you em nhiều. Thank you em dài.
Sloan said he wins the race as far as GK are concerned. This machine room control.
Mission 1. Thank you em dài.
Looks like maybe taking some lockers control will be the second option, but Loy is waiting and standing and delivering, and he got for the third as well, which of course he's going to get, because why not at this point just give another advantage over to Stallions? I mean, that's just unfortunate. Like, I have to say, it's just not good enough for GK, right? You've got 3 players there. You cannot be losing a 3v1 like that.
They just don't clear the corner. They just aren't ready for it. Bokyu, it feels like he is for a moment, but hang on a sec, because Kimbum is doing the damage. At least there's that trade necessary. And now JJ has a look at his team. Where on earth is that chip? He'll find him. I think it's No that actually claims the kill, but you're right. Like, these players have got all the control in towards Machine, and they think, okay, we're just going to go in towards this site. Lawyer's been playing here. That's been the guaranteed info. Normally completely by himself, but the fact we're not clearing a corner is lazily checked. That's really unforgiving for GK. And now, and now Stallions say, do you know what, we're going to take the fight straight to you. And every single kill was coming in favor. Finally a trade back, but it's a 4-on-1.
Trời ơi, cái ngu kìa, đồ bắn kìa.
I was really anticipating him to get a kill, and he just
vẫn đang là highlight mà.
Obviously, there was a lot of conversation around KLP in that opening map of Ankara. You know, sniping very nice.
Nemesis thì anh không tin tưởng lắm. Rock thì anh tin tưởng.
Typically look towards No as being one of the driving forces behind that firepower, and he's having a great map right now.
Rock được đánh giá cởi trên mà.
A lot of multi kills coming through from him. A nice little cameo out from Loy as well, who's been putting up those numbers, and you know that's again where the Stallions roster has a lot of depth. There's a lot of really good fraggers on this line. Unfortunately for GK, that again, like we keep saying, not quite cutting the mustard in this one. So tough ask, 5-2 deficit. GK back into another round here for round number 8 and trying to throw in something a little bit different with a potential push in through middle here.
Just consistently just being blocked off.
Thấy rồi đấy.
JJ just take the
ngay mà.
About that then. Not only the first, but the follow through the smoke. Really anticipating these players to be here, and as soon as pressure comes on one side, that's why you get flooding through Machine, but actually he gets denied.
Chiến được bề nhưng mà C4 ơi, bông ơi.
Looks back onto Bokyu, and the C4 not down, but you still got this flanking player. And in fact, in the meanwhile, while this is going on, that chip can't then find the space. It's amazing. KLB and Stallions cannot put a foot wrong.
I just don't know what I'm watching at this point. Like, there's just fights everywhere at every possible second. You know, you've got 3 different skirmishes happening around the map. There's a fight in lockers. There's a fight out in, like, BL spawn, basically. And then there's a guy rapping in through wood. All happening simultaneously. And, I mean, it's no wonder that GK is like, what on earth am I looking at? Where should I be even paying attention to at this point? You think you get the kill over, you know, towards the guy lurking in middle, and then there's another guy lurking there. So, you know, timeout coming through from GK at this point. I don't know really what you can say. I think it's very evident, obviously, that this is a bit of a step up in terms of competition for them. Team Stallions do just seem to be on a bit of a different level, and I think at this moment, really, for GK, it's probably about just mitigating the damage as much as possible, right? Because
cái bọn Stallion này là nó đang bắn theo kiểu đè tay mẹ rồi. Nó lên là nó muốn kiểu solo skill ấy. Kiểu mà ăn được đè được tay nó, kiểu rủ nhau ra đấm bốc ấy. Đấy. Nếu như mà mày đấm lại được tao ấy thì tao thủ, còn mày không đấm được ấy tao lại công. Meta mới thì phải sau giải này cơ. Meta này là lần cuối để mà bọn Stallion này lộng hành với khẩu M14.
I really like the way that Sneaky Frog was hyping up Lawyer as well, because sure, it's Loy's anchoring on these bomb sites, and just the decision tree that he follows.
Cái tiếng bình luận ở bên này nó to ấy là do bên vận hành là họ để tiếng game nhỏ và tiếng bình luận to đấy. Trời ơi.
First kill falls favor to GK, and the Stallions say, this is our map, this is our time here at EWC.
Trời ơi, 72 rồi á.
Grab another round here.
Yeah, just way too many multi-kills coming through from Stallions at the moment. You cannot be letting KLB hold down the trigger finger, spray an entire mag of however many bullets, and then pull out the pistol.
Với Brazil là thủ tham cuối thì đúng rồi. Ui, trông nó sấy kìa.
Not good enough, unfortunately, for GK. They're not sharp enough there to find themselves the trade. 7-2, the lead as we head back in.
Trông ông KLB mẹ vừa bắn vừa chill kìa, địt con mẹ trông xúc vật chưa? Trông chúng nó địt mẹ đè tay kìa. Nhóc này bắn kinh vãi luôn.
You see the confidence, because in a moment's notice, they've all bunny hopped the entire way towards A in about 5
nhìn mấy cái thằng Stallion, chúng cười, trông cay chưa?
If you're GK at this point and say, what do you want me to do?
Yeah, what can you do? You can't do anything against this wombo combo duo of KLB and KLB.
Nhìn nó chà kìa.
They just smashed you to bits.
And even if you do get them, those two, by the way, are not even the guys that are out fragging at the moment.
Lại rớt.
Still got No and Loy.
Đức Toàn ơi, Đức Toàn ơi.
Particularly slow at the moment either.
Ai có Đức Toàn. Ui, cái lùn gì đấy hả ông ơi?
It is a 2 for 2, but the problem is that this site now starting to open up, and it's very tough for GK to rotate their way back in through jail. That chip is under so much pressure, and they're gonna hunt him down. No catches him through the smoke. It's just a question of where is Kimbum. Oh, they don't have the bomb at the moment. They've got to be aware that Kimbum could be working his way through. No spots him out, and that is 9 on the board. Stallions, they're going to close this game out in record time. This is going to be less than an hour of play.
Ui, nó táp ông ở rào mẹ cùng tên của cái cuối B luôn đến đấy.
Even at the end there in the 2v1, I love that they are pushing, they're taking the space together, and then they reset the situation. They understand that they could be on the flank. They're covering everything. There we go, Pierre.
Lại đi bít đỏ vào.
Is that going to matter? No, not with JJ just running and gunning. Finally shut down by that sniper. Dat chip for dear life at the back of this bomb site. Three players now converging. We've got the quick players dropping nades through the elevated points. It feels like GK might have a say here unless KLB can make things happen, and they're doing it yet again. GK rely a lot on Kimbum in this series, and now they need to make things happen in this 1v2.
Ôi, lại dám shot lên nó bắn rồi.
Tries to come round the corner, but it's denied, and Stallions.
Mẹ nó deny luôn cả trận đấu. Khó nhờ, trông GK bắn cả Stallion trông khó vãi luôn. Khó vãi.
For Team Falcons, and when you have a second sniper, and you usually try to make him the guy that he's playing a bit defensive, because Carrot, he should be the guy who's trying to get the kills.
Ê, lộ trọng đầu nha. Thôi nha.
Ram big, but both players just missed the rounds, and LCZ, he knows now the information that is giving that Shady has backed off from B side, because JV, he died on the box room entrance, and now Shady is just backing up into the spawn. And Falcons, again, they are back to the slow-paced gameplay. They're trying to re-control the map. We've seen the slow control coming out from Navy as well onto the B side.
Kiểu di chuyển của thằng Khai thì trông hay ấy.
Securing the whole bridge area for himself, as we can see right
Vừa
now.
nấy đạn, vừa đặt tâm gần luôn.
Of Falcons team, they are rotating to reclaim this area.
Bit of a crossfire setup here between LKK and AKX, and we've seen the potency of this duo on map number 1. With an instant headshot onto LKK, completely snaps open this crossfire, but AKX is still finding every single kill. There's a trade there from Carrot, but we still have ourselves a 2-on-2, and that C4 can be picked up. Juan and LCZ still peering into this B site, still have an opportunity to shut things down. But Carrot does Shady finds a kill. Massive work there from your secondary and puts it all onto LCZ in the 1-on-2 straight away.
Yeah, exactly. A good kill for him to go onto the side. He's trying
đánh
to
B.
fake the side. LCZ is probably now just trying to figure out what is going to be going by those Falcon players, and I believe already a full rotation into B-side is coming. C4 is heading towards B-side. 15 seconds, and he needs to get this bomb planted. Otherwise, there is no time for Team Falcons to get this round. But Shady, he pushes instantly and gets this round done for his teammates.
Instant impact there from Shady. So many key trade frags that are coming across the map. You talk about the mid-doors trade. You talk about that 1-on-1 win that he had as well. I mean, so many important sequences there from him. And that's the guy that you're looking for. You need a player to back up Dola, to back up Carrot, and fight toe-to-toe against Navi's firepower that have shown that they've got multiple ways to win.
Yeah, exactly. A good start by him. 3 kills already. I believe that last game he had 4 kills. So he's probably doing way better than the first kill. Yeah.
It's not bad to get to 3 already.
Yeah, already on the first round, and still it's securing the round as well, because we've seen a lot of players getting 3-4 rounds and still not securing that round for their teammates. But now
map rộng thì chắc là còn có cơ sở.
And this is the first time we've seen Falcons on a lead in this series, because it's been always Navi on the lead, and now they have the lead themselves. They're playing slow. They're still
nó còn có hướng để di chuyển với cả là còn cover nhau nó còn dễ.
One guy watching along from Cat, and the others are just trying to play on the information, and LCZ is getting the Cat entrance information. If Falcons do not take Cat control, this
round này Navi bó chặt trong side luôn á.
All the setup from Navi is relying on this information. LDX is trying to smoke the C. They are still thinking that maybe Navi have control now. Shady wanna contest.
Kê chết được không? Có vẻ hơi khó.
Last time Shady was successful.
Có vẻ hơi khó.
Both players miss again, and still the Cat control is all heavily favored in favor of Falcons. And JV now he uses the flexible smoke. After you're crossing 2, the Cat instantly the smoke's gonna be blocking everything for you, and this pre-fire by JV just gets Danksy away.
Yeah, a bit of an unsung hero on this team. Another key frag to get the man advantage. Put a little bit of a pressure on this Falcons split, but they've got themselves long control. They're bearing down very slowly here on this A side. LCZ now playing up close and personal with this sniper. Dola right around the corner, but this time LCZ still got a smoke down. 30 seconds left on the clock, and they are just burning clock as much as possible. Put so much pressure on these remaining 4 players. 25 seconds now. We've got to get a move on, boys. And Juan, he's got the sight line. He's got a kill. Easy 5-on-3 now, and trades coming all over the shop. And JV ends the round with a triple. Just so much good work being done by this side anchor.
Oh man, this round is just
có bắn không anh Khánh? Có em ơi.
They use the slow gameplay that's coming out from Falcons into their favor. They let you take the Cat control late on, and then they start to smoke after you're taking Cat. So if you're taking Cat in 1 minute, that means that you're going to be smoking Cat until the end of the round. And this is exactly what happened by Nev, and this should be changed by a fast pace. Just as we can see from Falcons, they have full B-side control without anybody from Team Navi to be there, and a good read by Shady, just putting his teammates into the B-side completely open. And JV, He's trying with LKK to do the retake, trying to
Trời ơi, ra nước kịp không?
in order for them to take the retake. Look at
Kịp không?
LKK already moving forward into the waters. He's trying to get Carrot already in a very tough situation because JV is getting above.
Hay.
Now by Carrot
Giờ bị
just
ngu.
immediately takes
Ép
his
tới
head
ngu.
away and he gets one kill.
Ép tới
Let's
ngu.
make it double and City as a sniper is trying to get the triple kill that AKX is trying to hold on into his teammates and instantly
2-4 vẫn được, 2-4 vẫn được, vẫn được.
Seems like Carrot has done enough here in round number 3.
Bình tĩnh rồi, bình tĩnh rồi, đừng đứng ở lưng nữa.
No idea that smoke's got a gap
Hay.
in it. But luckily Dola is there to cut off the second
rồi,
player in this
điểm về,
attack.
điểm về.
There's an instant trade there for LCZ's body as well. So Falcons racking rounds together here slowly but surely, and it feels like they're getting their floor underneath them a little bit now, and they've kind of settled back into the series. It's taken them some time, but you've got the players that you're looking for to
Cờ
kind of
bắn
turn
USP trông sợ nhỉ.
this map into their favor.
Như macro.
She's had some moments, Carrot's had some moments, Dola's had some good openers. This is what you're looking for if you're Falcons. It puts a little bit more pressure on some of these players on Na'Vi.
Well, I believe that if Falcons is winning rounds, it's basically because of Carrot. This guy is just doing a very good job. Again, a late push into the bridge from Na'Vi, just getting one kill. Dola just immediately is out of the picture. JV gets the kill this time, and they lose.
Mất thông tin cả nhau pha vừa rồi.
Tuấn
thì muốn trốn, Hưng lại muốn ra chơi.
He's half HP but still
không
trying
đồng
to
bộ.
take the risk. With the smokes, AKX can't help, and LCZ is completely alone, yet he gets the kill. LTX is to fall, nobody is to trade him. And this is exactly what we are talking about from Falcons. Sometimes they are very slow, not only rounds, but also on trades.
Ai ngắm trên nào?
I mean, these players with the snipers are getting pinned down on the A side. They still managed to get one apiece somehow.
Ai ngắm trên nào bắn cơ.
I mean, dancing around those boxes is no easy feat, and to get a kill apiece is even more difficult.
Thế là nổ rồi.
And yet still the Falcons survive in that, or sorry, Na'Vi rather, survive in that situation. Piece together another round there, and they're getting scrappy here. You know, Falcons adapting to play ahead of the utility and not allowing for this slow pace to be the only name of the game when they approach their offense here on Black Widow. But it's now these secondaries and these snipers that are really activating for
Stallion xong sớm thì khéo khi trận tiếp theo là được đẩy lên sớm luôn hay sao?
Often here, and it feels like Na'Vi again just have so many options.
Không để delay
to
đâu.
look towards bouncing back on this map.
Well, let me
Sao
tell
phát
you
là
that
bắn
Na'Vi
luôn
are
sao ấy?
going toe to toe to Falcons on their global side on Black Widow, because we know that Black Widow is heavily favored on the Black Widow side as well. So this is a very good job already by Na'Vi, and both rounds that they won, it was a late bridge control from them. So now they're changing their gameplay, they're changing their play style, they're trying to play very, very passive on the same line, and we've seen the smoke coming out from Team Falcons on the mid doors just to deny the information on Cat, so they don't have the Q smokes that they had on Cat until late round. And this is a very good already change by Falcons, and already we've seen a good setup from them. Now, that is going to be a B split, double smokes
đánh vào cuối B.
Now they're trying to bait the rotations from team.
Không đánh 4 mid luôn.
Nobody biting just yet. I think JB's going to push through the smoke. He's playing up close to
rồi,
personal against
mù.
these double doors, but isn't able to find anything. But here comes the flame from LKK.
Rồi, ăn được có một rồi, hay lắm con dài.
Managing the single one. 4-on-3 now for Falcons. They've got
hay
to
lắm,
capitalize on
lỡ
this
đích móc
beast,
được,
but
hay lắm em ơi.
on the site proper. Quan still firing away. Now the only player left up in this clutch situation. He spotted another.
Hay luôn.
But there's a trade there from Dola. All's well here for Falcons. It gets a little unruly. The read was there from Na'Vi. They had a third player coming in through that smoke. Unfortunately, LKK and JV, in a rare turn of events, do not manage to find the multi between the two of them.
If LKK had any other gun than HK, he would have just lined the 3 players. And talking about LKK is out of the picture. Carrot just gets the kill and gives the numbers advantage for Team Falcons, who are slowly
3-2 là có cửa nha.
Into this game.
Cân kèo nha.
Now, and they have the numbers advantage.
Đấy chứng tỏ Na'Vi bắn map nhỏ.
When they play a very, very
Na'Vi sẽ không kinh được.
Kinh
hoàng luôn đấy, kinh hoàng luôn.
Ở
mắt to.
Mắt to
kinh lắm.
And also get some kills,
ngon
as
luôn.
we can see right now. They tried to double peek along, but JV just loses his life to Dola, who was boosted on the edge and getting the kill for his teammates.
And that feels like Navi's chances this round have definitely fallen flat. Juan still though.
Mày nôn.
But
Wow.
drilling here off of Cat.
Wow.
Spots out Carrot his counterpart and isn't able to connect the
Wow.
shot. Will fall away now.
Hoa
but
này mẹ nó.
It's gamble stations
Lách
for
nhanh nhở.
Navi. You want two players on that A side. You're hoping that that's where they end up. Falcons, though, still looking to maybe end B with that bomb perusing over there on AKX's side of the map. We've seen him cause some nice anchor situations on sub base, but this one might be a bridge too far. Minute left on the clock. Falcons still taking their time to survey their options. They don't want to jump the gun, give away such a man advantage, and continue their good looks here on Black Widow to extend this lead to 2 rounds.
Exactly. And
Một
still,
B,
with the numbers advantage,
một
we've
hành
also
lang,
seen Falcons trying
một
to
dốc.
do a very slow gameplay. Juan just spots Shady on the corner, misses the shot, falls back. LCZ, he was very
Ba ca hai
successful
rào
on
lên.
sniper, but now Juan who gets
Chuẩn
the
rồi đấy.
kill. Doll on the other side just trades
Hai
into
ca lên là vừa
LCZ,
đẹp rồi.
and suddenly it's a 4v2. C4
Hai ca lên là vừa đẹp rồi.
onto his side, and a clean, easy round by Falcons that should be claimed. Other than that, I believe that
Đừng móc nữa nhá.
they
Asi
still
ơi.
needs to be trying to
Rồi,
force
1
some
phút hành lang,
controls,
có nghe thấy.
get some kills, and never leave the map
Rồi, biết là hai hành lang
widely
rồi.
open for Falcons, because as we can see, if the map is widely open, Shady has all
Đẹp.
the variety of change.
Đẹp.
He still can hit the shots that's needed and immediately just winning the rounds for his teammates. Falcons, they are back to the game, 4-2, and Navi, they are still trying to do the crazy aggressive plays that we've seen from them on sub base. It was successful. It was successful
Nói
also
về
in
cái
Black Widow for a few rounds.
cái kiểu
But now
lối
Falcons
chơi thì
are
là
trying
bên
to
Brazil
build
là họ
momentum for
bắn
themselves.
ở mấy map
Yeah,
nhỏ.
mixing up the pace very well.
Rất là
Again,
nét.
now, looking at this
Tại
big
vì
box
là
straight
họ
away, it's
có
been
khả năng
very
swing
successful
được
for them
cái
in rounds past, but there are 3
kiểu
players
chơi của họ.
in the vicinity here for Navi, but the third player moves away. It's actually just AKX, and I'm assuming LKK, who have not had the
Ủa?
same success, but they're fighting forward, and LKA
Đấy, ví dụ
finds
như kiểu này này.
a quick double, tries to extend play just a
Hay.
little bit longer, but look at the trades coming back for the offense.
Đấy,
Huge
cứ
work
chết-
now for Falcons.
chết mạng cả nhau này là
to be
ngon
able to
này.
plant the bomb. They've taken significant damage. And you know what? They're going to back away from the B side, at least temporarily. They want to reset the situation. They've got so much time to play with. Minute 45, but Juan, unrelenting, pushing forward,
Anh Hoan,
trying
Hoan.
to deny. Now that he's got
Anh
a
Hoan
little
thành
bit
anh
of
Hoạn
information
luôn.
for him.
Hoạn
These
chưa, hoạn
sprays
chưa.
And praise do not actually work out in their favor, and they're going to have to fall away.
Hoạn
Well,
chưa, hoạn
The
chưa.
over-aggression from Team Navi
Khỏi mờ,
just
khỏi mờ.
might cost him the round, because we've seen LKK just getting 2 kills and doing a very, very good damage.
Kế mới gần rồi. Mày ra đây, mày ra đây.
Look at that, LCZ just caught
Biết trong
off
B
guard
rồi.
on the
Ali,
opposite of
Ali.
the cat, and now all of a sudden Juan is just alone.
Ở lại
versus
kê luôn.
all the players from
Anh
Team
Hoan à.
Falcons alive, and he just
Bây giờ là
does
Belia.
a very, very huge damage, and the only
có mẹ
for
hai
this guy
bom
is
ở
just a
đấy.
fall. 2 cold shots can make it for this guy.
Đùa đùa
He's
ơi.
making the right rotation. He saw the rotations coming into this B side. He's got his pistol out. Shady and Kara trying to
Trời ơi.
Juan dancing between the upper tunnels and just finds everything that he's looking for. And that's maybe the spark that Navi needed. Juan hasn't necessarily been the win condition for this squad, but he'll show up when it matters most.
Yeah, I believe that
Trời
Dora
ơi.
shouldn't have got
Lao
this pick. He was
ơi.
the only guy with the full HP and just waiting for the sniper to be giving and getting the rounds. And
Khó
now
vãi trưởng.
I believe
Mẹ
that
cứ thấy
Falcons,
nó ở loanh quanh hồi
he
sinh.
kind of slipped this round, let's say.
Bom thì lại
Because
không quyết định
Navi-
là đi đâu được.
It was 2v4 and then suddenly, honestly, at the
thành
beginning
là
of
hai
the
vs 4 đấy.
round, the LKK just did a very good job, and the
Số
over
tiền gần
aggression
lắm
that's
ấy.
coming out
Thật,
from Navi
pha vừa rồi là
just
số tiền gần
almost
lắm
cost
luôn
them
đấy.
the round, but Juan still was there with 10 kills on the board in 7 rounds. It's just a very, very successful round for him.
I want to look at this B site
Ôi,
again. They
pha
wanna
rồi là
keep
chỉ cần là quyết
attacking
đoán đi một đường thôi,
AKX
xong rồi là
and LKK.
swing. Xong rồi là
They've
trade
had
được
favorable
mà.
traits to make this B bomb
Trade
site
được
look
mà.
pretty meager at times. But of course, you've got 2 minutes to play with. You've got a lot of
Lên-
options
lên
to
năm
look
hai là
towards.
bú
You've still got yourself
à.
a little bit of mid control.
Năm 2 ít nhất
Look towards short, you
là
probably
lên được
potentially
điểm bản
can.
lề rồi đấy.
But Falcons completely slow the pace of the game down and realize they're slipping here towards the tail end of this first half.
Đây là kiểu
They
sợ
found themselves a lot of space here over
sợ
towards
rằng
B.
sợ rằng
That third rotation in JV is
Hoan này
pretty
ấy.
far away, and you've got a lurk brewing in Dola and Shady. And it's going to be tough for them to cross back over, and yet still, JB's alive for so long. Finally does go down. There's the
Sợ
trade.
làm được ấy.
Piece together what's going on in mid, and they find those 2 kills. Now it's got to
Chứ nếu là bên Falcon mà tin là nó không làm được thì đỡ rồi.
Got to figure it out.
Đây là lại nghĩ là nó làm được nên thành ra là nó mới kiểu oằn tà là vằn. Đây.
Exactly now.
Đây. Lại như đấy tiếp này. Đây.
Onto the opposite of this guy and LCZ. If you look at his position, he has all the information needed.
Sợ làm được.
Nobody is on a longer now.
Ui, đừng có repick cả đó.
Both players missed their shots. But still, the full rotation is into a side. The cat is fully exposed. LCZ is trying to
còn ngắm nha.
check onto a long and into cat.
còn ngắm nha.
And now he's not successful in getting the first kill. He's getting, and now he's back into 16 HP, which gives Falcon a huge advantage on this post plan.
Yeah, you gotta favor the T's here.
Bom hành lang gầm lên không biết phút, không lộ phút. Biết gầm thôi nhưng mà không biết là đã lên đến tận đây. Khó chưa? Mẹ tự dưng thành khó luôn.
My God, man, this guy with the timing for Danex. He just looked under cat, but both players, they were already crossed onto stairs, getting 2 kills on a side, and Juan just immediately flips.
Nãy là có lộ phút ở dưới gầm, nhưng mà phút của cái người thứ hai, phút của thằng Juan không phải là phút của Luka.
On Black Widow, their own map pick.
Không phải phút của Luka. Thành ra là Dancy là không có thông tin của thằng Luka lên tận đấy rồi. Giờ đang từ là chuẩn bị lên 5-2 thành là 4 đều luôn. Đau đầu luôn. Thằng Hoa này kê góc đi. Kê góc dài đâu.
We've seen Navi, they love this out on sub base, and Falcons, they love this out on Black Widow right now, and the push is coming.
LCZ finds that first kill. The trades are fine, but Juan, he's got to be the one. He's always been the one for Navi. And he's trying to play forward. LKK is there to thin the numbers just a little bit more. AKX now making the rotation, but
$2.
a key couple of kills.
Từ rồi.
It's a little bit more reasonable for Falcons.
3-2. 2 luôn. Rồi biết rồi. Hết góc rồi. Bài rồi. Hả?
Absolutely unreal way for Navi to take the lead.
No way, man. This guy again just do it again, and he gets all 3 kills. Falcons, how they are giving these rounds. We've seen them multiple times with numbers advantage. We've seen the box room play from them where they kind of flipped around 3v1 dollar peaks. Just one gets straight out of him and he 2-calls his teammates. And now again, they throw a lead for them. A good round by Dollar, say, but still, Navi, they are getting these clutches, and if you're getting these clutches on this game, it's a big factor for you on the international stage to close the rounds and not to lose all your clutches.
Now, Navi swapping sides with that slight lead. You gotta think they've done enough on their defensive side.
Đang từ thế chuẩn bị lên 5-2 thành là mẹ 4-5 luôn. Bây giờ bị bó trong side bây giờ mới là khổ cái này.
Slowly piecing it together here. Mid control found.
Bó trong side rồi khổ vãi luôn. Địt mẹ bây giờ cũng phải theo ý nó chứ đéo phải theo ý mình nữa rồi.
Suss this out to figure out, is it a ruse? Is it a bluff? What's going on? And they don't have any players necessarily spotting it out, so misinformation across the shop that they try to fight forward.
Nhảy xuống trời á.
And they fight all the way into AKX and LKK. They've been quiet on this map here, Penguin, but they're slowly starting to come alive, and they've got a huge man advantage that continues to go in their favor.
Yeah, they immediately take cover from Cat, but instantly LCZ just knows that Dola might be around the corner and gets right out of him, and now Shady is out of options. Timeout, as we can see, a tactical timeout for Team Falcons. They need to be talking back again around this. I believe that Falcons, they started very strong on this map. They had the blacklist side, they had everything right on their side. The strategy wise, the Shady, we asked Shady to step up, and he did on the first couple of rounds, but yet there is a thing that Falcons are missing on this day, which is the clutches, and this is an
Đúng là bắn ở
unfortunate
server
thing,
Việt
because if you
thì
don't get the clutches
sau
that's
quả
needed,
khói có thể là
I
không
believe
có
that
đạn.
the game can be already
Trừ bắn
gone
rank.
for Navi, because Navi they are really
Mà
focusing
là
on
bắn
the
xa.
clutches. They're trying to win every single
Nhưng mà
match. 2v4,
ra quốc tế
1v3, we've seen both
thì sau quả
from
khói
team
đấy
Navi.
là
So
mẹ có
that's
một
why
bóng
I'm
hình
saying
đang
that
chờ
Navi
bạn
are kind of more locked in
và một rổ đạn
coming up this game.
đang sẵn sàng để găm thẳng vào đầu luôn.
2-0, which we didn't expect that. We said that this is going to be the closest game, but now Navi, I mean, they're showing us everything. Aggression plays.
Sau quả khói đấy đéo biết được là đi có địch hay không.
Well. It's crazy rounds, big clutches by JV, also by Juan. 2 1v3s, 1 2v4. Everything is going right for Team Navi.
And you just have so many people to look at to say, who can step up for us? You know, it was that AKX and LKK duo that was just dueling it on sub base, but now we swap over to Black Widow, and now it's the Juan and JV show. And it just feels like there are more people to turn to when things go wrong here for Navi. Whereas for Falcons, it just feels like nobody's really lifting off. You know, you've had moments from Shady, from Dola, from Carrot, but it's not been consistent enough to really sustain a half of Crossfire here. And look at what that does. 4 rounds away now, Navi, to advance in this upper bracket.
Dáng.
I feel very confident in doing
Vượt
so.
khó rồi.
To come out here from
Vãi lồ vừa nói dứt câu luôn.
Book by Navi.
LKK insane shot with the HK on Shady.
Con mẹ vừa nói dứt câu vượt khó.
They were trying to get the kills over the bridge, but still.
Một viên luôn.
As you mentioned,
bắn đúng 2 tap mẹ đi luôn sao đi luôn.
like a book, and now Navi they found themselves with the numbers advantage, and I believe that Dola should have connected the shot. LKK loses a bit of his HP, but still it's doable for him to get more kills. And again, Dola just misses one more shot, and this full split into a side. 3 guys coming out from a side, and one more miss from Dola just keeps the round for Team Navi. And if you miss 3 bullets by your TRG player or your secondary player, definitely the side is going to be all onto Navi's favor. And after the tactical pause, the successful team was Navi, not Falcons.
Khó vãi rồi.
It just feels like we're nailing the final nails in the coffin right now for Falcons' chances in this upper bracket so far. Nothing coming up from that tactical pause. And it just feels like Navi, their splits are looking more efficient. Their mechanics look on par with what you're looking for from a winning team. And the trades are coming out as well. JV now on the sniper to trade out, and Juan chiming in. Huge work to get this man advantage, and they're just charging up long all by their loads. So finally Dola puts an end to the shenanigans here on this A side.
Well, he was pushing alone. I believe that he wanted to do some risky play because all the other players, they were on B side. Because if he took a side, that means that they will need to rotate to him onto a side, and that means that it's going to be a free side for him. But this didn't happen because he fell shortly, and now it's 3v3. Look at Banksy. Probably the guy that we expected more from him. Probably the youngest. As Dan mentioned, that maybe the pressure can make things hard for him, and this is exactly what we are seeing. You're not only playing the EWC,
Chiến thuật nào mới là phù hợp để mang ra thế giới?
A team that's fighting for the club championship.
Fighting for that three-peat of a club championship. Aggression now from him, and he doesn't manage to find a single one. I mean, you think with the position that he has that he can maybe get the job done, but LDX also falls. It leaves it all on to Dola, and he's been eviscerated as well. JV has just stepped up to the plate and then some.
Yeah, this is exactly what we said about Danksy, that he usually, when you have this spot, when you are swinging, the guy was not also looking at you, and you can't get the kill. That means that the pressure may be already on your shoulders, and Team Falcons slowly but
mẹ nó
surely
swing tận 4 round rồi.
And now it's only 2 rounds away for now to get the 2-0 on the
hay là mẹ nó swing một phát mẹ từ
Black Widow was their map that they picked. Yes, we can see, but
4-3 nhở.
Was a map that we would be looking to see Falcons again, because maybe it's an off day for Falcons, maybe it's not the day. When you're losing that much clutches, especially when you're playing on an international stage, I would tell my teammates that, hey, it's not
swing 5 round.
That doesn't mean that we are having a bad tournament. Bad day, not
swing
doesn't mean a bad tournament. They still have
5 round
road to be going through.
Not done just yet. Still some time for Falcons, albeit not much, to get back into this. And look, they've gotten into some territory of taking risks. You got 4 players on this A site, not even bothering to take any control, trying to have a little bit of a honeypot set up to bait this Na'Vi roster into an A site hit and win the round outright. But look at you look at your mid. 5 of these offensive players for Na'Vi bearing down on this B bomb site. It's only Carrot.
Thế này khả năng là setup là kiểu bài mẹ đi ném 3 flash nước, một smoke cắt dưới gầm để mà đi về cứu B, không đi cứu ở cửa nữa. Thôi nhá, ở nhà là đã tập là đi cứu hết bằng đường nước rồi đấy.
Falcons will have to defend against giving map and
ở
match
nhà là đã mẹ thực hiện là 4 đi 20 gần 2 sốc B rồi đấy. Ném đủ 4 flash rồi đấy. 4 flash, 1 smoke.
The bridge control that you can see all Falcon players they are trying to take this control, the flash just to slow the gameplay, but look at the split from them. If Shady just gets the first opening kill for them.
4 flash, 1 smoke mà.
LCZ just trying to get the kill, but LDX just replies with Tanksy immediately getting rid of LKK and LSY, but JV they tried to do the thing that was kind of impossible. And now the Falcons
ném mỗi 2 quả flash không thôi, không cương được.
Usually, if you are doing a 5-man retake and you don't have bridge control, you need to put most of your players on the bridge trying to
chậm gì?
the controls.
Không chậm đâu, đúng kế hoạch rồi. Ở nhà là ném 3-4 flash, 1 smoke để mà lấy chết luôn cả cái nước mà.
8 to 5 is not a big deal. You can come back from it, but Na'Vi
ném 3 flash. Ôi, biết chiếm rào rồi, biết chiếm rào đông rồi.
Just get this map and go to the third.
Ấy.
Well,
biết ngay mà.
Valuing his life there, finding a kill, falling all the way back. But look at LKK already at the mid doors here with 2 minutes left on the clock. Carrot trying to hold on to this site and the middle of the map as well. And he'll find a 2-piece for himself. So that mid crunch has been quelled. But there's still these 3 players trying to put on the offensive jets here on this B site. Carrot again has to step up big.
C4 còn đúng 1 quả flash rồi đấy. Làm gì để làm? Đúng 1 quả flash rồi đấy.
It puts a lot of pressure here on JV playing around this smoke, but isn't able to catch out Dola. And now Juan, AKX, they've got a whole lot of work to do and make that just Juan. This has been a fantastic map from him, but this is
a không thể thua được.
Tall order, and Carrot is just dragging Falcons, kicking and screaming back into contention. We've got ourselves a 2-round game.
Well, is it a time for Na'Vi to get this tactical timeout, or probably they still have things to show? Because this was an aggressive round from LTK. Him and LCZ, they tried to take the mid control early on and try to get the players who are rotating from B side into A side, but it wasn't successful from them. That's why we're seeing Na'Vi just fall in the last round. But look at Shady just reaching himself in mid to get the kill, but the triple man peak just gets set out of Shady.
Cháu ơi.
All alone, fully flashed, and A side is fully exposed onto Na'Vi. Just LDX is about to fall, and everybody
thấy 2 quả flash phát cháu thẳng mặt luôn.
C4 does get dropped.
C4 rơi.
Very doable 1-on-2.
Thấy mẹ luôn.
How do Na'Vi piece this one together? They're trying to potentially join hands, but they've split up even more so in the meantime. But Juan, he hasn't missed a beat so far. 18 kills deep.
Sao Hưng lại không thấy được quả C4 nhỉ?
For Na'Vi to make this one a doable sweep.
Hay là Hưng muốn chơi?
Yeah, man. 9 to 6.
Pha đấy Hưng phải thấy C4 chứ ta.
This time, Na'Vi just showed a very good performance on the Blacklist side, because the last time we've seen them playing also the Blacklist side, it was a very good on sub base, and now they're still levitating their gameplay and getting their rounds, and one is doing what is needed from him. If you are having a very, very good sniper on Black Widow, usually you will have a very, very good Blacklist side, and this is exactly what we are seeing right now from this guy, Juan. And LKK, in my opinion, he's the best player among both teams on this series.
Ta đi đợt này là bắn theo kiểu freestyle rồi.
On the international stage,
bắn dạng giống cà rốt là muốn đi pick người.
And season 2 Vietnamese champions and getting this down to your teammates is just huge by him. Last round,
Bão
Navi,
à?
they're trying
Sợ
to
ấy.
play very slow. No room for mistakes. 9-6 curse can still occur. So that's why we are seeing a very good respectful round from Navi.
Okay, Kay,
Rồi, sau làn smoke này sẽ có địch.
Wow.
Wow.
Flash for himself and it spots 3 players on the other side, but everything comes
Vãi
up Navi's way,
luôn, này
as it
2
has
quả
for
flash
this
luôn.
entire series. Danksy will try to find a way back.
Hay.
LDX as well and hold the phone. AKX now left
Rồi
up in
nha,
a clutch, a
2-1
1-on-3
đấy. Từ
to
từ
be
thôi.
exact, and there's still a minute to play around. He's got the bomb on his back, tries to pull this one down to a 1-on-1,
Hay.
but Carrot has been very nice with that pistol. And maybe that 9-6 curse could come back to haunt them here.
Well, that's a clutch. We've mentioned that Falcons usually they are losing their clutches, but now Navi they throwed one of the easiest rounds, I would say, because you're having a cat control.
2 round nữa,
you're having
OT
2
ngay.
kills, and you still
2 round nữa là
unleash
OT.
yourself to a side, and then suddenly out of
over-eager,
nowhere,
isn't
yeah, that's the over-aggression. We've seen this from Navi as well from the first round, but still one kind that just clutched the round. Now they couldn't, so that's why I'm saying that Navi, the over-aggression can cost them an overtime on the second map, on their map pick, and bring the momentum back to Team Falcons.
Now Falcons.
Ui, tính ra thằng Hoan này là nó dùng nút cắp lóc để mà nó làm nút ngồi ấy chứ.
Black Widow, it's worked well. It does put a lot of pressure on your sniper in Carrot to hold down that middle.
Cắp lóc là nút ngồi hay nút ship là nút ngồi ta?
Getting long again and
Dị
again and again. You look towards Shady to thin the numbers before this actual crawl comes through.
Kê được không?
Flash
Kê được.
expecting to come through, but not there.
Ui, $2.
Dolo and Shady combined for 2, but
Ôi.
there's JV, the old reliable
$2
here
đâu.
on this Navi squad. Carrot has made
Không
the
hay tí
rotation
nào đâu
in
nha.
though, and he's been
còn-
that
còn
linchpin, that
một ốp
shining
kìa.
beacon of hope to keep Falcons alive in this series on Black Widow. But you'd like to think as soon as that C4 goes down that the pressure switches over to the defense.
LDX is still waiting
Giờ
for
Tuấn
any
mà đi móc
kind of
là
lure,
gặp
but
ngay cái
still,
thằng LCZ.
Navi players are already
Khó.
on their side. There we can see LCZ is having
Trừ khi
all
Tuấn đi
cat
móc rào.
control
À không,
by himself.
Tuấn đi móc
The
rào giờ
C4
sợ
is
lắm.
not planted yet. They're trying to waste as much time as possible.
Tuấn
for
móc
them
thằng
to
hành lang
make
đi Tuấn ơi.
Falcons or to
Đúng
push
rồi, Tuấn ơi.
Falcons into any mistake. Now the C4 has been planted. 40 seconds on
Móc
the
kịp
clock
không?
for Team
Thằng Bình
Falcons to do
đấu
the retake.
đấu.
We've
Hay,
seen very good
hay.
successful retakes from Falcons this game.
Ui, Tuấn ơi, sao
However,
Tuấn không
LCC
lên?
all comes to
Hay,
this
Tuấn ơi.
fight, because if LCC won this fight, it could have been
Caro
the
ơi, từ
end
từ,
of
Caro ơi.
Falcons on
Thằng
this
Daxi,
game, but still
mày lên đi
with
cháu.
very low HP,
Cháu
LDX
ơi,
can
đến giờ
start
của
to
cháu
hold,
rồi.
and Banksy finally he unleashes
Hay
himself
cháu.
into the side, getting the kill, getting the round for Falcons, and the tactical timeout should be ready for Navi. Otherwise, Navi are going into the overtime.
If I'm LCZ, man, I don't know what to think. That is the match-winning kill right there,
exactly.
100%.
Yes.
And now it completely
Ui, quả
changes
biểu tưởng Tuấn lên
tides
luôn.
of what this map
Tuấn
could
ở lại
look like.
cương trông kiểu
What
50-50
map
sợ
could do,
thế.
what round the difference in this map specifically.
Mày là bắn dở nhá.
And suddenly Navi
Tuấn say
they
hi.
start to
Tuấn
feel
vào
a
đây say
little
hi.
bit of pressure building, brewing here in this opening map here in Group B.
Tuấn vào đây say hi.
Has done so much for this team to get them to this point, and look
Rồi.
at the setup, Penguin.
Round chốt.
4-player gamble on this A site
Đi về cứu B.
with your upper bracket life on the line is
Thế thì
insane
cà rốt
to
á.
me.
Cà rốt bây giờ
Well, and still the C4
chắc
is dropped
là
on the base.
nên làm được bụt.
That means that
Nên làm được
you're
bụt.
saying that Navi, they're not committed
Ui,
into any
đéo
side.
phải đi về
Probably
cứu
they
B mà nó
made
đánh
some
tổng.
presence on the
Đánh nhau
bridge
trên A rồi các bạn
to push
ơi.
off some rotations to get some info.
Mà giả sử
as
nhá,
we
giả
can
sử
tell.
mà chúng nó lên 3K
At
cả
the
hai
end,
rào,
Team Falcons,
chúng nó búp được 3 quả flash
the
thì
full
sẽ
camp
ra sao?
side, and Navi, they are preparing for an A push.
Chúng nó còn 4
which
flash
could
kìa các bạn kìa.
settle the deal for them and put them
Chúng nó
into
còn
the
4 flash.
overtime. I mentioned that Falcons,
Chúng
if
mất
they
một
have
flash rồi,
chances
còn
of
3.
winning, it's gonna be way more
Chúng nó còn
than
2.
Blackwood and Sub-Base, even though that Navi picked this map.
The
Ui,
flags are good.
hay,
JV still
hay,
finds one, but there's so
hay.
many bodies that Falcons have got here on this A side. Still it comes
Sorry,
down
ơi.
to 2-on-2,
Đi
and still
con
JV brings it into a 2-on-1. Carrot, the hero, has got to do it one more time. Low HP for LCZ and JV, so it's definitely a doable situation. Bomb still hasn't gone down, and Carrot's being as proactive as possible, booking it over to the long side as soon as possible. And now, with how fast he's been on this rotation.
Ui,
How aware are Na'Vi that he's
ơi,
moved
em
over
cầm
the
lục
long?
á.
I don't think very much so. Finally,
Em
they
cầm lục
spot
á.
out. Carrot can't capitalize. Flash comes in. Carrot's got to back all the way up. Nobody's planting
Ui,
the
nó
bomb.
một máu
They can't
rồi.
also back away though, and they found a little bit of a safe haven to move over to B. You'd like to think, but JV now alone here.
máu
Carrot
rồi.
losing HP. Slowly but surely, 29 seconds, and JV's caused all of a ruckus because the bomb has been planted over
Còn
there
mấy viên
on the
đạn.
B bomb site, and JV is just going to stall for as long as he can, then it doesn't matter. JV will get it done. Na'Vi complete the sweep. They're looking good here in Group B.
Yeah, good play by them. You've seen LCZ, he's taking the C4 going into the B side. JV, all you need to do is just to waste some time for yourself and also to get the rounds for Na'Vi. A very, very good show by them. Falcons, they still look shaky, but this is the first game, as we mentioned. When you usually play the opening game, we said that you can see some upsets, you can see some surprises, and this is one of them. Not only because Falcons fall, it's because they fall 2-0 in favor of Team Na'Vi.
Solid entries from 9U and Ice, though. And once again, find ourselves with another solid advantage for King Zero, and you're probably starting to get a bit of an understanding of maybe where this matchup is going to start to fall.
Tàu
Just with
ngầm
these first
chạm
couple
phát
of
sóng.
rounds, King Zero are looking very comfortable.
Yeah, just really enjoying just how good this trade spacing is. Like, everything's a lot more coordinated for King Zero. Like, on the broadcast so far, this has been the most coordinated team I've seen, especially when it comes to holding on to these sites. So Origami looking to be the player alongside Ice Cube to maybe make this retake happen, but it's so tough. You're smoked off at the choke point. The bomb's basically already gone. There's no way into this round whatsoever, and you're just being forced out of it by King Zero. It's clean, it's effective. It's really diligent gameplay.
Yeah, and I know that there was a lot of conversation around Ice Cube on the desk and in the lead up to this tournament, and you know, I want to believe, right? But I do honestly kind of feel like
Gì được cấm là bọn King Zero này bắn không phải là yếu đâu nha.
We're kind of still just like holding on to this dream that we're going to get the Ice Cube of 2024, running it back, but as of yet.
Nên nhớ là bọn này đã bắn với cả bọn Baisa là tương đối cân kèo rồi đấy.
A 0-2 start
Hai
for
mid,
him,
hai
though,
B.
it's not exactly what we want to be seeing.
Massive cross.
Ôi Phúc
PBC
ơi.
just gets clear, but are you ready for Nevis as well at the same time? It feels
Hay.
like Ice is, but then the crunch from top middle is really going to be effective. 9U able to get the trade back, but then the nade finished off the job. 3 versus 3.
Push coming out here from Ice Cube as
Chính
well.
ra
So this
trong
goes
5
on
đội
a
Trung Quốc nhá,
ticking clock.
King
Excellent.
Zero là đội
Was
dễ
not
ăn nhất rồi
ready
đấy.
for it. So we've got a little bit of a flank potentially coming into play here from Tong. If that C4 just rushes its way through middle, they can go B. YF might have been spotted on the cross. Actually, information still at a bit of a premium here for the Vicious. So J Leo on the push will end up catching up to YF. And it looks like the Vicious might be able to put together their first round.
Đây là đội dễ ăn nhất rồi.
The name on everybody's lips coming into this was Tong, and we'll see what he can do here in this 1-on-3. I gotta say, I think the Vicious are giving him a chance, right? J Leo isolated.
Không, tôi đây sao bắn nhanh thua luôn được. Đây là khai mạc thôi mà. Khai mạc thôi, mai mới bắt đầu bắn nhanh thắng nhanh thua. 4 trận nhanh 4 trận nhanh thắng và 4 trận nhanh thua.
But I really enjoyed the way the Vicious played that. You've obviously got this crunch coming in from the underpass, and you got the top mid split as well. But then at the same breath as that, you've then got that push, as you say, coming in from Ice Cube. That drops the C4. That puts the round completely into
Ice và Ice Cube
for King Zero. So they're going to group up. They're going to take a much more passive sight line here as they try and find.
Thằng 9U này, thằng 9U này bắn hết cả hả?
Yep. Ice Cube. Trying to get that fight against YF will lose his life. J Leo the same over towards Vent on A. That's a nice adaptation, a good call from King Zero. But are they aware potentially of Nevis still lurking? His timing.
Thì đây vẫn là được tính là vòng bảng mà. Ê Ori ơi, Ori ơi.
A little bit of a back and forth right here, but PBZ unable to find any impact just yet. He's now been
Phúc
spotted
ơi.
out by YF. That info is going to be given over. The swing comes through from 9U, but I mean, where's the kills, King Zero? You're fighting forward. Eventually, a nade lands on PBZ's head. Origami going to be pushed away, and Nevis spotted out by Tong, a missed shot.
Thế thì 3 team Việt Nam xuống nhanh thua bắn không anh? Thì hai đội rồi. Hai đội rồi. Bây giờ đợi Vic làm được thôi.
over towards Nevis, and in fact
Hay.
he's just feeling the pressure, but he's still able to get the kill. There's that trade, but then Origami
Hay.
steps in, and Origami is able to make it work here for the Vicious. But you got to argue that King Zero gave them chance after chance after chance to win that round.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was a round hook, line, and sinker for King Zero, and it just seemed like they were so indecisive, you know. They were trying to find those
Bây giờ
fights in
Vic
middle, but
ăn được
they weren't committing to them.
ăn được
And they
King
were
Zero là
just
ngon này.
dilly-dallying around in middle, and eventually the Vicious, you know, they made the right call, obviously, to pre-rotate that second player over towards A. It was a nice clutch as well by Origami. I don't want to take that away from the Vicious, but I think that was a pretty poorly played round by King Zero.
I think it's because Origami got the kill just over towards B. He caught out the lurker, and he just like, okay,
Cái gì đấy?
understands what's going on. XN makes no mistake. Ice
À,
Cube
định là
dropped
pick à?
instantly. And now for King Zero, they're hoping they can use this man advantage, turn it back into a round win. PBZ can't punish XN.
Yeah, meanwhile, King Zero happy to just take a bit of space in mid. Can already sort of get the sense of how this game is playing out in a far different capacity to the
Với
opening
King
game.
Zero
King
thì
Zero
chắc là
are
phải
much
xem thằng Ice,
more methodical
xem nó
team in a
đấm như
sense.
nào.
This is a good B split in the making. Just a question of whether or not they can get past Origami. PBZ right now, 2 and 4 deleted.
Không kịp định
Just
hình à?
didn't get the memo. Maybe that XN
Mắt
was
chắc là
rounding that corner, and so Origami
bị
can't
delay
do much
rồi.
either as he tries to hold the site solo. King Zero making this one look a bit easier, making amends for that last round.
And it just gets even worse. It just looked like he was taking a peek at his teammate's monitor for info, and he just gets caught off guard.
Nhìn mắt đang đá radar hay sao á?
Especially on the biggest stage, that
Chứ
is
bị delay
tough.
vậy.
That is really difficult for the Vicious. I like that King Zero because it's a bit more of a tempo switch. Like, it's still slow, it's still methodical, but it's faster than it was in these previous rounds.
Màn hình này á,
Gunfight is on their
màn hình này
turn.
anh
They
nghĩ
dictate
là
when
của
they're swinging. They
MSI.
dictate when they're taking those fights in towards B. It works out a hell of a lot better than it did before.
Không biết đúng không nhờ, anh nhớ là thế. Trong cái mặt sau của nó trông giống MSI hơn.
Might just end up being an A hit here. See if King Zero want to opt for that sort of spawn-based gameplay. I don't think that they're going to make the call to just say, yeah, we're going to go A out of spawn, but here we do get that execute straight up, and so we'll see how the defense manages to stand up. Nevis with another nice double. He's doing a lot of good work towards his A side at the moment. 9U sliding his way through.
Ui, vẫn mất Nevis ạ.
He's one of his own though, and the trade's just back and forth eventually.
Pha rồi không mất Nevis thì ngon.
Zero here. Origami is low. The problem is the bomb has been dropped in an awkward position. That's going to need to be retrieved by Ice, and if he gets his timing wrong, he could run into two.
Lạng.
All the shots missing on either side.
Ori mồm rồi nha, Ori ơi. Hạn chế.
Try and reinforce. There's a smoke up now as well. They could get the plant over on A. And the Vicious going for a long rotate.
That really scared me when Ice Cube's just left
Thấy chân.
basically by himself.
Thấy cả hai.
There was an opportunity. I saw him just in the corner. Ice Cube's not able to get the shot off. And I tell you what, Ice can. This new guy picked up.
Thấy được 2 view mà.
So we've got the debut on the international stage.
Hay là ai cũng hình như không thấy view thằng đặt bom hay sao?
Yeah, I think that's a really important story to be touching on here. Ice coming into this King Zero roster at the start of the year in January, and he's played a little bit on the domestic circuit. He played in the youth leagues in CFPL, and I think he's got a season or two of CFPL under his belt in King Zero. But as of yet, we haven't seen him at an EWC. We haven't seen him at a CFS. We haven't seen him at one of these big international tournaments, and he's doing pretty well for himself so far. 9U, XN, and Ice, and again a double from Ice, who just continues to bail King Zero out of trouble in these rounds. I mean, there's a reason why he's been so hyped and highlighted, and we're kind of starting to see it on the international stage as well. Now tasked with a clutch against Ice Cube, so we'll see how cold he really is, and Ice Cube really wants to take that fight.
Ice by Ice.
Managing to finish it off. Ice needs to find that play.
Hai đá gặp nhau.
Looks like he's going to be given the space.
Yeah, but look at the immediate rotate. Is Ice ready for this? Is Ice prepared for how quickly Ice Cube is going to be up behind him?
Lộ phút rồi.
Cube now starts hosting the
Hay.
Ice will swing, but he just can't claim the kill.
Hay.
This Snake can do the damage. Ice still isn't melting on this stage. He will win out onto Ice Cube. It's a new kid on the block, and it's King Zero with all the rounds.
Yeah, and I think you can really read into that tendency as well if you're King Zero. We've seen Ice Cube in these clutches a couple of times decide to go for the long wrap, the big flank, whatever you want to call it.
Anh chỉ biết là có đòn thôi, còn
Sort
Ficker
of
thì anh
read
không
that
biết.
as well, just sort of tucks himself in behind those boxes. The grenade obviously could have finished him off, but there's a lot of cover in and amongst those boxes on the side, so able to avoid it quite nicely and just plays around for that information. Eventually wins that 1v1. King Zero up to a very swift 5-2 lead. It has been slower.
Dây leo ơi.
Still ballooning out.
Ui sao dây leo? Thôi cũng được. Cũng được. Nhưng mà nghe hơi ghê. Hơi ghê.
Just one, but Origami, yeah, there's nowhere to go. Once your mate invent drops there, it needs to be a two-pronged defense on that A side, and just not the case. So King Zero, once again,
dây leo
muscles over towards A.
Just gotta get your smoke up quicker. Like that's the key detail.
Cảm thấy nó bị
smoke
đông
up
ấy.
faster here because you understand how quickly King Zero have been pressuring her over towards the vent.
Kinh nhở, EF bây giờ tiến hóa thành một dạng player maker vậy. Đéo được trời. EF bây giờ khác gì IZK đâu. Hai thằng như nhau. Tanh cũng bắn, ngắm cũng bắn. Mà main là main ngắm nhá. Không phải là main tanh đâu.
Warm yourself up. This has by no means been a bad half by King Zero. Yeah, there's been a couple of moments where I think things could be cleaned up, but by and large, I think they've sort of done what they've really set out to do. And in particular, it's nice to kind of see Ice getting underway on that stage. I guess we're getting a attack timeout here for the final round of the half, as maybe the Vicious want to have a little bit of a chat and see if they can find this third round.
Talk to me about this. Like, do you think this is a good time in here from the coach? Like, you got one round of play left in the half. Like, surely it should have come in a round earlier.
I agree. I'm actually, I see this a lot, especially in Crossfire. There's often times that timeout that comes with one round left to go, and I think
đa vai trò
you really have to be valuing this round.
Đa di năng.
Insane style, you know what I mean? I would think let's try and have at least a couple of rounds value out of any timeout, particularly in Crossfire where you only get one. You get one minute and a half timeout.
Hiện tại thì là điểm bây giờ là cũng chả có đội nào để hơn được Falcon nữa rồi. Điểm không ai, điểm bây giờ còn có mỗi 4 giải đấu. Còn mỗi 4 hạng mục. Đúng không nhỉ? Lúc nãy tôi xem là thấy là còn có 4 hạng mục thôi. Mà 4 hạng mục thì là CF và CS2 thì CS2 kiểu gì trả vào. CF thì có thể không ấy, nhưng mà CS2 kiểu gì trả vào. Mà đang là 4.400 điểm. AGAL, Anyone Legend hiện tại là bây giờ là nếu như mà bú được cái quả giải này đi, cũng không hơn được tổng giải được. Trời ơi.
And immediately this timeout null and void.
Yeah, I mean it was a change up as well from the Vicious, that triple stack over towards B.
Mai xa là được win luôn rồi.
Right into King Zero's setup. All out brawl favoring King Zero so far as they
Arobit là đang đi xe buýt đến cả Paris.
I think that might just be the round and a half over, and potentially the map here as well for the Vicious. A 7-2 deficit is on the cards unless J Leo pulls off one of the best clutches we will have seen in international Crossfire, and well, it's not going to happen today. So 7-2 is indeed that scoreline, and King Zero are looking just so calm on the stage.
It's been really nice looking at the variety of King Zero as well. Like, they've had these slower rounds where they really anticipated these crossfires that come in very deep. The line has been pushed further.
12 giờ trông vẻ sâu phát quá.
You've had some really up-tempo hits, especially over towards that A-bomb site. Vent has been that key source of power for King Zero all the way through Ankara. And now here for the Vicious, they need to now dictate the tempo. And for King Zero, I think they'll just let them sit back. They'll let them have all this space because the pressure, it really is on them being 7-2 down.
AG luồng A đúng không nhỉ? Luồng A, luồng B.
Also having a bit of a look. J Leo just goes wandering into the crosshair of YF. Ice is here as well. Seems they've got a bit of a read on the fact that maybe there'll be another swing coming through from there. Ice Cube wants to push his way forward. Nevis in pit will be dealt with. Everything going the way of King Zero until finally Nevis is able to strike for one. Origami another. King Zero will cut their losses back off from that initial mid-fight, but now they've got the control outside of A as well.
Đấm HK trong flex nhỉ?
In onto Origami. PBZ. He's stuck between a rock and a hard place here. Has to try to find some isolated duels and does a pretty good job of that. Somehow Tong doesn't find the trade. So maybe there'll be a plan on offer here for PVZ, but a much needed clutch coming up here for him and for the Vicious.
Luồng A. Bắn sân khấu à? Bắn sân khấu thì sau trận này.
by this rotate. So the
Để xem là Vitality với cả EP thế nào nữa.
in towards CT and the spots both.
Yeah, again, missed shots from King Zero in this 2v1. It could come unstuck. PBZ, a forward line, an aggressive hold, but just can't track Tong.
Nhưng mà 14 lợi thế mà.
Will go to 8.
Ít nhiều cũng phải nhá thêm một tơ nữa chứ.
Unfortunately, we're at the point now where
Sao có thể swing được ở dạng tầm gần với 200% máu được?
Yeah, as soon as he gets that spot in towards spawn where he sees those two players, the wide swing, the jump out of Tong, so nice just to offset that crosshair, and you're never really recovering that round, unfortunately. He took the fight to them, and the timing unfortunately didn't quite work for him, because if he's able to get the info and then just tuck into a corner, that could have been the best way to burn those valuable seconds off the clock. Didn't happen, and instead you find yourself down even further. The initial plan didn't work, so now they're changing things up. They're going back in towards middle, but they're sending everyone here, and it's very quick.
Yeah, well, we'll see how this one ends up working out. YF obviously watching for it with that sniper. He finds himself the double. There is a quick couple of trades back here from the Vicious, but you still got Tong over towards this B site, and I'm not sure they'll be too prepared for him. His position now given away, trying to dump some util, slow things down.
Gặp King Zero trông có vẻ là mềm nhất rồi đấy.
Play for the retake. I think that's a wise decision from Tong.
Gặp mấy cái thằng như kiểu là mẹ Q9 bắn nó còn khiếp hơn. Thằng Q9 bắn đi phố ác.
Just now going down, so time isn't even really much of a problem here for King Zero. They eventually swarm their way in onto the site as the Vicious are planting that bomb. 9-2 will be the scoreline, and this looks like it might be even more of a dominant start for King Zero than it was for Stallions.
Potentially. I mean, what you've got here is, I think, the Vicious really anticipating King Zero to keep fighting them on this bomb site before the bomb's even been planted. And because you've got that idea in your head, you've not actually done the one thing you need to do in that round, which is put time pressure on King Zero to rotate by planting that bomb. Instead, you've let them all rotate over, and then putting the bomb down is just ridiculously difficult.
Yeah. Well, one last attempt here for the Vicious. Has to be perfection from here if they want to keep things alive on Ankara. A little bit of a back and forth potentially between PBZ and YF over towards the B side of the map, but the bulk of the push here is over towards A. It's a double setup in the vents. King Zero ready for it, but the shot's not quite there for Ice this time around. 9U has to try to salvage. He's really under pressure, backing up to the stairs, joining his teammate XN up on the site, and that has slowed the Vicious down for a moment, but not for long enough. The Vicious this time will get themselves a plan, and this time a favourable post plan as well in that 4-on-2.
Double sniper as well, trying to retake this bomb site. It feels difficult, especially
AGBS.
just pushes the smoke.
Đúng mà.
That is the most unorthodox sniper fight I've seen in a hot minute.
X-Rock sẽ hơn được King Zero.
Can't do anything about that. So the Vicious will at least hold on and spare their blushes for one more.
Yeah, I mean, it's bold, isn't it, from Ice Cube? If he goes down there and then the round ends up getting lost, that looks a little bit silly, but I think you do have to back yourself in these kinds of circumstances still to try to make that recovery happen. 9-3, pretty dire straits, certainly. See what King Zero opts for here, and whether or not there's any change up on that defense. It looks to be reasonably standard here.
Đi đâu thì cũng phải có một quả số 4 đi cùng vứt lên nhà nữa, vứt kia xa quá.
It's pretty standard fare, really. It's just a question now of what the Vicious is going to opt to do with the map control that has been given over to them. Very nicely timed nade, a little bit of chip damage onto J-Leo and Ice Cube. It shows you that King Zero are aware of the potential timings of the Vicious.
Hi.
Oh dear. Well, I was going to say that the first time we've really seen hotel pressure. No way! XN! He's just completely destroyed them. But then you've got kills back from the Vicious. 9U thrown into this. Can he clutch up? Can he close the game now for King Zero? This bomb is nowhere near the B site, and that means that 9U's got time to work.
Yeah, certainly. He tried to isolate that 1v1. Wasn't quite able to finish off Nevis, but this is a very winnable 2-on-1. If he finds his timing nicely, if he gets an instant headshot maybe onto Neves, Origami quite low. He's got the fast flank coming through here as well, and that doesn't seem to be the moment. Neves having a little bit of a look in that direction. The timing is right. 9U gets it perfectly, and like I said, Origami now low, and could be an easy finish here for 9U. 2 headshots back to back, and King Zero will take map 1 in this series against the Vicious. 10-3, an easy breezy victory on the stage.
And that on that side for King Zero, it really felt like the Vicious in that first set of rounds were always pushing, always knocking at the door. King Zero just burst it open completely. completely. What an incredible clutch from 9U. The fact
Không
that
thể
you
chặn
get
được
that
con
triple
quái
kill
vật
as
này.
well out of nowhere. That was a 3-on-5 being converted by King Zero.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good example of why we hold these CFPL teams in such high
Tách đầu đã hay
regard
rồi.
when it comes to the CFPL points. You know, King Zero, and even historically as
Đi
well
phâu
at these international events, King
ngày
Zero has
xưa nó
not
bán AK
necessarily been a household
phết đấy,
name
đùa đâu.
at the events like EWC, at the events like CFS, but here they have a big job to do, and they're doing it pretty well so far.
Khó nhờ. Khó điên. Khó điên, khó điên. Khó điên, khó rồ luôn. Bây giờ là bắn Nemesis với cả bên gì ta? Wikipedia. Rock à? Rock bú. Rock bú luôn. EP với cả Vitality không biết nha. Không biết được đâu nha. Không biết được đâu. Khó nói nha. Giờ nhánh như thế này nhá. Thằng Stallion vào rồi này. Thằng Barca lên nhánh thắng rồi này. Liquid cả Execration là chưa biết này. Hôm nay trong buổi chiều nay là thuần bảng B đấy. Thuần bảng B luôn. Navi 20 Navi lên nhánh trên rồi này. Falcon bây giờ rớt xuống là bây giờ là sẽ là gặp Nemesis này. Rock ăn mà, Rock ăn. Rock với cả Navi sẽ tranh nhau cái vé đầu tiên. Rồi là Nemesis xuống dưới gặp Falcon. Giả sử Falcon ăn, Falcon sẽ đợi tái đấu với cả Navi hoặc là sẽ được gặp Rock. Paisa là ăn rồi này. Adobit bắt buộc xuống dưới này. Vicious ngày hôm nay mà qua được King Zero thì Vicious gặp Paisa để tranh vé đầu tiên. Mà khó quá thì là Vicious xuống bắn với cả Adobit. Mà nếu như Adobit ngày hôm nay vẫn không có mặt thì Vicious được free win ở trận này và vào vòng trong để tái đấu với cả King Zero hoặc là Paisa. Kèo bên này thì AG Q9 thì khả năng AG ăn. Vitality và EP thì tôi không biết. Nhưng mà Vitality khó. Vitality khả năng khó. Thế thì EP chắc vào rồi. EP AG vào. EP AG vào nhánh trên để tranh nhau vé đầu tiên và vào trước. Giả sử AG ăn, EP xuống dưới. EP cả Q9 một trong hai thằng này sẽ là một trong hai thằng đi vào. Nhưng với kiểu bắn như thế này thì khả năng Q9 lại vào tiếp. Tôi dự đoán rồi. Phải sau trận ngày hôm nay mới biết được là EP cả Q9 thằng nào xứng đáng vào. Còn ghi cây mà thua như này xong phát thì ghi cây xuống dưới. Liquid Execration thì Liquid khả năng ăn. Liquid sẽ tranh cả Stallion vé đầu tiên. Vé đầu tiên của nhánh này để vào playoff. Execration xuống dưới. Execration sẽ gặp ghi cây. Execration sẽ là bắn cả ghi cây. Ghi cây phải ăn được nhá. Ghi cây bắt buộc phải ăn được. Execration không là cút luôn. Đấy. Ghi cây ăn được Xong rồi địt mẹ, cái nhánh này khó vãi hồn ấy, thật. Nhánh khó vãi hồn. Địt mẹ, bây giờ giả sử ăn được Execution thì gặp ngược lại Liquid cả Stallion thì mẹ khó vãi hồn, đéo biết phải nói nào luôn á. Khó nói thật.
Live on the B stream, we've already had one series down, where sadly we saw Falcons lose 2-0 to Na'Vi. Or, thankfully, if you are a Na'Vi fan, of course. But now we can move into our second series of the day. We have Rock versus Nemesis. Stan Gaskin alongside both
Rock cả Nemesis đây. Chuẩn
We
bị
move
đây.
now from the third best Brazilian team to the number one Brazilian team, and I'm very excited to see the comparison.
Khả năng Rock ăn rồi, Nemesis tuổi gì để mà bú được mẹ Rock.
Well, you're talking about the first seed. Yes, Rock Esports, they are doing very good job on the CFPL for Season 2, because Season 1 it was for Liquid. It was not a close fight for them, but they bounced back. That's why I'm saying Rock is one of the best rosters, and we've seen also these guys are sticking together. This is the third year, I believe.
Nhánh Falcon nữa. Nhưng mà vấn đề là Falcon, mẹ, tôi nghĩ là Falcon vẫn ấy được. Tôi nghĩ Falcon vẫn ấy được. Chỉ là đẩy thằng Rock mẹ đi trước thôi. Đẩy thằng Rock đi trước đi. Thằng Rock đi trước là xong rồi. Khả năng Nemesis hôm nay chắc cút rồi. Cút xuống dưới thôi. Mà Falcon gặp mẹ Nemesis mà không ăn được nữa thì hơi điêu. Thật. Thực tế ra mà Nemesis mà ăn được Falcon thì bịp. Quá bịp luôn ấy. Quá bịp luôn. Falcon là khả năng là ăn được Nemesis rồi. Xong tái đấu với cả Na'Vi thôi. Tái đấu cả Na'Vi. Rock là phải vào luôn. Chưa. Bây giờ mà còn gặp Rock ở nhánh dưới nữa còn khổ. Gặp thằng Na'Vi còn đang quen nhịp thì may chăng là còn ăn được. Bây giờ gặp một thằng mới như kiểu là bọn Rock này á, sức đâu bắn. Thật đấy. Bây giờ chỉ có tái đấu với cả Na'Vi thôi thì may chăng. Bây giờ thằng Na'Vi mà đẩy được thằng Rock xuống thì thôi. Thôi luôn đấy.
On that map too. So either way you look at it, the Vicious are going to have to pull off something miraculous in order to come back. For King Zero Esports, they're looking
đảo nhánh
to
gì?
close it
Phải
out.
vào
Can
trong
they
mới
do
đảo
it?
nhánh
Well,
ông ơi.
they absolutely can. It's up
Vào
to
trong
the
mới đảo
Vicious
nhánh.
to answer back. Let's hop into map number 2, Subbase. Elfish Guy, B-Dog, take it away.
Well, it feels like it's going to be a very tricky uphill battle here for the Vicious here.
Ông nhìn như này mà ông lại còn đòi đảo nhánh á. Đảo đâu ra ông ơi.
Prove us all wrong. That's the key detail as they start here trying to revive this series. And Tong goes for a crazy shot over towards Nevis and Jay Leo, but it doesn't quite connect.
This will be a fight that you'll probably see quite a lot. The snipers love to have a little bit of a look down through the doors toward Wood, but no connection on either side really. A little bit of chip damage to Ice and Jay Leo to start things off here. King Zero back onto the attack. Drawing out a lot of that defensive util early on in the piece. Nade in towards locker room position. You've obviously got the 2 smokes already now. Third flash coming through there as well for the Vicious in towards middle. So starting to sort of filter through a lot of that defensive util.
Falcon vẫn còn bắn một trận nữa xuống nhánh thua để lấy cái vé thứ hai.
Make it a little easier for themselves later on down the track, not having as much counter util to play with on the final hold.
Just surprised at the bombs by itself. Look, you've got 3 players making their way through machine room right now over towards B. And the setup feels very good for the Vicious. They've got 3 effective 4 players here that can quickly rotate, but if Tong can hit these shots, that's going to be the damaging factor. Bomb will now make its way back through machine, and King Zero on B.
Straight away, 2 entries for King Zero. That kind of makes the job pretty easy, doesn't it? You know, you just waltz your way into B at this point, and like I've said before, if you're rotating multiple players in through jail, you've kind of got a bit of a fish in the barrel type situation. I mean, you can look at all the angles that King Zero can hold, even Ice up there on rafters. You've got XN in connector, YF here as well. Everybody's kind of looking in this direction. They all have to just face one side. It's very easy for King Zero to hold at that point. The trades do come through. First round on the board for King Zero, and they maintain the momentum from map 1 into map 2.
I guess what they call it jail, because there's just no way out from any of these players just making their way towards the site. The fact that you've got that angle from rafters, from ice, is just disgusting. You're bringing that out round 1. You're just applying consistent pressure over towards the Vicious. You're just making them know that this is going to be an incredibly difficult game.
100%. Yeah, real uphill battle, like the desk said. King Zero wanting to make their mark internationally. You know, they've had a couple of entrances on the international stage, but nothing to quite the same standard as the likes of AGAL.
Phải thắng Nam Vi mới có cơ hội.
Q9.
Khó. Với nhánh đấy thì Falcon giả sử mà thắng, Falcon còn phải gặp Rock nữa cơ.
King Zero looking to sort of
gặp Rock thì cũng là bị đẩy xuống dưới.
Is he going to be enough to drive them through to a victory? We'll have to wait and see. Another slow round, obviously, out here from King Zero, putting it
đảo đồ liên tục nhỉ.
Smokes going up on mid and towards locker room.
Ui,
Might end up being a bit of a B crunch.
là tập 2 đấy.
Need to be retrieved. Locker room
Thì tôi sẽ phải nốt lại pha này.
The question is, where does King Zero opt to actually finish this round off?
Là tập 2
I
đấy.
have to imagine
Đỡ phải
it's going to
căn.
be a B split, trying to push their way through from mid.
You'd hope so, especially with that entry. XN's been patiently biding his time the whole way through, but the trade immediate out of Ice Cube. And are you ready for Ice to be here in towards mid? No, and then when you look the other way, you can just strike, and that is brilliant.
Vãi luôn.
Just able to pick off players. Ice just is completely destroying everyone else. 9U can then step in. There's no way forward. And I just really like the timing of these pushes. Out of King
Falcon
Zero.
trận sau á, khả năng là gặp Nemesis rồi.
There's no doubt about that, but methodical. Has, I think,
khả năng là gặp Nemesis.
Style that we've seen from the CFPL teams in more recent years. I think they were, in the past traditionally kind of associated with maybe the same style that we would look at Stallions and that being the faster play.
Ôi, bình luận gì ông ơi.
Slow things down more so in recent years and it's been working out.
Tâm thế là tâm thế của người xem thì nó sẽ thoải mái hơn. Chứ xem mà kiểu mẹ cứ nhăm nhe kiểu bình luận thứ là ông cũng không tải ở đâu ông ạ. Anh em thông cảm, không tải ở đâu. Làm kiểu thế nhá. Đến lúc mà tự dưng bị bên ban tổ chức người ta block một phát thì thôi, hết cái đó chuyện luôn.
For the Vicious, but 9U is now starting to press in. Understands that J
giống nháp. Bàn pick map đều đẹp để mà ăn được trận đầu á. Vì bắn ở trong cái giải này nó không phải là cái kiểu mà để mà nháp đâu. Vào được đi này phát là tất cả các thứ là phải bung ra hết rồi. Sinh tồn được thì là ở lại.
PBC's been spotted as well on the backside there. Grenade goes in to try to deny the plant. YF not too bothered by that at all. 2 on 2 here. Very winnable on both
Tầm này
sides.
mà nháp là cút đấy.
The chip damage over onto Tong will make the job a bit easier here for the Vicious, but the cross is always going to be a difficult one. And YF already causing problems.
Ngon luôn.
Be aware that Tong's going to be like this one. A missed shot. PBZ now has a bit more space, and he gets Tong as he re-peaks. The Vicious find themselves their first round on sub base. It was a
anh xem cái này có bị bản quyền không? Hiện tại là không. Vì đây là tiếng thứ 2 rồi. Nếu như bị thì phải là bị từ 30 phút đầu tiên cơ.
You can't jump up there. That is just a death warrant signed by PBZ.
PBZ. Nghe kiểu BBQ ấy nhỉ?
Hopefully they can build upon it. It felt like King Zero really wanted to punish the fact that you had those couple of players in towards Machine, but they then took an extra 30 seconds to actually get the ball rolling.
Well, either way, King Zero will run it back, and I guess there's not a whole lot of running being done here in round 4. It's a similar approach from King Zero. They seem to, at the moment, really want to be taking a lot of that locker room control early.
I love that, they just get ahead of this smoke. PBZ's got no idea. YF can't really capitalize upon it though. At least you've got the space in towards the site, but it's now about what you can really do with it. PBZ pushed off, at least you've got the bomb plant. Although I say that, look at where it is. It's all the way back.
Yeah, I think PBZ, you know, just got clipped by that grenade on the way out of the smoke, and that kind of evens up the trade. Both 9U and PBZ, fairly similar health pools right now.
Do you want to go here now? Because you're going to understand that the Vicious are just going to be rotating all of their players here.
Yeah, I don't know that KingZero necessarily are going to go. They might actually be waiting for exactly this. The Vicious are looking to retake that Locker's control. YF could well go down here. PBZ, though, out in no man's land. He's gone alone, and that will end up being his mistake. Never's not picked on the cross there by Tong, but info certainly being given that this B-side's getting reinforced. YF still trying to find their way in. Origami doing God's work on the site. He is so low, but it does not matter.
Ai bắn 7 trận thôi chứ. Cho người ta còn có thời gian để mà nghỉ ngơi chứ. Bắn 4 ngày mà. Hôm nay là bắn vòng 1. Ngày mai bắn nhanh thắng nhanh thua. Ngày kia là bắn playoff. Ngày 4 sẽ là ngày bắn chung kết.
Grenade goes in. Origami avoids that one nicely, but Tom now has the space that he wanted, and he can find himself in that one-on-one. J Leo missing a couple of opportunities, but chiming in the end. 2-2 will be the score, and we finally get some noise on the stage from the Vicious. They feel like maybe now they're being competitive.
That's a really good game plan right there from the Vicious, because as soon as Tong fires off that deep range sniper shot in towards middle, they understand that they've maybe got the chance just to completely isolate these players on site. They press the issue, they have fair rifle engagements, and Origami does the rest. That is a fantastic multi-kill, bringing the Vicious right back into contention here on sub-base. The question I was going to pose to you was starting more on the defense here, because obviously they had the choice. Would that be affecting them? I'm seeing a lot of teams, especially on Ankara, go for BL, but here
để xem là
GR, it feels like the Vicious are now starting to
trong lúc này thì là xem là bên này đang tình hình thế nào. Chưa bắn luôn à? Chưa bắn luôn, bên này chưa bắn.
What they need to do when they do get onto the BL side, potentially what that number that they're going to need to hit would be. I think KingZero will be a little bit disappointed with themselves to have now sort of dropped a couple of clutches, because had they gone their way, KingZero could be once again just dominating this map. But right now it feels like it's very much hanging in the balance.
They're doing the same staging again. It's always this deep smoke to take just further inroads towards this B bomb site, making it really difficult.
Nói chung là mình vẫn ngồi xem cùng cả các bạn đến cuối ngày luôn. Còn 2 trận thì chọn một trong 2 mà xem.
It feels like he's treading a fine line, and with Tong getting an opener.
Liquid khả năng là phải bắn cuối ngày hôm nay rồi. Chắc ở tầm 9 giờ.
Look at this and say, yeah, that's going to be a B split, but why though? They've still got to go back and get that C4. They're going to try to fight their way into B without it. Maybe see if they can just overload the position and go back and grab it later on in the piece, but this has not worked.
Ê, làm được nha.
Làm được nha. He was actually decent in that first map. Doing very well here in the second again, and now Tong once more tasked with a
lộ phút rồi.
Can you hear them?
Don't think
Không.
so. Certainly a bit of a surprise. Turns around and gets them both anyway. That is a huge whiff from the Vicious.
Excuse me?
I have no words.
Neither do
I don't really know what to say about that.
I mean, look at this 180, a snap, and then a pop over towards the head, and he's just so cool with it. It's like, yeah, you know, another day in the office, easy clutch. Stop leaving the C4 all the way back in the depths of your spawn. KingZero. The fact that you can win despite that is ridiculous. And now look at the switch up straight in towards middle, straight in towards A.
Chết mẹ rồi. Pha này khác mẹ thì cái pha mẹ 3v1 đâu. Mày nhá. Cương được.
Yeah, I think KingZero make a bit of a meal of that one. Actually, they lose so much HP on those players that were initially working their way in through mid, and they also don't find the entry onto A. At that point, your round is pretty much over, because the rotate on this map can be pretty quick from B in towards that window position. XN obviously looking to try to salvage this one in 1v3, but he's got a lot of angles to clear up in window. And if he 50-50s it, even if he looks in the right direction, it's going to be tough. Ice Cube will finish it off. 3 apiece. Much different kind of ball game than what we had on map 1, which felt like it was a very, very comfortable position for KingZero. Now they're
khả năng là gặp Nemesis rồi.
Yeah, not being caught off either are the Vicious. That was a complete change of direction and narrative for King Zero in that previous, and yet the Vicious has set themselves up in a really nice setup where rotations could be a little bit faster. Nevis holding the line. Oh, so too was Tong. And yet neither of the snipers will connect. I mean, now we just are getting more answers into the Vicious and their sub-base. Maybe they've been working on it ahead of the international stage here at EWC.
Yeah, potentially. King Zero very much taking their time about things once again. Nevis always baited out. And XN somehow walks away full HP. I can't believe it, but King Zero, they're going to try their hand once again at this A site hit, and this time scaling a little bit better as a lineup, but just not finding those entries still. PBZ with the important trade. He'll be flashed out now.
Bỏ em ơi. Bỏ.
Smoke. Very low. King Zero have the plant, but they have a numbers deficit right
Rồi.
now. Tong is trying to overcome. He eventually
Biết hai
will
bị
have
móc.
to fall back by the wayside. Spots 3 players out there.
Làm được không? Còn 3 flash mà. Cũng được. Trời ơi, 3 flash mà không một tác dụng được. Không một tác dụng à? Khó đấy.
Yeah, it's a tough one
Trời
to
ơi,
lose
còn
for
3
the Vicious.
flash
They need to be a
á.
little bit cleaner on the entry down the stairs.
3
there,
flash
and
là
they
3
probably need to be
flash đi
timing
móc
it a
đấy.
bit better with the window player as well. It looked like PBZ wasn't really in position to fight. He was smoked off. So it ends up being sort of two
không set up được
pronged
flash để mà
approach really
counter.
from the Vicious. Now aggression in towards that machine room. 1-for-1 so far. There's numbers here on both sides. Shots coming through from PBZ looking good, and Ice is low. So he's just going to fall back away. YF and XN eventually arriving to finish off that job.
Okay. Just out of nowhere, XN just comes through the middle of the
Bằng một
match.
cách nào đấy, đi bại 4-3 trở thành là 1-3 luôn.
With all of the Vicious who are forward facing, who are really anticipating more fights. PBZ caught off guard completely.
What the fuck luôn.
And now it falls to Ice Cube. This is winnable. This is manageable. The difficulty you've got is they're on completely the opposite side of the map.
Yeah. Tough one for Ice Cube, but these were the kinds of rounds that he would win in the past. You know, we hold Ice Cube in such a high regard because of moments like this that he was able to pull off.
Come on then.
A couple of years ago. He's been riding on the coattails of that success for 2 years, and I think now is a good time to step up. Both Ice and XN are low. If you can overwhelm Tong, this becomes very doable, but he can't get past Tong. King Zero get themselves another round.
Yeah, that was always going to be really difficult for Ice Cube. This is nice, though, because, again, we're seeing a lot of variety out of both of these teams. The Vicious not really afraid of pushing the issue, taking the fight in towards Machinery. They had 3 players there. They had some really important trades, but they just had no one in mids. Like that was the small oversight. That comes with the insecurity of playing this map that you've just been punished on consistently, the one that you've not been leaning into. It's just that small little oversight, and it's the reaction as well out of King Zero. The decision out of XN to go that direction is instantaneous. It's an instant punish and another round win.
Đéo hiểu địt mẹ bây giờ một người Brazil nói tiếng Anh cho 5 người Việt nói nghe hiểu cái lúc kiểu đang nhạy cảm. Đéo biết có thể truyền đạt được không?
Honestly, the Vicious seem like they're pretty happy to allow King Zero to take this space.
Well, previously they've never had the C4.
Well, this will be a full B hit. The flash is coming over the top. You can see.
Mẹ thế của nó rồi.
Push them away. Ice Cube has already lost a bit of that space. 9U's position, a good one. He's a real thorn in the side. The rest of the squad still pushing their way through. Nevis overcommitting without his team. Ends up giving it back. It's now down to a 3.
Còn 3 flash, 1 smoke, 1 net.
Going to be the easiest to get through here with the.
Vẫn retake được.
Ice Cube's going to try and misc his way out of the smoke, and he catches a perfect timing onto Ice. 9U unable to find that trade initially, helped out though by XN, and now gets involved himself. It is all starting to get a little bit messy. J Leo is isolated in the 1v1 here. Tong with the time on his side. The defuse tapped and out the peak, and J Leo will take the final round of the half for the Vicious.
And I think they deserve it. I think they deserve to be
4 năm là trông còn hốp đấy.
that the scoreline suggests. I think they've done a really good
Trông là
job
còn có
here,
hope ấy.
just on that defense. Nice little tap out there. Tong has been prone to overpeaking, has been overpeaking a lot in this first half, and you just punish him. Felt like the crossfire was really good. The overextension turns out not to matter out of Nevis. It's Ice Cube that goes with a brave play of his own. And Tong can't quite believe it, but it's okay for King Zero because they're still just about in the lead. Massive in towards Machine Room, and it's all coming up rosy for King Zero, at least in the initial kills. But Ice Cube's now found a double. XN and Tong will have to pick up the pieces in the 2v2.
Yeah, XN's just going to try to keep them locked in here to Machine Room and see if maybe he can wait for Tong to wrap back across to get into that position to watch lockers. So they're just trying to keep Vicious stuck in position, and they're very well aware of where those peaks are going to be coming from. So Tong will make no mistake, locks it down for both. 6-4 the lead as the second half does get underway solidly for King Zero.
And as King Zero just on the offense, I think actually taking a page out of the Vicious's playbook, just rushing Machine Room. Ice Cube does really well to wrestle back that control there with the sniper. But I love the position out of Tong. He's almost that second layer just in case things go a little bit awry. Nice containment by King Zero. They start putting the
Đằng
pressure
sau
back
quả smoke
onto
là
the
có
Vicious.
người đó.
They hold them at bay. Still, the Vicious breathing down their necks, and this is really quick in towards this B bomb site. And now you got to back out if you're Ice. YF here too, and the initial kills are going all in favor of the Vicious. Finally, we'll get an answer back, but it's going to be too little, too late.
Yeah, just swarming that side. That's often the issue in a game like this one when you can move so quickly.
Không, chưa trôi đâu, chưa trôi được.
On the defense, you just get swarmed. Right, there's just so many numbers heading in your direction. It's very easy to get overwhelmed. 6-5, King Zero. Like I said, they're continuing to be really pressured here by the Vicious.
Chưa trôi được, chưa trôi được.
Can't get complacent.
Vẫn còn hope.
King Zero. You would have assumed when you did this veto that this map was a lock. And instead, you're finding it to be way more challenging than you initially thought. That's a devious angle from Tong, just right on the edge of the vent. Nice Cube going for Tong's favourite sight line, not seeing a peep in towards mid.
Patience of virtue there for Ice Cube. Will inevitably get smoked off. So he'll probably have to be a little bit more patient, in fact.
Things rotates as well. There's only one player directly on this A bomb site, and that's exactly where the Vicious are heading. King Zero will recognize what's happening, and they'll find out the hard way.
Công chui vào rồi.
In the end, it's going to be that A side hold that's going to be all important.
Qua rồi, chỉ đu đi.
Lock it down for as long as he possibly can, and Tong in there at the moment to get himself one more. Good trades here from King Zero. They are really having to fight for that space. They've done so successfully. They won't hold on to the site itself, but they've given themselves a numbers advantage for this post plant. Tong also with some good space at the top of the stairs there will allow that transition to come across from Ice. They'll attack that together. Or maybe even with the...
Nó còn một flash nha.
They're all being there.
Né được quả flash này đi. Kéo né được luôn.
That's a much better burst. Ice Cube now has to do it all.
Hay.
Trying to manage the angles and we'll hit the second shot. This will be an impeccable Ice Cube, but he can't quite manage it. Too many players there for King Zero.
I was so ready to say that's a little bit more like it from Ice Cube, because that is exactly the round that I'm talking about when I say Ice Cube was that guy. 2 years ago, Ice Cube wins that clutch. He hits that third shot, and that's a round for his team.
Nhắc về ai cúp 2 năm trước giờ. Nếu là ai cúp 2 năm trước thì là clutch được. Trời má ơi. Góc khó mà.
You were even highlighting it. The third player rotates over towards those stairs. And that's the difference, because if they were split up there, Ice Cube's got more of a chance.
Yeah, he's got more room to work with. End of the day, King Zero slowly but surely putting this map together. Time running out for the Vicious if they want to remain competitive. PBZ, he continues to chime in. Quietly putting together a pretty good map for himself, 12-9. Alongside that 14-10 from Ice Cube, that's the driving force between these 5 rounds from the Vicious. Might be another one on offense where they can potentially get themselves to 6. Tagged up, and XN out of the picture already. The Vicious have made some good probing moves at the start of round 13.
The reaction as a
consequence. 4 nha.
And no one can hold a candle to Tong and his individual output. I spoke with Salvatore in the interview about stopping him, but he's currently 16-6. And speaking of stopping, you've now been stopped in your tracks. Cube walks through the smoke, switches to the scope, and in fact, it's the riflers that do the work. They just burst through onto the B scene, and they're able to create a hell of a crime 5v2, Ice Cube.
Ooh. Hold on. Let's not count out chickens just
Ngon.
yet. Tong though taken
Còn nó
down.
đen
All
thôi.
on YF.
Counting them.
Quay nó.
Has done pretty well so
Quay
far.
nó.
He's got that. What is this? He's out in the open. Origami. If you
Quay
go down
nó.
here, the round is suspect. Oof. That's what I'm talking about, though. I mean, I've seen some stuff in this game. I can tell
Where's
you.
that come from? It's just ridiculous.
It's all good.
1v4 nearly just gets converted like that. I mean, the second shot was insane.
I was just really waiting for Tong to get himself an extra kill there. If Tong had gotten the second there before he went down in jail, I think it was totally on. But not to be this time around. The Vicious avoiding it, keeping the score competitive.
Của B2 bị nhỏ tiếp nhưng mà là đánh nhanh.
This time around, you got 3 players set up. Quick rotate as well, though available for
Ngon,
King Zero.
tự dưng rồi.
Comes in. XN no chance, but Ice good for
3
the
cú B vào
trade.
được,
He just
3
has to
cú B
try
vào
to
được.
hold on as long as he possibly can.
Được.
Which is not going to happen at all. The Vicious take so much space so quickly.
Mà tự dưng rớt xuống bú thế.
In these rounds, last couple have
Quả đấy
just
mà
been
không rơi xuống
King
chắc
Zero
mẹ
looking
còn
for
gãy.
clues, but ultimately it's just
Cậu
been
rơi
the
xuống
Vicious
bú vãi cả
charging
trường.
down. It's been fantastic to watch out of them, and now you're stuck at this juncture. If you're King Zero, you're 7-7, you don't actually know
Tôi
what
phải
the right
xuống
move
lấy
is.
đồ
Do
đó các
you
bạn ơi.
push? Do you look for more info, or do you just sit back and wait for them to come to you?
Yeah, I think it would not be the worst thing in the world for King Zero to play a little bit more proactively on this defense. I mean, you got Tong 17 and 8. See if you can activate him. See if you can maybe take some machine room control potentially, or some wood control. Set him on a bit more of an aggressive line. He's hitting his shots.
Extremities here, like it feels like they've just not done that once.
They haven't, and you know, I guess to an extent, King Zero can say, well, we've been in the lead. We don't need to rock the boat. But now you're starting to see Vicious come back a little bit. So maybe things are going to have to change. But still got a timeout in the back pocket if necessary.
Maybe double snipe is necessary. You've got Tong over at A, YF towards B, and they're going straight into that primary sniper. Ice Cube, though, has been able to do the damage. 9U needs to provide cover for Tong to give him another opportunity here with this sniper, and he's doing more than that. A multi out of 9U puts the player advantage in check for King Zero as Tong can finally fire. And now in this 4 versus 2, it looks like King Zero are going to consistently maintain control of this lead.
Yeah, I love that from 9U. That's perfect stuff. You're exactly right, Tong. He was up the creek without a paddle, so to speak, and he needed someone to help him out. 9U was there for that double, and that's where then Tong rewards him with an extra kill to bring through what should be a reasonably comfortable round here for King Zero. But still, minute on the clock. The Vicious going to give it a crack. Ice Cube isolating himself. And so King Zero will maintain the lead. They'll hold on to it for now. Shut down that streak of rounds that was getting put together by the Vicious.
It's interesting looking at the stylistic, I think, clash between Ice Cube and Tong. Tong's more about survival, whereas Ice Cube's a lot more of a playmaker. Certainly seen that in sub-base in particular in this second half, with Ice Cube just dashing and diving through these smokes. Tong is much more willing to be almost a self-sacrificial piece, just to survive, just to get the riflers on the scene. That was a beautifully orchestrated round out of King Zero, and hopefully that gets them more control and calm within this vicious storm.
Another patient start to this one for the Vicious. And you got plenty of time to work with, right? 2.5 minute round time, and you may as well see if you're going to get anything from King Zero here. But from what we've seen so far from this GR side, King Zero are really not the team that's going to be pushing aggressively anywhere. These are very, very passive lines being held. They're barely even taking any lockers control, frankly. So King Zero kind of just seem like they're very happy to kind of give the Vicious everything you could possibly want on that BL side, and they're going to back themselves in their side holds and in their retakes.
And I think it's just because of the weaponry choice, right? Double sniper on both bomb sites, that you're almost inviting them in to walk into that scope. And that can be great, but that can also be detrimental because of how quick Vicious have been scaling on towards these bomb sites. If you miss your first shot, you're done for. Ice, however, doesn't. And he's the guy with the rifle. XN then chimes in with another. Is still this player advantage maintained here by this defense. Under a minute left on the clock, but Nevis will change the tune.
Yeah, Nevis in from jail was the X factor that King Zero were not prepared for. He gets an important couple of kills there, and now it's on to Tong and 9U, who have actually kept the Vicious stuck in on the site, so very winnable positions, roughly speaking, should be known. 9U wins that duel on to Nevis. Both Ice Cube and PBZ well situated at this point. King Zero aware. Ice Cube now in the 1v1. He's been spotted. 9U's going to have to tap that defuse to try and draw out the peak. Ice Cube boats it forward and actually does win with the wide swing. Another round for the Vicious. I thought for sure that was going the way of King Zero in the 2v1, but Ice Cube stepping up into his namesake.
And that's more like it from Ice Cube?
Exactly. That's a bit more like it. I mean, he's starting to put together that performance that we had come to expect from him. 20 and 12. This was, you know, numbers that we were like, okay, that's Ice Cube every single game, basically. Yeah. And that's been missing maybe for 12 months. But if Ice Cube comes back online, this Vicious lineup, 100% they could be a really competitive team.
It's so interesting, so I was really going to be critical of the Vicious in that round and really compliment how Tog and 9U played off each other there in that retake, especially when the Vicious just tried to isolate 9U, but it was one player rather than the second, and then they get bailed out by individual brilliance. So I guess you can't complain all that much. What I will say, though, is that isn't sustainable, especially with the scoreline being as tense as it is. It's one player that can potentially make one misstep, one player that can potentially cost all of your hard work here for the Vicious.
I'm still very scared about this A-hole. I don't know that it will go so cleanly for King Zero if the Vicious test it again as what it did in that previous round where 9U was able to find the double to keep Tong alive. It does kind of look like the Vicious are kind of keen to set themselves up for an A take here. They've, you know, put a bit of pressure over towards B, but it's mostly been util getting tossed, and you can sort of see the direction that they're moving in is towards A. So I kind of like the fact that King Zero have actually stacked that site with a second player. Have lost that mid control though, so these B players are going to have a bit of difficulty rotating their way across to reinforce A. A lot of this comes down to what that A hold is going to look like from 9U and Tong.
Especially with Ice Cube just finding the opener. There's that 9U hold though, able to find the multi. XN is doing all the work, but look at this from Tong. All the contact being taken is a wombo combo over towards the stairs.
I think if you're the Vicious, you're going to have to be doing better than that if you want to try to fake towards B. You can't just have one guy kind of poking around. Sure, he got himself a kill, but King Zero had already really figured out what was happening in that round. They had rotated the extra player over towards A early. They knew that that was where the hit was going to come from, and now the Vicious, they're playing for overtime. King Zero playing for that 10-8 victory to close this out 2-0.
See if they can do it. I think regardless of the map scoreline, we'll be sitting here scratching our heads thinking, how have King Zero not got this? Space being taken, but being reclaimed by YF. And 9U will lock in another. It feels like it is over here on sub-base for the Vicious. Overtime not being locked in. King Zero will take it down in 2, but that second map, that was a real challenge.
Yeah, it was much better from the Vicious, but I will say that's why we don't see a dry push through the smoke in mid all that often on the BL side of sub-base. It was way too easy for King Zero in that final round of the game, and ultimately, you know, it takes maybe a bit of a shine off of that one for the Vicious. So 2-0 in the end. Yeah, they were competitive on the second map, but I don't think anyone's going to really remember that. At the end of the day, scoreline reads 2-0. It is a team from CFPL. You know they're going to be good. You know they're going to be competitive going deeper into the competition. So I think we'll just look at that and say, yeah, job well done for King Zero, and unfortunately for the Vicious, a little bit more work needing to be done, and unfortunately you don't really have that many luxuries anymore, right? Having already lost your opening game.
Yeah, that is true, although I do want to give a little bit of credit to the Vicious because sub-base is a map that historically they've not been the best on. The difficulty you've got is that might be a map that they've put the most work into heading into EWC. You can't let your standards slip because you've got no room for error here, especially with this bracket and this format here at EWC in Paris. This is going to be really difficult now for the Vicious. For King Zero, we always expected them to be the favourites. The good news for them is, look, this is the first day of the competition.
Start to this one. Anyway, kind of just seem they're going to back themselves.
Galen Oliver doesn't, and he's the guy with these bomb sites. If you miss your first shot, you're done for. Ice, however, doesn't, and he's the guy with the rifle. XN then chimes in with another. It's still this advantage maintained here by this defense. Under a minute left on the clock, Nevis will change the tune.
Yeah, Nevis in from jail was the X factor that King Zero were not prepared for. He gets an important couple of kills there, and now it's on to Tong and 9U, who have actually kept the Vicious stuck in on the site, so very winnable positions.
Ui, không ai nhìn móc cả.
9U wins that duel on to Nevis. Both Ice Cube and
Trời ơi.
Well
Không ai nhìn móc á.
situated at this point. King Zero aware.
1-1.
Ice Cube now in the 1v1. He's been spotted.
Kèo khỏe, kèo khỏe.
Defuse to try and draw out the peak. Ice Cube booted forward.
8 đều.
All had every single line.
And the vision by individual.
Xong như nào mà thua?
About this, that's what it did in the throw over towards Ace to reinforce.
Find the multi, especially with Ice Cube.
Ui
What that
trời.
A-hold is going to look like from 9U and Tong.
À đánh à?
Especially with Ice Cube just finding the opener.
Trời ơi.
Hold though. Able to find the multi. XN is doing all the work, but look at
Wow.
this. Towards
Let's be zero over.
see if they can do it.
Đều.
Thinking how have King Zero
Rớt luôn.
not got this.
3
Space
bit
has
to,
been
1 bit nhỏ,
taken,
1 cuối
but
B.
being reclaimed by YF, and 9U will lock in another. It
Xong.
feels like it's not challenged.
Mid.
Gãy
All
quả
that
ác thật.
often on the BLC.
À,
Almost underestimated.
game đúng tục luôn.
Shots, but if you look at action again, just pushing mid, getting right out of back, but then the complete action from Nemesis. They knew that they took mid, so they instantly just rushed and closed the round on B side. This is the second time that Nemesis do the same.
Ui kết
and
luôn thì
both
con
of them
Nemesis
were
năm
successful.
3
So
tấn
well played
công
by
á.
Nemesis. They still
Chả
have a
vệ
very,
tinh á.
very good half to close in. If they can
Thật.
make it into 6-3, it's
AKT
gonna be quite
12
difficult to
xác.
come back, especially that they're gonna be switching to the blacklist side. The side
Wow.
that I think it's hard on this map. Yes,
Cú
with the
lừa.
changes, it's kind of made it a
Cú
bit
lừa.
blacklist side change, but still, I think that because of the fast rotation, the close corners that you need to check, the smokes, the Q smokes in mid, the Q smokes in big and
Rồi.
mini, the global side is
Xếp lùi
heavily
sau rồi.
favored on this map.
Round cuối.
Nemesis doing the job that they were looking to
Bây giờ ai bảo map này
look for
thuần thủ nào?
on their opening map.
Ai bảo map này thuần thủ?
And still that slow, methodical playstyle of
Khi mà tất cả các đội bây giờ đều biết công rồi
finding
nhá.
necessary splits to cause a bit of a
Yeah.
ruckus on the rotations.
Map thủ đánh máu công hết.
GNC?
Pretty
Rồi
solid.
thấy
And
một
yeah,
tháp
GNC
bỏ
has
tháp
gotten
luôn.
very far forward. I
Vini
don't
bỏ
know if
tháp.
Dipsy spotted him. He
Vini không bỏ
absolutely
tháp á?
not.
Đúng.
And now he's just going to try to
Là-
confirm this kill. And he will.
Rồi biết B.
Here comes the main hit.
Silva báo.
Into Silva
Silva
once
báo.
more.
Kề
After
chết một.
nail these shots
Kề
straight away.
chết
He
đôi.
finds the first Fifi. Finally finds a little bit from himself. And MG will also find what he needed. They hang on to just keeping this round or these rounds within one. But you have to commend for Nemesis in terms of how they've started this best of three.
Không,
and the
sắp xếp gì
expectation
bro?
now to try
Mới
and close this out now that they've
first
switched
half
over to the
à?
great risk side.
It should
Mới
be
first half
easy. We're
thôi.
gonna be seeing now Nemesis on the
Chưa có
global
gì
side.
hết.
If they can get this first round, they can put themselves on board.
Để xem mẹ mấy thằng Brazil bắn với cả mấy thằng Ai Cập này này.
Yes, maybe Rock still have the chances of closing this map, but it's not going to be.
Bây giờ
a
mới là
it's
sức
not gonna
mạnh
be a
của
one-sided
mẹ
game, because Rock usually we mentioned
sức
that this
mạnh
team
của
is not
Brazil
the
này.
best at its best. They just improve day by day during the international stages. So we are seeing a very good
Vini
performance
bóp
from
quả
Nemesis as
nổ.
well. So 5-4 is a fair half, but now Action almost lost his life to this wallbang. He took some
MG.
little bit
Ui, MG
fair
không bắn bom á?
from comments
Vãi.
from back, but still no signs of push until now. The
Nét
C4 is
nhờ.
on tower. All the players are gathered on mid.
Đâu để xem
Silva switching
Rock công mid thế
into
nào đâu. À không, Rock
HK
đéo công
just
mid.
leaving his sniper. That means
Rock
that
đi
there
đâu
is
ta?
a push and a commitment into a site coming out from
Rock
team
đi chiếm
Rock
ở B.
right now. 1 minute and 20
Đi
seconds.
chiếm chốt point ở B.
And they still haven't made any presence on big and mini until FIIO just wallbangs the quad boxes now.
Chiếm được không?
Rock now have to deal with some of this utility in mid. Deeper smokes being tossed out by the defense makes these splits a little bit more difficult here for Rock. We're thinking about a B split.
4-5 là cân kèo. Nó gọi chuẩn là cân kèo.
Rock looks towards A instead. They're gonna wait out
Bóp
this smoke.
flash.
They've got a flash primed and
Chiếm
ready for
hẻm
action
A.
to get involved. And he can't
Hẻm
find
A lia.
anything either. Hoping that that causes a
Chiếm được
little
hầm
bit
B.
of fake.
4 mid, 1 hầm B.
Nobody on Nemesis
Đánh thẳng vào B
bunch.
luôn.
Here comes another
Số
flash
cửa A,
to
số
set
cửa B.
up another B play.
Xong băng qua smoke để mà phệt
But
cái
39
B.
seconds
Băng
left
vào
on the
sinh
clock.
đánh
Rock
B.
have got to start making definitive decisions as to where they want to end.
Nhưng mà bên này
They're
chặn
gonna
4
go
thằng.
into this B
Địt
site,
con
into
mẹ
the
được
stack,
chưa?
into all of these
Rồi,
Nemesis
mất một thằng.
players, but Raven finds
Mất một
nothing.
thằng.
And Action finds a very
Mất hai
necessary
đằng.
opening, and now it's Phoebe's turn to turn up
Vẫn
the
là
heat.
vào
20
B.
seconds left on the clock. Dipsy
Được
can
1,
place
được
one,
2,
found two
được 3,
instantaneously, and
phải
picked up the
rồi.
third before he hits the deck.
Mà hết rồi.
14 seconds left on the clock. The bomb should be
Vẫn
able to
kinh,
go down,
nhưng
but
mà là hết rồi.
Alucard, he has an opportunity at clutching up here.
Well, I mean, Dipsy.
Ê, bắt bài ha.
This, let's say,
Đây đúng chuẩn là bắt bài đấy. Biết là Rock chuyên đánh mid rồi. Biết Rock chuyên đánh mid và cài một người ở cánh. 4 mid một cánh. Bắt đúng bài nhưng mà bắn tay không lại. Đó. Đây là bắn tay không lại thôi. Còn đâu bắt đúng bài đấy. Ghê đấy. 5-4, 5 đều.
Unsteady round by Rocky Sports. Now they equalize it, and we've seen this again. It was 3-3. Now it's 5-5.
5 đều.
And the control from Team Nemesis into the B-side. Just Dipsy is trying to take the full B-long control. Trying to fight versus Silva, and Silva already knows that Dipsy is heavily pushed into the tunnels.
Double sniper set up on the offense.
Giờ là Nemesis sẽ là giữ chết luôn cái hẻm A này. Và Rock vẫn sẽ lên hẻm A để mà chiếm. Nhưng mà Rock lại muốn chiếm ở B trước. Rock chiếm ở B trước xong tí mới bắt đầu đi chiếm hẻm A. Lúc này hẻm A lại bỏ. BQ sẽ phải báo cho Alucard là hẻm A chiếm. Alucard tính gì? Đết đầu. Góc này bắn được nè. Nhất quyết không nhả cái B. Mà nên nhớ rằng là bọn Rock này cái giải tham binh của nó rất rộng. Năm ngoái, năm kia là Phê đã côn để bắn mát chạm vệ tinh với cái khoảng tham binh là 25 giây rồi. 25 giây vất đánh vào. Thậm chí là 15 giây. 15 giây mới đánh vào sai. Giờ chắc là đánh A. Khả năng đánh A. Khả năng đánh A. Băng qua smoke để đánh luôn. Đánh A rồi, 4 mid một cánh. Tay khỏe nhá. Tay rất khỏe luôn. Bây giờ Alucard mà chết là đứt rồi. Alucard lộ rồi. Alucard lộ rồi.
Alucard just has to live at this point. They still have themselves an advantage here, Nemesis. 20 seconds left on the clock. MG's got to book it in. Or Action rather, who's got the bomb on his back, or excuse me, Silva.
4-3. Một cháu lên đường, hai cháu lên đường, ba cháu. Và cháu cuối cùng.
Action's got his gun at the ready. Dipsy now in a 1-on-2 has done some great work over there on B, but now has to do it on A. So much pressure being applied to him from both angles.
Cháu thứ
but the
tư.
pistol is out for MG.
Vãi cả cứt.
And he shall arrive.
That's the experience we're talking about. That's how you handle the pressure. That's how you handle the retake.
Được chưa?
Well played on by them. But Raffin actually just
Nemesis. Tôi đánh giá là họ là một đội cương tay để mà thủ được ở cái giai đoạn đầu là ok, rất ok luôn.
So this is an aggressive push coming out from Nemesis. A late flash from them, but Action still gets the kill off Raffin, and we've seen Action
nói đúng chuẩn ra là Nemesis là một đội tuyển cương ở giai đoạn đầu là ok, giai đoạn giữa cũng hòm hòm, nhưng giai đoạn cuối là bỏ, giai đoạn cuối là thua tay luôn. Chưa biết cách setup để mà mẹ lấy lại được offside.
Yep. It just feels like there is a
đây là
well-oiled machine brewing, humming at the pace
setup
that they want right
để
now.
vào.
Forcing Nemesis to play to their speed.
Chưa kịp bắn là chết rồi.
And regardless of the stacks, regardless of the reads, there hasn't been the solution for Nemesis. And I think you're absolutely right, Penguin. I think a pause has to be on the near horizon, especially if this round goes awry. But a minute 25, and look at how much pressure they can apply. They've tossed in that A lurk smoke every time. They've gone through it a couple of times. They can still use it to reroute over to B. There's plenty of options here for Rock, and Nemesis kind of been thrown for a loop here. And this time around, Beck will look at that
bài sang bắn nữa không? Bài sang không?
It's this B side
Ui,
that Rock
qua được rồi á?
set upon.
Xong,
Exactly,
bài
look
của
at
mình.
MG, he's just
Ê!
gonna lay, but Comics immediately
Bằng cách nào đấy
Just
mẹ, thằng này nó còn ăn được.
kills MG in the process of just moving and trying to get the information. And he's 22 HP. VNC already was the side.
Lấy được bom bê rồi.
Comics just can't step forward. It's 3v3. But Comics is a very low HP. He took the sniper.
Lấy được bom
He's
bê.
trying to get some information, and now Action just backed VNC a bit. And again,
4v3 không được thì 3v3 không có cửa.
round from Rocky Sports. 3v3. Beck and Alucard, you need to try to work together. It's Alucard alone right now. He's going to be trying to retake from CT. I believe that this is the better call because Comics is kind of a dead person. He needs to be traded.
Trừ khi hai móc phải bắn vãi lồn luôn đấy. Thật, hai móc phải bắn vãi lồn luôn.
He can get the better of Alucard, and exactly that's what you mentioned. And BNC just tries to dumb it down. Comics falls.
Hai móc.
Immediate rat after.
Cái người đi lẻ còn chết thì hai móc không ăn thua.
Pressure from Silva. He knows that these guys might be coming from the back. He knows that
visa chậm đâu, người ta có visa rồi, nhưng mà người ta đang đi bằng xe buýt.
Pushes gets Alucard off guard and gets the round for his teammates. Rocky Sports they started very slow, 0-3, and now they are 7-5.
And it just feels like everything that they're throwing at Nemesis just is the right option.
Ôi,
You're
cho
starting
chúng
to
ta
see
chiếm
the
mid
chemistry
luôn.
with these players in these pose plans, something that I spoke about where Nemesis would have to find the edge, but it is Rock every day. There's the immediate trade by MG, finding his counterpart in Alucard. Aggression all over the shop here for Nemesis, especially on that B side, but nothing netting for them. Rock now bending towards mid, spotting out all of those players and taking the complementary space because of it. VNC now donning the secondary, gets ripped to shreds from VNC. This A-bomb site now ripe for the taking. That C4 should hit good. Maybe spotted out too, and he goes down, but here comes the lurk from Silva. Lurks on lurks, kills on kills, and Rock have just figured out the secret formula.
Nemesis công đâu, Rock cũng thế, công rất hay nhưng mà thủ thì...
A tactical pose is needed by Nemesis. Rocky Sports, these guys, I said, that's why I kept saying and insisting. It's not biased. It was, I know that Rocky Sports, they usually don't start very strong. They start very slow. They try to kind of test the pace, their aim, their strategies, their actions and retakes. Nemesis, they start very strong because they have a good preparation. They have a good analysis. And the in-game, let's say, the in-game reflections of how good Rock played is after the 3 rounds. They knew that Nemesis is relying on the big and mini, so they tried to strengthen this area, they tried to support this area, and they were successful. So they tried to also Nemesis, they've seen them trying to go through mid, so Action just knew what he needs to do. He played in the smoke, he got double, triple kills, tried to push, deny the information. So it was perfect executions from Rocky Sports. Rock are usually the team that's doing the reactions. They left Nemesis to do all the actions that they have, and they started doing the reactions, and the reactions did a very good job of making them come back to the game. It's now 8-5 in favor of Rock. And the tactical timeout for Nemesis, they need to be trying to change the gameplay, the pace.
What would you change though? I mean at this point right
now. Vấn đề là mẹ
what else they can
cái kiểu của mấy thằng Brazil nó xử lý cá nhân
so you don't have a solution.
Là nó sẽ bắn kiểu có quay đến chết chứ nó không bao giờ phô hẳn ra để mà cho người ta bắn đâu.
You need to try to kind of play aggressive, but in the middle of the round, not at the beginning of the round. Because you tried 2 or 3 times at the beginning of the round, and they're already aware. Rocky Sports are aware. They check if you're pushing at the beginning of the round, so they make the reactions. But in the middle of the round, you can catch them off guard. And you know that Rocky Sports are playing very, very slow. They push in the last 30 seconds, right? So you need to push the information at this time. At under 1 minute.
Không thua mấy round đấy là có map 3 set gì. Khéo chả có map 3 luôn. Thắng luôn.
Well, let's see if that mid-round adaptation does come through here from Nemesis. I'll be curious to see what these changes are because they have run out of time or nearly run out of time here on map number 1 of our opening matchup here between Rock and
Thắng luôn
Nemesis.
chứ không phải là thua một map đâu.
Looking to potentially nade combo here into Beck's crosshairs, but that does miss. So Rock looking to push the tempo in mid will be slowed down. And with that, that plan B of looking at B space comes to fruition as well. But
Vienna đấy nó
we've seen this pace really work out
nó thi đấu.
for Rock as these rounds have unfolded. And they don't really show any signs of changing things up here.
I mean, Rock, they're still playing very slow. They now have the big or the mini control.
Rock phải chiếm ở B tới chết.
So they are kinda trying to
Rồi đánh đâu rồi
find
đánh.
an angle to get this round, but yet Nemesis, they are still trying to play the same. Raffin finally, he
Rồi,
gets rid
dứt
out of
luôn
MG,
mẹ
and this
thằng
is
ngắm ở mid rồi.
exactly the mid round intel that we asked Nemesis to be doing. He just double picked mid and got rid of the MG. We know that MG is
Vienna,
not the guy that he's pushing
một.
into sides. He's always the guy who's
Vienna
staying in
một.
the back, trying to get the kills, trying to deny the rotation, or getting an
Tại vì
information and intel for
2 năm
his
liên tiếp
teammates.
thì
So
là
this
hai
push
hai đội
right
tuyển
now,
Brazil khác nhau mà,
they're
không phải là
down
một
in
đội tuyển
numbers,
mà là hai đội tuyển
but yet
Brazil
the
khác nhau.
C4 is around B side. Full rotation count from the guys, yet except Silva. He's
Chỉ có cái
MG's
layup của
role
Vienna
on this
là
side.
mẹ còn trụ lại thôi.
Looks like he might go through a smoke there. Tough kills for Silva on his
Layup
plate.
kia thì không.
It's really got to come down to these three players.
Chả flash nhưng mà không ngó mặt lên à?
Rồi
Rồi sao chết mẹ rồi. Bùm trắng chưa? Vẫn đép được này.
And yet still, Action and Silva still have
Vẫn đép được
something to
này.
say here. 14 seconds left on the clock. They've got to get a move on. But Silva is just so far away that this should be round over. Nemesis make that mid-round adaptation, get the right players in the right spaces. And that tactical timeout, Penguin, seems to have worked in dividends.
Exactly, and this is why we have tactical timeouts. The guys, the rotations, the adaptations, sometimes it's not working. Sometimes you need to just chill. Sometimes you need to breathe, as you mentioned. Sometimes you just need to take some air, to chill, to try to calm down your communication. This is exactly what happened by
Tactical timeout nó sẽ có nhiều tác dụng. Một là để thở, hai là để nghỉ ngơi, ba là đưa ra chiến thuật. Trong ba cái đấy thường thì nó sẽ là thở là chính.
Which is kind of the hardest side on this map. It is not heavily sided around Glober's side, unlike the old compound, but still Nemesis they can make the miracle and just get
Action
versus
kiếm
Rock's
fit.
Ooh, little pacier here from Rock. They've taken mid
Giờ
at
game
a
xe
minute
của nó khác gì
55,
biết
and they're
không?
looking to what
Nó
worked
cả
for them
nô như
before.
nhau.
It's tossing in that A lurk smoke and then
Uầy,
moving towards
góc
through it.
góc căn đẹp
Action
chưa?
finds the trade.
Góc căn
And
bắt
there's definitely
bên
room
BL
for
phải mở
Rock
góc.
to maneuver now
Mình
that
được
they've gotten this quick,
mình
this
được
far
free
up.
luôn.
Raffin now tasked with holding on to
Giờ
A
Soloa
by
bây giờ mới là
his
đáng
lonesome.
sợ đây.
This
Soloa giờ đáng sợ
chokehold
chưa?
is very easy to
Đáng
find
sợ
some
chưa?
kills, but
Thấy mũi
he's
chòm
gonna
đầu.
win. He's gonna fight tooth and nail to hold on, and Raffin will find another. He's found
Trời ơi,
Action,
mất
but
A luôn.
Action will win the
Đọ
day.
nhau ở mid.
And MG
Bất
with
ngờ
a
chưa
quick
mấy con
double as
rời.
well. Massive work there from the lurk on the sniper rifle there. And it leaves it all up to Alucard.
Bất ngờ chưa mấy con rời.
But Silva will have the last laugh. It's map point for Rock.
Exactly, what a round by them. I mean, Fefe, as you mentioned, he tried to change the pace, he tried to play very aggressive, and yes, he took mid under 1:50 minutes, and then suddenly he faces Raffin. Raffin gets the kill. Yes, Raffin whiffed a bit before getting this kill, but in the end, the Action is always the guy that he's changing everything for his teammates. He's the one guy that trades, lurks, pushes,
ảo thuật,
does
ảo
everything
thuật,
for
ảo
his
thuật.
teammates. Silva tries to take the B pillars controller on, but he got punished immediately by Comics.
Rồi, bắn cả vớp góc này rồi. Chắc được một. Sợ chưa, sợ chưa? Sợ chưa?
And Rock, who's one round away, they know that they have one guy on shotgun, so if they group and push, they still have chances of winning this round.
Rock khôn, nhá đúng một tí không tay.
That's been so valuable to them in rounds previous. Or should say round previous, really.
No.
Nemesis totally fine with sitting on their haunches with this
Action
man
này
advantage.
Vẫn là
All the
buồn.
way back with a 3-player setup
Wow.
on B.
Thật sự là có thể
Here comes that
mại
mid
và
util.
ném vào
But
cái
Aylor
cửa
smoked the deep
hầm A
spawn
bằng
smoke as
góc đấy
well.
luôn á. Đẳng cấp.
Pushes these defensive players back. MG still has a chance at punishing some
Đẳng
players.
cấp.
But this time they're gonna
Đánh
go
B
through.
rồi, ném hồi sinh là chắc chắn là đánh B rồi. Ném cửa hầm A chỉ đánh B thôi.
Got to do a whole lot of work, but the flash is gorgeous. It completely blinds him up, and now MG can rain down from the heavens.
Rồi nó chuyển hướng đánh A luôn.
Thấy
mẹ mày rồi.
Bodies across the shop. They lose another trade. Raffin now has been spotted out, trying to hold on for as long as possible, and he does. Running out of bullets though, and now losing his life. It leaves it all up to Beck, who's had a hell of a start to this map, but needs to keep up the pace here to keep Nemesis alive on
Không được
map
ra thì
number one.
ném ở góc đấy thì ném góc đấy cả ném góc chân tháp thì cũng được. Tại vì là nó cùng khoảng cách mà, thậm chí là ở cái cái thùng vàng là nó còn hơi xa một xíu so với cả ở chỗ cầu thang thấp. Đi rồi. Có phút rồi. Nhấp nhô. 17 giây. Vào là bắn nhau. Hết. Không bao giờ đi tìm bom. Vào là bắn nhau.
MG's gotta chase him, and he finds it eventually. Switches out over to the primary and still finds the kill and the end of it all. Rock, they're slow to start for sure, but they roar back to life.
Thật sự là có thể mẹ mình cao tơ được pha đấy được á.
As they go up 1-0 in this series.
I mean, this round, you lose the round, you
thật á.
with all his bullets and he switches to the sniper rifle and just immediately no scopes him.
Pha đấy còn cao tơ được, còn ạ bố luôn đấy. Ạ bố luôn. Ở đây. Đây là tournament Baisa thắng 2-0, King Zero thắng 2 là lên rồi đây. Đấy, nhánh mẹ nó như thế này rồi. Winner of UB là upper bracket 1.4. 1.4 à? 1.4 là như nào? Đây là bracket bảng B này. Falcon thua thì Falcon sẽ xuống upper bracket 1.4. 1.4 là cái gì? Rồi. Bây giờ là Rock cả Nemesis là bắn nhau thì sẽ là đây là winner đúng không? Winner. Rock vào bắn cả Navi, một trong hai thằng này thì sẽ là loser ở bracket 4 1.4. Thì đúng còn gì nữa. Đảo nhánh thế nào được? Làm sao mà đảo nhánh được? Đúng không? Vào trong mới đảo nhánh. Chứ ở ngoài này người ta vẽ ra sẵn như thế này rồi thì anh em mình cứ thế là biết là mẹ cứ thế là này là nhánh của nó luôn rồi còn gì. Đúng không? Này Rock vào rồi này, Rock vào Nemesis xuống. Rock vào Nemesis xuống thì Nemesis là mẹ gặp Falcon rồi. Nemesis mà xuống bắn gặp Falcon một phát là mẹ đây. Cứ cho là Falcon ăn đi. Là Falcon vào đây. Thì bây giờ là tái đấu với cả Navi hoặc là Rock thôi. Chứ đảo nhánh gì nữa. Đúng không? Nhánh như này thì là ấy rồi còn gì. Chả lẽ đảo một phát mẹ sang tận đầu nhánh trên à? Là nhánh trên á. Loser of upper bracket 2.2, winner of lower bracket 1.1. Winner là cặp Aerobit và Vicious. Đây là dưới này. Loser of upper bracket 2.2. Đảo nhánh là là Navi hoặc là Rock sẽ là xuống Decider ở trên à? Là đảo mẹ hai là đảo của cái thằng bay sao King Zero xuống dưới à? Vãi lồn. Cái dish. Ui đảo thế thì rách rời. Thật rách rời luôn đấy. Nhưng thôi địt mẹ. Giả sử là Baisa ăn đi, King Zero cút xuống dưới thì là Falcon ăn được Nemesis thì sẽ là gặp King Zero. Rồi. Thế bây giờ là mẹ cái khó là mẹ Vicious ăn được cứ cho là Adobit ngày hôm nay mẹ xe buýt không tới nơi đi, ngày mai Adobit không được bắn đi, Vicious free win. Vicious sẽ gặp một trong hoặc là Navi hoặc là Rock. Là Navi sẽ là mẹ cái thằng có thể khả năng cao là Navi sẽ bắn với cả Vicious. This. Khó khăn nhân đôi. Khó khăn nhân đôi luôn. Không, ở đây nó hình như nó chỉ cho xem mỗi bảng B thôi, đéo cho xem bảng A. Xem mỗi bảng B, không cho xem bảng A. Xem AG với cả Q9 đi. Rock với cả mẹ ông này thôi chắc có khi là cho chim té đi là vừa. Rock vào rồi. AG Q9 mẹ còn căng hơn.
Matchup going into this one, going up against the OO.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, that's the latest edition, comes in this year, and it felt like it has elevated them a bit, right? They've become the gatekeeper team in the Chinese region, but the question is, can they go from gatekeeper to contender?
Nghĩ tới chuyện Barca thả KZ luôn. Barca có cái cất và nó thả Kinh Zone vào.
Yeah, maybe they're trying to hide something from a certain team in the same group as well, you know.
Tàu ngầm, Q9 bỏ đài quan sát, chạm phát sóng.
No-brainer ban for Q9 as well going into Black Widow.
Dinh đựng cấm.
One of the best, if not the best Black Widow team in the world if they have
đài quan sát.
Conversation, but Eagle Eye 2.0.
Yeah, Eagle Eye 2.0 coming out is a fun
AG
one.
lấy đài quan sát, Q9 lấy thủ.
Says this is our best chance to take map number 1. On a pretty unorthodox map, which is going to be a lot of fun to see. Mexico too.
Q9 lấy thị trấn Mộ Hoang á.
Both these maps have featured in their videos this year against each other. Eagle Eye was a 10-1 back in June.
Delicious vãi lờ lần. AG chọn thủ. Bài dị đấy.
Fair enough. Well, that's the historical evidence, and for New Mexico,
bài
we
dị
were
đấy.
expecting it to be banned out, right? Khai was saying
AG
it's going to be
bỏ
banned out the
thị
entire
trấn,
tournament.
đâu, AG bỏ dinh
So
tự cấm.
already an interesting start.
Thế thì
AGL
Q9
coming
bỏ
in
bến
as
cảng.
the previous champ said,
Và
"We've
chạm phát sóng
gotta
sẽ là
put
bắc cuối.
something in
AG
our
được pick
ballpark,
side,
and
AG chọn thủ.
New Mexico's it. Black
Thuần
Widow
thủ.
finish off, okay, pretty standard, but we'll go
Thuần
with
thủ.
it. Black Widow for AG picks it at the end. But Sneaky, you kind of look a little bit confused.
Dono mặc áo của vận động viên trông tếu thế. Cả bên ấy nè. Bên không phải EF mà là TF chứ. TF cũng mặc áo tuyển thủ kìa. Đương kim vô địch gặp con hàng. Nào để xem đương kim vô địch bắn thế nào nào. Tôi nghĩ là xem đương kim vô địch bắn thích bắt hơn là xem Rock.
For sure. I mean, you got to hold your cards close to your chest, right? Whenever you're coming into day number 1, you don't want to give everything away too quickly.
Rồi, thế là tôi biết cái kiểu đảo nhanh ấy rồi.
Some evidence and some preparation for your opponents a little bit later on.
Yeah, I mean they've known this opponent coming for a long time, right? So they've done a lot of prep, so much familiarity between these two teams.
Ôi giời, cười. Ôi trời ơi, cười.
Given the result last time around, but I think they're banking
Con lợn
on that
ZQ mỗi lần cười là tôi nghi ngờ
tricks
nhân
up
sinh
their sleeve.
vãi luôn đấy.
By the way, map
Thật sự
number
là các bạn
3
luôn.
is going to be new.
Mỗi lần mà thằng ZQ nó cười một cái là tôi thấy bắt đầu có cái gì đấy nó hơi sai ở trong cái trận đấu này luôn. Ngày xưa đã từng có rồi, thằng Even với cả thằng ZQ mỗi lần mà tôi nó hơi chớm cười cái thôi. Đặc biệt là cái thằng gì nhở? Đặc biệt là cái thằng Z-Way. Thế trận đang rất căng thẳng. Tự dưng nó cười cái. Đây là bên AG tự thua.
For our third best of 3 of the day.
Sợ lắm. Mỗi lần mà cái thằng AG này tự dưng có một thằng này tự dưng nó cười cái thôi là tôi bắt đầu nghi ngờ quan điểm luôn.
Back and forth a bit more exciting.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I feel like
this is the match of the day, right? We were
talking about two powerhouse teams in the Chinese region. We talk about AG being the defending champions. So there's a lot at stake here. In Q9, they have been able to beat them before, but the question is,
Q9 có Coi, XJU, Lin và Simi. AG thì vẫn như thế thôi. Coi với cả Yu sẽ thủ A cùng với cả XZ. Rồi, còn Lin thì sẽ là cái thằng mà chuyên thủ ở bên B. Và cái thằng Simi sẽ là cái thằng mà chuyên thủ ở mid. Có thể đảo cái sang B. Không, bịp chắc cùng lắm là bịp map 1 thôi các ông ơi. Bọn AG mà mẹ bịp xuống tận dưới để bắn nhau thì tôi thấy nó là phải đéo là tin. Tôi đéo là tin rồi, đánh A rồi. Này thì bịp này. Được chưa? Thấy đương kim vô địch bắn chưa?
Yeah, absolutely. AG doing a great job of pushing in and taking
Tao
over
khỏe,
that
tao
A
có
site.
quyền.
As a couple of kills were traded back at the very end, but Dre just
Nhưng mà
so
tao không bao giờ
good
làm kèo
tapping
kiểu
the
mẹ
heads, picks
quá
up
đáng
2
đâu.
kills, and secures that first round here for AG.
Không bao giờ.
This is kind of what we expected right from the get-go. AG with some nice aggression, and they're trying to make a statement right from the get-go.
Yeah, and it's an interesting point, right? Because the desk, I think they did a great job of just like highlighting a little bit about like, look, like Q9 have to play the defending champs. That's a lot to bring into this. I mean, and again, they have that little bit of a, you know, a buffer where they have been able to beat them online, but now this is a very different, you know, state. And now AG, they're winning these opening kills. So this is a big thing for them because now it's just, again, that confidence just is building quicker and quicker. And look at how fast they're just taking the site control.
ZQ tăng đầu luôn. Ok. Trời ơi, trông bắn kìa. Trời ơi, chết frag mẹ phải gọi là liên tục luôn mà.
But again, there's lots of time. They don't have to rush it.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty good spot for AG, just getting into a 2-on-2 with the bomb planted on the B site. This is not the easiest spot to push, but they're able to get a nice little position here. DOO up in the top, up the stairs. But
Nhầm.
CQ trying to poke out, but has to take the 1v2, doesn't go for him. And Q9 will get the defuse for the 1-1 scoreline. So this time maybe a little bit too much from AG as they pushed into the B site. Took a lot of casualties. And unfortunately, do drop the round.
Ảo thuật tí thôi mà AG gãy luôn mà.
Like again, they get in that hotel, they find that opening duel right away, and then they just kind of go for it. They don't just wait it out. You kind of know teams like to kind of sit back and kind of evaluate. They were like, you know what? No, let's just go for it. Let's just see what we can do. It doesn't work out for them, but again, it's a good pace that we get to see from them. Right? It's just kind of mixing things up, getting a little bit of a feeler. It's still early on in this game, so it's good experimenting coming in from both these teams.
Xem được cái vô địch bắn mà run hết cả người à.
Thì
xem được cái vô địch mà.
Căng thẳng nervousness. Now that can be a little bit more at ease for the time being.
Yeah, definitely feels pretty good.
Hai đội Trung Quốc gặp nhau cùng khu vực. Vẻ vang gì? Trời ơi, dù sao thì người ta cũng là mẹ đương cái vô địch mà. Với cả là một đội tuyển mẹ ban đầu là cứ tưởng là theo dạng gì? Theo dạng là kiểu chuối free. Nhưng mà qua cái quá trình mà bắn giải mời, giải khách mời cái thứ thì Q9 bây giờ cũng thuộc dạng là hàng top ở đấy, không dễ đâu.
Very interesting approach too from AG. You can see the positioning that they're actually trying to fight for right now, and it's just
đánh mid lên B luôn mà. Bài hay vãi luôn, chiến thuật kìa. Trời ơi. Trời ơi, trong đó Zway nó tanh kìa. Ước gì tôi bằng được mẹ một nửa của Zway thôi. Tôi là vua. Nhưng mà hay. Bài tanh mid này là một bài mẹ phải thực hiện cực kỳ hoàn hảo ở tất cả các khâu luôn. Flash 3 đợt mà không đợt nào của AG, không người nào của AG bị bù, thì phải công nhận là đợt tấn công này quá hoàn hảo luôn. Đã không mất người thì chớ, mà mù của đồng đội này em cũng không ai bị dính cả. Quá đỉnh cao.
Although they did get they got the plant down, it wasn't, a total disaster. So things still going heavily in favor of EG so far.
Yeah, it has been really impressive.
Người đợt lại cái bài Phoenix của nó khác gì cái bài Phoenix của Liquid ngày xưa đâu. Của CF năm kia. Năm kia. Cũng thế. Hả? Đặt góc này, xong ném đâu?
Once again, they're going to just get that tempo up here. Valdez, they're not going to wait things out. They're going to go for that execute and again find themselves in the position of getting that opening duel. And look at how fast the dominoes fall. It's just 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, at least XMY is able to get the one snipe, but you can see that Dre is just following him, not really giving him much space. And I think we'll eventually get the drop on him in mid. There it is. He gets that kill. The trade back, and the last member does go down. So only 1, 2, 2, 2. Only casualty here for AG in that 4th round.
Đúng đưa kim vô địch có khác.
Again, you know, from what we've seen, it's just
bài vở các thứ trông vẽ ra xong rồi nó cười. Nhìn nó hoàn hảo phát là nó cười.
Those duels very early on. Dway has been hitting some nasty shots on these entries, and that's kind of what we can expect from them.
Yeah, the fact that he's sitting at a 6-1 and ZY right there with a 7-2, like both them together, just doing a ton of heavy lifting right now. So, and like you said, it's just it's nothing flashy, but it's again just like getting themselves in a decent position, full execute. Again, not a lot of hesitation. They're just committing to it. Q9 just can't seem to handle that pressure. And we've been able to see so far in this game in round 5 now, like we've been able to see every single time EGAL, they're winning that.
Tại giờ này nó thế đấy bác ơi.
They've essentially been 5 for 5 here. Like is that the way or 4 for 4 I should say. We should be seeing it.
Trả 3 bom, 3 net.
Find a way that they have to, push back, and they got to get a timing, and if they can get that opening duel, that really could shift, the way that this could go. It just EGAL maybe a little bit more in that break.
Cắt hồi sinh, cắt mid, cắt nối. Đánh A. 3 cuối A, 2 mid. Cuối A pop flash cho mid đi lên. Xong cuối A bây giờ mới bắt đầu đi lên. Kìa. Lứng. Lứng luôn mà. Wow. Xem mà kiểu cảm giác bị run luôn đấy các bạn ạ. Nổi da gà luôn ấy. Khi mà đọc từng cái quả flash của chúng nó ném, xong rồi là từng cái vị trí mà chúng nó đi một cái là thấy kiểu ui, nổi hết cả da gà luôn. Nó kiểu bị hoàn hảo ấy các bạn. Bị hoàn hảo quá.
For EWC, we're kind of expecting the same thing, and they're just doing
thật
it
sự
over
lại
and
rớt
over
tiếp.
again, right? Like just running, they want to go for any sort of territory, it's theirs. A little bit of a reply back
một
here
smoke
from
cắt,
Roy, so this is a
cắt
nice
B,
thing for
một
Q9,
smoke cắt A,
now
một
you
smoke
have to
cắt
see,
khách
can
sạn.
these snipers be able to make the full effect? It does get a little bit of a blip on something, but again, instant trade out. And there it is, finally something from XJ. Can he be able to find the second? And indeed he does. So
chứng
now
tỏ
we
là
get to
AG
finally
này
see a man
đánh A với cả
advantage here for
Q9
Q9, but
thoáng hơn,
đẹp
mắt hơn so với cả cái bài đi B. Đi B hơi chật.
Yeah, it's not a very good oyster, but it is one.
It's an oyster.
It's an oyster. It counts, but it's not the easiest spot for him. As he does have a nice position here, but he doesn't have the crosshair in the right spot. So
không chống được phát là phải
picked up 3 kills on that defense of that push.
Phanh AG lại rồi.
And from what we've seen, the A pushes, the mid pushes have been strong. The B pushes a little bit
Đô đấy á.
especially if you don't get those initial kills. And you can see
Đô này cũng 3-3 rồi. Không biết là thằng ấy thôi.
Onto DOO, and now it looks a little bit closer at the 4 and 2.
Yeah, it does, and like that's a really good point you bring up too, because it feels like for AGAL,
bên team của sếp NA đang bắn cho team sếp bây giờ thở không nổi. Là Nemesis là bắn theo slot của NA, chứ không phải là bắn theo slot của ấy à, của EU à? Đâu. Ui, mới mẹ mà có 2-0 thôi. Ê, 13-0 thôi, 13-0 thôi. Chưa có gì. Nhưng mà cũng là một dấu hiệu, Cũng là một dấu hiệu.
Turn this around. I mean, the score is a little closer, but they still got some rounds they got to get back into this.
Time out CF bắt đầu từ năm nào thế anh? Time out của sếp này thì nó bắt đầu từ ngày xưa luôn rồi. Từ cái ngày mà bắt đầu bắn CF rồi em ơi. CF mùa 1. Season 1, Season 2 là bắt đầu có rồi.
I know what I gotta do. And, I mean, to be honest, the last couple of rounds have looked a little bit better for them, even if they did lose one of them, so You know, AG, you know, coming out strong to begin with, but perhaps we will see a little bit of a closer match from here on out after the pause. We'll have to wait and see. As if I'm AG, I'd say, well, you know,
nhánh bảng A này là nhánh của bên GK mà.
It's been working out.
Còn nhánh B thì đấy.
What they are going to do is
lại rốt tiếp.
Come down, ZY in through mid, and he's going to get sniped down.
Quả AG này bây giờ đổi cái timeline.
Ghê
vậy CB.
And essentially solo holds the A site.
Wow.
Gets wrapped around on and Q9.
CB là 3 luôn mà.
They talked about
nét căng.
That pause worked out really well.
Toàn super strike đó.
Yeah, XMY like you said.
Đã toàn super strike rồi, là còn toàn super line.
Again, all the players from AGL, they were different angles, different positions, and the fact that he was able to hold down with a triple, absolutely beautiful. And that's exactly what Q9 need, right? We need to see someone step up. That's where we were kind of commenting on that.
Falcon thua Nemesis nữa là chia hành lý luôn anh. Chuẩn luôn Việt Đức ơi. Chuẩn luôn. Cảm ơn Việt Đức nhiều. Thank you em.
We're only talking about a one-round differential, making this a tie game. So if we get to see rounds like that from Q9, I mean, this could easily be a tie game.
Coi như Falcon Window anh ạ.
Thì
dù sao thì chúng ta nhìn Ai Cập thì cũng là giống như cái cách chúng ta nhìn Philippines ngày xưa thôi. Đọ mới biết được. Đọ mới biết được.
Very early on, but it looks like Q9 has stabilized very well so far at the beginning of this Eagle Eye 2.0. As we have some nades thrown forward, but this is not a push to follow up on that.
Dù chưa gì đã mẹ 6 round một mạng rồi đấy. Ngày xưa tôi thích thằng Nhu ấy cực. Nhu cả đệ thằng XJ này. Hay là hay vãi.
I wouldn't blame them.
Setup đánh A. Nhưng mà trả smoke cuối A rồi nên là AG mất nhịp rồi. AG mất nhịp rồi. Tí mình xem lại, thả flash beat. Đẹp. 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 Được. CB hay thế. Trời ơi, CB ngắm kìa. Trời ơi, CB với cả XJ ngắm kìa.
And we got ourselves a looking like a 4-4 right here and now, unless we see, you know, DOO pull up a huge 1v5 with only 37 seconds.
Em đu mắng các anh rồi.
Yeah, he's just gonna hide in the corner and use
đúng là
it
MVP
to essentially take an
mắng các anh luôn.
This is something you can't do just to try to buy your team some time when you know it's like a 1v5 and you're a sniper. You don't have a lot of hope of actually taking down the rounds.
Thời điểm này mới chỉ dùng qua được đúng 3 hãng thôi. Một là của Razer, 2 Logitech, 3 là của Microsoft thôi. Anh chưa thử các hãng khác.
Are looking a lot like what we saw earlier on in the map, but they've been red so far. I think that Q9 have
thôi nhưng mà Du bây giờ không cần gánh kèo nữa khi mà Oppo của Q9 đang vận hành tốt mà. Oppo của Q9 vận hành tốt.
Yeah, it just goes to show, like, again, when you do the tac timeout, how much it can really change things, right? And how much the game can just, you know, completely go the other way. And like that's where we were talking about what a 4-1
Falcon win Nemesis, Vic win Adobit là lại gặp nhau à Khánh? Lúc này là sẽ phải đợi ở trên xuống dưới em. Rồi CB lại là một, CB không thể làm được hơn. CB làm phát nữa thì mẹ chắc AG cuối mặt luôn. Nào có Viper skin Nico mua không anh? Có em. Trời ơi. Gót mà lại không mua thì không được.
Yeah, I think as long as AG get in there quick before they're really set
up,
it looks good for them. DOO, nice
kìa.
shot lined up here, and they hold on to the site. And at least they go over to 5-4 from the BL side, which is a pretty nice scoreline for them to start off the map. But certainly a bit of a hitch there halfway through where they dropped 3 rounds in a row. And now we got to see what Q9's aggression looks like, because
đó bay là team bạn xác định luôn rồi.
Definitely can be one of these maps where, as we've seen from AG, if you get very aggressive, if you get very fast on your pushes, you can really take advantage of the GR side who's not quite set up. Whereas it's AG actually is pushing out of A long as I speak.
Không phải là fit đâu. Chỉ có tanh là bị fit là bởi vì là phải chống đợt đầu thôi. Còn bắn ở đợt sau của Q9 là đang bắn hay nè. Là Simi cả thằng coi được bắn turn 2 là ngon nè. Đọc Lin W này phải đọc là Lin Quang đúng không các bạn? W này hình như là Quang hay sao? Lin Quang. Gọi đu về dự bị cho TGM đi. Mẹ đu mà dự bị cho TGM thì đúng là mẹ đẳng cấp. Tôi thật nó là đẳng cấp luôn.
Q9, they look ready to go. They do not look like they're going to switch this up.
Có cái suy nghĩ đấy thì nó đúng là mẹ vua luôn.
Very brute force kind of attack. They're just going to send all 5
Lưu
people
Nguyên
down this one lane. And
vừa bắn vừa đọc rap.
AGAL, they essentially go out of the long and they say, well, I don't see anyone and there's nobody in mid. So unless they're playing
AG hết đồ đấy. AG bây giờ chỉ có bắn nhau chay rồi đấy.
Which at this point it looks like they know where they are with 3 people standing on the B site, 1 looking down mid.
Rồi,
and just kind of that,
hai smoke,
you know, the fail safe on A.
Cắt đôi nỗi sầu.
Here comes the push.
Né được tên flash đầu.
Over the top and it's a bit of a
flash 2 chết mẹ là gì ngoài mù trắng chưa?
Staying hidden is AGAL so far, but the push.
Hay chưa?
Make it to the side of Q9, but out to A.
What?
Pick up 2 and DLO picks up 1 as well, and they hold on at the very end of that push. And it looks like they want to back off, regroup, and let him plant.
Cặp đôi bị mẹ với Ziwei cũng là đu gớm đâu.
Because again, he's only got that 28 seconds. He has to make a decision right now. Do I go for a fight or do I want to go for this plant? And then I have to react so quickly. He actually does go wide, and there's a way to be able to take him down. So,
wow, what a
good amount of work here on the defense from AGAL. I mean, again, it was looking like there was an opportunity where Q9 were going to be able to take that site. They took a lot longer than they should have. That smoke really became a nuisance for them. And that really was kind of the wrench in the gear, so to speak, because you could see that AG, they kind of just floated back towards B, and they had themselves right place, right time, and they get themselves an easy round.
Yeah, it's kind of insane how clutch Khai has been so far.
Là đây là tỏa sáng cá nhân. Nhưng bài đánh của Q9 là kinh. Vì cái quả flash đầu tiên của Q9 chỉ là cái quả flash để nhử GY nó phô thôi.
And it's looking good for him and ZQ.
Q9 là rất hay rồi đấy. Q9 rất hay rồi.
On the opposite side, you know, XJ the only guy who's actually positive right now. Everybody else just kind of limping along.
ZQ cả đu hay quá.
Pretty interesting, especially because the round score is not, you know, it's not super blown
wide
open.
Đu sống chết phải ngồi gần nhau anh à. Thì đúng rồi. Quen rồi. Quen rồi.
And this time Q9, they're not going to push out of hotel and full stack on a B. Looks like maybe just waiting for some aggression from AG because as we saw in the last round, AG, they pushed out, they got some information. They said, well, we don't see anyone. They must be going B. And they used that to
đu solo A. À đâu? Vẫn là 3A nhưng mà bắn sai đâu. Smoke mid A là ZY tự trả cho mình một quả smoke mid luôn. Chống đánh A. Quyết tâm chơi luôn mà. Trời ơi, quyết tâm chơi luôn mà. Coi ác đấy. Phô 2 cầu, xin bị bớ được 1. Rồi GQ quả này mà không sinh tồn được nhá là mất mẹ cái B luôn. Là lúc này là ZY với cả đu hết cứu luôn. Xong rồi. Nó ra tận đầu bên kia rồi thì bố ai mà biết. Trời ơi, Liên Quang ơi. Về bắn rap đi, đừng bắn súng nữa. Rồi, tại sao mà thằng Z Queen right ở đây được? Không ai check à? CB ơi.
Yeah, I mean, if you can push there and clear out the hotel
hai
and then go
Opper
for the push and make it a
hai
little
Opper
clean, then sure, but
cứu phát này được không?
even the push
Cứu
itself
được
was great.
đấy.
Koi trying to make something happen here,
Hết
though.
cứu luôn.
Pulled down to a 2-on-1 as now Koi has to check
Hết
2 angles.
cứu
And
luôn.
TY, so many kills in that round as he is going to pick up the defuse as well. And AGAL
Rock bị
kind
hiếp
of running
7-1.
away with this one now. The last
Trời
couple of rounds
ơi,
you could
thật
see
á.
strategically certainly looked a lot better for AGAL. And so far, I haven't been too impressed by Q9's blacklist side.
Yeah, honestly, it feels like it's almost like obvious, right? Because we saw that last round or the two
thấy
rounds before
lạnh
where
sống
they were
lưng
going
đấy
for
các
that
bạn.
B execute.
Bắt đầu
It
lạnh
was so
sống lưng.
obvious. AG took full control of, long A. Then they were like, okay, well, let's just group up at B. Let's just roll the dice. And it was easy, right? And it just, again, feels like Q9, they're kind
Chắc là
of getting their own
Q9
heads a little
nghĩ
bit.
là
Not really
AG bỏ
taking any sort of map
và
presence. They're just kind of waiting
bắt bài
things
rồi.
out.
Bắt
And
bài
they're
thủ
doing
sai
these
với cả
obvious
thủ
takes. So
thủ
I
bá
think for
A.
AG, this is an easy read.
Rồi tại sao Zigway bắn chết được con mẹ cái thằng coi ở trong nhà A vậy?
This is where Q9 they have to be a little bit
Xuyên sờ mốc
more
quá.
experimental. They have to be a little bit more adventurous here with something different.
Má, mắt
Because
cú
playing the
vọ
slow
thật.
pace, it's just not working right now. So they do have to figure out a way to change the tempo
Rock
if
bị
they can.
hit
ZQ.
7-1 vậy tính
Talk about
ra
tempo change.
Rock cũng
My,
bình thường
I
gì.
thought he was going to commit to it, but he
Ừ thì
decides to hold back. Q9 already down a player.
ừ thì
This
rồi
gives
biết
an
sao bây
advantage
giờ.
once
Ừ
again
thì
here for
thôi.
AG, and this is even more problematic, Valdez,
Ui,
because again, when you're
ngã
on the
từng
BL
tí
side
một
and when
luôn
you're
mà.
down the man, like you got to work
À,
even
Simi
harder
chắc
to
cốt
get yourself
đấy.
into that site, right? So this is where they've already struggled so far on the BL side, and it just seems like it's getting stacked against
Tại
them.
sao đu vẫn nằm xác á?
Yeah, they haven't gotten a good
Thì bởi
plan
vì
to
đu có được
defend
chơi game đâu.
just yet. And
Rồi cái thằng
you
1-2-2
see
này
that
mày đang làm cái gì
XMY
ở
is trying to
góc
make
ở
some
mid vậy?
waves just by himself. No
Free
utility, gets the
kill.
pick off. No trade back from 1 to 2 either. And that was
Zigway
his
về
job,
nhà
right?
sẽ
He
hỏi
was
là
there
tại sao
essentially covering
tại sao
his
mày
back,
lại
his
ngồi
teammates'
mày
back
đéo
of
nhìn vào
Dway,
tao?
and was not able to get the trade back. So that is a nice 1-for-0 for Q9. And hopefully they can get something going off of the back of this. It does look like they want to
Với
push
một
on
cái
to
đà
A.
này mà tôi lỡ bảo vợ tôi là 8 giờ anh xong thì no hope.
Yeah, but you can see again, AG, like they
No
have the
hope.
full read on this, right? Like look at their defensive composition right now. They got a little bit of the
Rồi.
pyramid. Yeah, there's a good shot there. At least they find the one. So this does bring it back to the 3-3, but now they have to get
Bù
moving.
pha này mà
And time is
mẹ
dwindling.
sinh tồn được ở đây thì
Players
đẳng cấp.
now you already have for 1-2-2-2 being
Hết.
able to go in the back lines, and
Hai
that's
bàn
going to be
hai.
an issue right now for Q9.
Còn
Plant
XJ
does
và
come
Du à?
through.
Khó nhờ. Bốn tanh bắn
I
nhau.
was gonna say that was a wide swing, but he survives
Chết
it, but
mày
already
chưa,
a
thằng
player's been able to
1-2-2 nó
slip
qua con mẹ
underneath.
mặt
He might be able
rồi.
to just find this.
Ừ.
Oh my goodness. XJ finds it. Now makes it
Nào,
even
đại
more
đế,
of a
đại
tough
đế.
task right now for ZQ. He has
Ông
to
Hoàng.
the 1-on-2.
Ông Hoàng Clutch.
He's got some time to work with. And he knows one of the players here, but he has
Trời
to be able to
ơi.
find this duel, but not gonna happen. Q9 is looking
gì
like
khó
the,
chịu
all
nhờ.
the cards were against them,
Thích
but
mặt
they
thế.
pull up something, and they got themselves around.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we had XMY pushing up the middle,
Zigway bảo
getting the
1-2-2
1-for-0, and
trí khôn
essentially
của
pulling back
của
after
Mau.
that and regrouping and going for the push. That was, the beginning of the strong
Q9
maneuver
DF có
for
vẻ
them,
yếu.
as this is how XJ finished off that
Bạn
round,
nói
by the way.
thế.
He's looking pretty strong
Thế là
right
bạn
now,
lại
13
quên mất
and
lịch
7,
sử
still
của
having a great
Q9
map.
khi mà bắn
And
giải mời rồi à?
essentially the anchor there at the end
Bạn
of
lại
that
quên mất
round after they
Q9
got that plant.
giải mời nó như thế nào rồi à?
Things looking pretty
Chết,
good
không được.
after that
Bạn đừng
round,
quên.
but again, they got a string more
Bạn
than just
đừng
the
quên.
one. It still feels like we got
Bạn
heavy
bảo
advantage to
Q9
AGL.
yếu khi mà phải đối diện cả
And we
đương
got
kim
a
vô
bit
địch
of a
thì nó
hotel
cũng đúng
clear
thôi.
from Q9,
Nhưng mà
just
Q9
poking
mà
their
đối
heads
diện
in.
với cả những cái
But
thế
again,
lực
no
khác
commit.
thì tôi nghĩ chắc nó
Again,
cũng không đến
taking
nỗi
it a
nào.
bit slower than we expect.
Kiểu
And
đấy.
CY
Rồi
maybe
Zigway
looking
mất
to
tham minh rồi.
punish this.
ZQ biết thùng sắt nhưng mà không biết cuối B có. Rồi bất ngờ chưa? Sốc chưa? Sốc chưa? Sốc chưa?
HP's getting low. Q9 now kind of again, they're getting some shots made here, but they have to make a decision. Do they stay or do they go? And it
Q9
seems like,
là
again, they're kind of planted in
bắn đi
this
phong
spot.
khỏe. Thật.
Still evaluating what they want to
Có
do.
King Zero thì
But
là
AG,
cái
you
đội
can
tuyển
already see
mà
the
bắn
aggression that's getting pushed here. 1-2-2-2.
bắn
Look
súng
at
vip
that. Look at
khỏe,
that amount of control,
khỏe hơn
all that
default đấy.
information he has. This is
Còn ông Q9 này là bắn cả hai cái đều khỏe.
Because now, if we see
Tôi
Q9
tin là những đội
change
tuyển
things
mặc
up,
áo màu đỏ lúc
he's
nào nó
already gonna
cũng
be in
bắn
a
kinh.
prime position to be able to find maybe one, if not two kills, that could just cause so
Lúc nào nó
much
cũng bắn
ruckus
kinh.
right now.
Yeah, and you can see Q9, they know that there is potential for somebody
Quả
to be
liên quang
here
bất
as
ngờ,
the W's
sốc
trying to
sốc
check
sốc.
all the corners, but he already had position. He was already so secure in that corner. And now
Sốc
they
chưa?
gotta clear it. 1-2-2 knows that. He tries to get another kill, doesn't quite do so, but
Xem live của anh KZ bị giật sao ý. Mình để là 7-20 rồi đấy. Mà vẫn bị giật à?
But let's
Khó
see how
nhỉ?
they go for this push now, because there's only 30 seconds left. And once again, AGL are in position for the push, but that's first kill at XMY.
Ui.
Nice little shot here from Dway, as he has been so solid here tonight
Ui.
so far. There's another one. Lines up his second kill, and they're running out of time. I mean, there's only 20 seconds left. As Tway has
Trời
not been
ơi.
rooted out. He's taken everyone down, picks up 4, and Tway is unstoppable.
Wow, that is Beautiful. What a hold. And just again, the individual prowess from this team, again, just
Kính
shines
thưa qua
bright
viên
when
hai
they
họ.
need it.
Kính
I was
thưa
looking like
cái lọ
Q9
lục
was going to
bình.
be able to maybe find themselves and steal round away, but not going to happen. As Shui that comes up massive with the quad kill like you talked about. Oh boy, they're making it look pretty easy. Now they got themselves 8, and we got 5 here for Q9, and this is where now Q9, they're going to have to dig deep. They're going to have to do something a little bit different here if they want to stay in this first map. Otherwise, this thing could be over quick, and we go to New Mexico. But there it is, DOO being the aggressor. He's able to find that kill. Now he can just pull back if they want to. Q9, how do you respond to this? They're actually going to contest for it. They're going to try to go for this if they can, and somehow, in some way, they are actually able to pick this up. So now AG, they have to pull back on this. They have to kind of get themselves in a better setup.
Yeah, that was just straight up brute force. They're like, we know they're there. We know they're stuck on long A. Let's challenge them, throw some util in, and just peek them. It's a bold move, but it actually works out. And now we're at 3 against 3. And still, Q9 has to figure out how to break into this. Really, the biggest thing that's been striking to me is just how AGL are always in position for the push. This is not something we saw
xuống là
out of
720
Q9 on the opposite
xong
side.
để bên YouTube
They
là
didn't always know. They weren't
1080
always
rồi.
ready. But it just feels like AGL kind of have that upper hand every time we see these pushes actually come in. Although now, this time, Q9 in the 3v3, they want to push down mid.
Cắt 2 mid để lên A hay là lên B vậy?
Defense, and that makes
Giống
sense
lên A
because they're
đấy.
gonna have to try to hold down some of these sites with fewer members.
Yeah, but you got ZY close onto this too. So again, this is where he might be able to find something.
Giống lên A thật.
Q9
Không, đã phải lên A
very
rồi.
slow, and there it is. Good shot from him. But now XMY, can he be able to find this trade back? Oh, he makes a bit of a shot, but nope, not gonna happen.
Kinh thật sự đấy.
Oh my, ZY just be able to find the 2. He steals it away. Yeah, he's causing a lot of ruckus now, and so it looks like Q9 not in the best position, and AG are going to be able to have themselves now on map point. So
Được
this
cái
is
vô địch
now
bản kinh
do
thế
or
này
die here in the
thì
situation for Eagle Eye and Q9. They have to dig
Ice.
absolutely deep, get
Này,
out of
thằng
this
em ra
hole,
để bắn.
find themselves some kind of
Giờ
new
phải
path.
đợi xem
They want to stay alive in this one.
được cái vô địch bắn với cả các khu vực khác
Unfortunately, not
thế nào
able to
thôi.
replicate some of the success we saw in the CFPL playoffs for season 28. As now they're just going to get a grenade kill to start off the round. That's certainly one way to make a statement. We've already defeated you in terms of the gunplay, and now just a couple of grenades over the top. As here comes the push. Q9 not going to waste too much time with this. I say that though they
Không dám mạo hiểm lên.
were outside of the hotel and immediately
Giờ
ATL were swarming in.
mất cả A, mất cả B, mất cả 2 cánh rồi. Giờ chục mid nó cũng quay hết người lại rồi. Mà bọn này quay rất là kinh nhá. Kiểu chúng nó sẽ xác định là bọn AG ấy, chúng nó xác định là chúng nó đẩy được cuối A, chúng nó mẹ thấy cái áp lực ở B cũng không còn đấy. Chúng nó về hết mid luôn mà.
Just getting the map control, they're putting so much presence on this, and it makes it even harder for Q9. So they're just allowing them to have free real estate without any
Rồi
sort
đón
of
đầu
contention.
ở A luôn, 3 luôn. Đọc bài kinh thật đấy.
On this map, it's been the biggest, pillar of success that I think from AG. They just been able to manipulate the map any way they want. Like, you pretty much have a sandwich right now.
Wow.
This is nuts. Yeah, they get a kill in the middle, sure, but look at you have 3 players in the back lines, and now if they want, they can just go for a full swing here, and they absolutely are. Shui's gonna be able to find that double, and it's all just down to nothing because it's gonna be over in Eagle Eye. It is just done and dusted like that, and AG, they...
Xem AG vẫn đẳng cấp. Vẫn đẳng cấp các bạn ạ. Xem map 3 đi, xem map 3 đi. Thôi, bỏ qua AG ở Q9 đi. Trông cái tướng này, trông AG mẹ dễ vào quá. Rồi xem map 3 của mẹ cái cặp Rob cả Nemesis đi kìa. Đời đã. Đảo cánh đúng không? Đảo cánh ở cái lower bracket này đúng không? Giờ ở bảng A, Stallion ở trên, Liquid mà under execution, Liquid ở trên này. Rồi Vitality với cả Evolution Power, EP khả năng ăn, AG vào, 2 thằng này vào. Thế thì là Q9 với cả Vitality đảo cánh, đúng không? Q9 cả Vitality đảo cánh lên cánh trên. 2 thằng này sẽ phải đảo lên cánh trên. Thế thì là Vitality khả năng cao là sẽ gặp GK. Q9 khả năng gặp Exaggeration. Thế còn cửa. Chất mi. Mẹ. Vitality này không phải là Vitality của mấy thằng Pháp. Vitality này là của mấy thằng Ai Cập. Chất mi. Đâu nhờ? Còn ngược lại ở bảng B. Barca Free Win, Anubis xuống dưới. Vicious vừa thua, King Zero vào bắn với cả Barca. Vicious xuống dưới. Vicious sẽ là của Anubis, đúng không nhỉ? Đúng không nhỉ? Đúng. Falcon sẽ phải gặp một trong hai, Rock hoặc là Nemesis, xong rồi mới bắt đầu đảo cánh sang đến cái upper bracket với cả lower bracket semifinal này mới bắt đầu đảo cánh. Vic gặp Anubis thì đúng mà. Nếu mà Anubis mà không kịp chuyến thì là Vic free win. Đó, free win một trận luôn. Q9 gặp Vitality, đúng rồi, Q9 phải gặp Vitality đã. Xong nhánh đầu đã, xong nhánh đầu hết, nhánh đầu đi rồi mới bắt đầu đảo nhánh. Đi qua căng thẳng nhá. Căng thẳng quá. Thế thì GK phải ăn được Exaggeration, xong rồi mới biết được là mẹ có đảo nhánh hay không, có được gặp mẹ Q9 hay không. Càng đi. GK ngày mai á, GK ngày mai khả năng cao gặp Exaggeration. Vì là nhánh này nó vẫn đang nằm ở trong cái lộ trình của giải. Nhánh này vẫn là nằm trong lộ trình. Nên là GK phải gặp Exaggeration thôi. Thì mà GK mà gặp Liquid ở nhánh dưới thì Exaggeration hơi điều. Tôi không tin là Liquid thua Exaggeration. Mà lý do tại sao mà mẹ Rock lại có thể để thua với một cái tỷ số là mẹ mày từng này được nhở? Tôi không tin được luôn đấy.
2-1 in favor of Nemesis.
Trời ơi, 8-1 luôn mà.
From your sniper, and that's it. It's 8 rounds for Nemesis, marching towards the finish line here. Just 2 rounds before forcing us into a third.
Quá khốc liệt.
And it's the fashion in which they've done it. You know, you gotta give credit where credit is due in those final few rounds where they figured out the mid to late round as
Đâu
well.
xem Nemesis thủ như thế nào mà mẹ ăn được luôn vậy.
Upsetting remarks to Rock for not necessarily adapting to the job done, and now they have themselves
an
an advantage here.
Yeah, Rock Esports is usually banning on this show performance, but still.
Bom vứt ở dừa nhưng lại setup để mà đi chiếm khách sạn trước, và cái thằng cầm bom, cái thằng ở dừa là thằng MG thì nó lại không cầm cái quả bom đi. Ngược vãi lồn luôn.
That's why I'm saying that the V2 was so good in favor of Nemesis, and this is exactly what we are seeing right now. Alucard was another kill onto Fefe, and now Dipsy just backs him up. Comics dies to MG, but it is still a disaster round for Rock Esports. 2v4 with a very, very low HP MG on.
On Rapid now.
Phải rồi. Đây là vỡ cả một cái hệ thống rồi.
Just hope for the best and probably just close this map and refresh for the other map. This is gonna be Black Widow. This is gonna be a decider. Nobody picked this map, but they both agreed on having this map on the decider. So that Nemesis kills VN on Comics and Beck, and now
2-2 nhưng mà vẫn thua.
After it was 2v4 and a fast retake coming out,
đây là gãy rồi.
MG just
tay bạn không lại.
But Dipsy.
Đâu?
The C4 is already on bottom A and action is ready.
Hả?
2 players, but Dipsy immediately just gets the kill and action just falls. MG single-handedly now trying to get the kills. He's been whiffing a lot lately, and now it is time to close this map on a win.
Nhìn. Trời, địt mẹ anh action lòng máu luôn. Mẹ sắn hết cả tay lên. Mẹ thấy bố mày giống phượng không? Thấy bố mày giống phượng chưa? Đừng để bố mày nóng.
The veto process, there is going to be
khéo Falcon với Rock là có. Còn mẹ Falcon với Rock thì đéo biết nói gì luôn đấy. Sợ lắm. Thôi đừng. Xin là mấy anh Ai Cập là mẹ mà cút xuống dưới đi. Thật đấy. Xin mấy anh Ai Cập cút xuống dưới đi. Các anh đừng flex lên nhánh trên nữa. Thật đấy. Rồi mấy anh Ai Cập lại cười rồi.
Em skill zone
tự tin thế. Tự tin thế. Thôi mấy anh Ai Cập xuống dưới đi. Chứ mẹ để Rock xuống dưới thì chả biết phải nói nào luôn ấy. Đi có 4 ngày thôi mà mẹ các anh em thuần ở khách sạn thì chết.
For the true weapon of the side of Rock Esports to come alive, and that is their blacklist side. We've seen.
Thôi anh em mình chốt là anh em mình xem Rock với cả ấy đi, Rock với cả Nemesis đi. Xem mẹ cặp đôi AG với cả Q9 thì biết mẹ kết quả rồi thì xem là cái gì nữa.
Swing around rotations as much as possible. There's so many options here for Rock, but again.
Rồi map chạm sóng này là cũng không phải là dễ sơi đâu nha.
Begs the question, what can Nemesis do to start off on the right foot?
Không phải dễ sơi đâu nha.
We've seen a good blacklist side on the
rồi.
Now Comics just brings it up again and Fefe MG bolts it down. Comics just gets the double and immediately claims the Elon control, the full map control by Nemesis. This is a thing you'd not see, and maybe round coming out from them because Silva is about to fall and a big.
Tao hỏi mấy thằng Brazil chúng mày bị lệch thời gian à? Hay là chúng mày chưa ăn cơm? Hay là chúng mày bị một cái gì đấy mà chúng mày bắn như thế này vậy? Chúng mày làm sao vậy?
Immediately lose the trades out. They try to go on the offensive over on B. That doesn't work out either. And look at what that's done. Rock still want to continue.
Cố chấp lấy được cái rào nhưng mà lại không có cấu được bất cứ máu nào. Và để thằng Becky nó lên được cả mẹ Toma.
But AKT Action has heard all of this. And it's time for plan B for Nemesis now as the slowdown comes
giật mình luôn á.
I mean, I've thought about how Becky's good
giật
on
mình luôn á.
Into mid and cat on such rounds, and exactly that is what he did. But I believe that's the game plan, probably the preparations from Rocky Sports.
Nào, anh Action bắt đầu mẹ dân anh chị ở đấy, bắt đầu thể hiện là mình là dân anh chị rồi. Mẹ dân văn phòng. Ui rồi.
Action and now VNC in a big
Vini sợ. Ui, Vinicius rồi, Vinicius.
As much time as possible, but now he falls. Falls down and Comics immediately just trades again, and now it is a 2v3 and Alucard is on the first pillar that needs to be facing him. He quick scopes him mid-air.
Huge shot there from Alucard.
Đến lúc mà cái thằng MG nó phô rồi mới chịu.
Trying to come through here from Comics. Still very aware that there could be a player in the spawn right now. But AKT still not moving just yet. Finally, Silva makes his move.
Không nóng tay nữa à? Nóng tay
football
đi.
himself, and this could just be a matter of
Trời
timing
ơi,
as
phải
Comics
mẹ sắn hết
switches
cả
between
mẹ
angles
tay
every
áo
so
lên để mà
often.
bắn đi chứ.
And now exactly this is the timing you've been looking for, and Silva just
Đây rồi.
unleashes
Action ngồi
himself
đợi,
on a
đúng
long, and
rồi.
action is in a very
Đợi
sneaky
thôi,
spot.
đợi
I
thôi.
believe that Nemesis
Đây
will not
rồi.
check this spot at all because
Đây
Alpha will
rồi.
fall, Action will get the kill, and Rock are back on board. They're trying to be loud, and they're trying to be here to fight and compete. 1-1. Is it the score right now? And I believe that
Không một đội nào
Yeah,
bắn
they're
giải
doing
quốc
a
tế
very good
mà
job.
mẹ
Every single
tự
round
tin
is
là
still a
mẹ
very
bố phải
close
xuống nhánh
round
thua,
for
bố phải
Nemesis
bơi
to
lên
take.
để bố phải vô địch.
Yeah, they're still putting on pressure.
Tôi nói thật cả các bạn.
For this Rock side.
Không bao
Trying
giờ.
to make them earn this win to stay in the upper bracket.
Không
Nothing
bao giờ.
is granted here for the
Bắn
favorites
giải thế
from
giới tôi nói
Brazil.
thật luôn
Seed
là
one
chả có một thằng nào
from
tự
their
tin là
region.
bố phải xuống dưới xong bố phải lội lên.
Given a favorable
Quá
matchup
khó.
against Nemesis as the number 3 squad from Europe.
Ui.
But still, Dipsy finds the 1-for-1. Silva there on the trade. Raffin still not willing to give up long very easily. He's got Alucard right behind him. And sure, MG's watching from all the way back on site, and Silva thinks, okay, I've had enough. I'm going to fall back. The spam is great on Raffin.
Tôi không biết.
And now MG has a chance. Nice little quick scope
biết.
there on
Vẫn chưa
Alucard,
biết,
the
vẫn chưa biết.
counterpart.
Trời
He's aware
ơi.
about the flick around to Raffin, but can't actually connect
Mày
there.
nhá.
I mean, he didn't know that Raven is 1 HP because Silva, who did the wall bank. And yet, Raven just got out of this situation back.
Mặc dù là game 2 mạng thật.
To play the sneaky game again.
Đừng nghĩ là mẹ game có thể trùng sinh để mà bắn lại được. Địt mà. Chết một lần phát là trùng sinh quay trở lại để chơi tiếp à. Là phải gặp đối khỏe hơn của bảng còn lại. Nếu xét theo kiểu là kiểu ABCD ngày xưa ấy, ABCD của năm ngoái nhá, thì rớt xuống nhánh dưới là phải gặp mẹ mấy thằng cướp của bảng. Ví dụ như kiểu là cái gì nhở, ghi cây bảng A thì ghi cây xuống nhánh thua đúng không, ghi cây sẽ phải gặp mẹ mấy thằng cướp của bảng B, và Falcon đang ở bảng C thì sẽ phải gặp mấy thằng cướp của bảng D. Đấy, nó là như thế. Đây rồi, đúng phong độ đây rồi.
Already, exactly.
Đây.
This is 2-1 in
đây.
sports right now. That's good to mention that.
Đỡ ở đấy. Đỡ run.
It is the side that we've seen weaknesses from them throughout the entire tournament. Even though New Compound, they showed some weaknesses on the global side.
Đỡ run. 2-1 rồi. Hốt về.
They didn't get the chance to do so on Ankara because it was
Tăng ca tí nhá. Nhưng mà không vấn đề đâu, yên tâm.
2-1 up and ahead. For the first time, I believe we are seeing Rock ahead early on the first 3 rounds. First game was 3-0. Second game also was 3-0. And now it is 2-1 in favor of Rock. Slow control coming out from Nemesis. And I loved when Nemesis played aggressive. They just kind of got Rock off guard and out of positions, and now they're gonna be trying to play slow. And the Rock Sports, whenever an enemy team is just playing a slow versus them, they know how to put the information and they know how to get.
Bậy đấy nhở, đùa, mếu phải hư thật đấy.
Enemy team, and now the stack through cat.
Mếu phải hư thật.
Trying to check, he knows that 2 players are there.
Không được nói thế.
Quá
hư luôn.
Mếu phải hư quá. Now they both fall back. Faith is still on the ledge, trying to get the information. Silva's holding along. Slow control from Nemesis. It is not the end. It is not the push because the C4 is still on base. One guy controlling belong, which is back, and the other is holding.
FIIO giữ được cái hành lang là vẫn còn hốp.
From them, and yet it is 1 minute on the clock.
No player on either side willing to give away.
Hay FIIO, hay. Hay anh ơi.
Going in the defense's way.
Hay anh ơi.
5-on-3 now for Rock. And
anh thua em mẹ gần chục tuổi nhưng mà vẫn là anh. Hay quá anh ơi. Anh hay vãi luôn.
Triple in the round. And they know Alucard is
anh làm quả A đi xem nào. A cho đẳng cấp anh ơi.
Kill here on B, but he'll go down to action. It's just Alucard now. Nice shot there on the MG. 20 seconds left.
Anh làm quả A đi.
Not
Rồi
enough time
rồi
to
rồi.
get the C4,
Làm 4
move
cũng được
back
anh
over
ơi.
to B and potentially have a clutch going. So he'll move forward into A.
Làm quả ace.
Looking
Đây
for
rồi.
at least
Bắn
a plan
thủng
that they're
đít
giving
mày
it
luôn.
to him here, mind you.
Ít mẹ bố ơi, bắn
Let's
thủng
fly
đít
to
mày
the
luôn.
bridge. And Fifi will end the round with a quad. Very silent on Ankara, but not necessarily here on Black Widow.
Yeah, because on Ankara he was so silent on a side. Him and VNC.
Ai về mẹ bắn 14 net flick đâu.
He's just locking down a side completely by himself and
Net
putting
flick thật sự luôn.
Sports ahead 3-1. Is it
Ai
the
cập thì
score?
vẫn là Ai Cập thôi.
And now no change in the gameplay coming out from Nemesis. Nemesis, they need to put some fight. They need to pressure. Yes, we've seen him fighting through a long, but it was only through a long because it is that
Brazil vẫn là Brazil. Pha vừa rồi là tôi nghĩ là chắc là mẹ nhả cho Nemesis có được nhánh dễ ở dưới đấy. Chứ Rock mà thua thì
there are three players waiting for him in order to get such kills, but he's backed up by Fefe, the one that's changing positions. That's what I like about Rock, because if you see Fefe
rồi chìm lại B, không check VD. Ui VD ơi.
Just gets the kill, and now Fefe falls back and just sells his teammate. Silva's trying to push from mid.
Vãi cả trưởng Silva có thể flick pha đấy luôn đó.
And gets the beautiful flick to make it 4-on-4.
Big kill in terms of the lurking potential brewing there in
nào
mid.
Xem anh Fefe biểu diễn nào.
Anh
Fefe biểu diễn mẹ M14 cho chúng ta xem này. Biểu diễn này. Một cháu, hai cháu, được chưa? Nhìn anh Fefe sấy chưa? Lứng luôn đấy chứ.
2-on-2. Action now has got to really play around with his life. That bomb will go down. He'll wait for MG to join hands with him. khanhkz comes in through the window trying to spot out or at least hear a player here. And MG continues to encroach upon alongside his teammate. These are the two players that you want in this situation. Flash primed and ready as they go charge again with Dipsy.
Nhưng mà lại bóc từ lỗ ra. Rồi tại sao mày lại phô?
Alucard now switches over to his secondary.
Ui anh ơi, anh Axel ơi, anh vào gỡ bom luôn đi. Anh còn đi tìm nó nữa.
Finally he does. The spam is nice, but the round has not gone in Rock's favor. Nemesis have clutched up and they found the second round here on this offense.
4-1. Đúng quy trình rồi đấy. Mày bắn được 11 đúng không? Tao cũng sẽ bắn được 11 cả mày.
We are seeing a tactical timeout coming out from Nemesis, which is a thing that you don't usually look when you're 3-2 down.
Nắm này chắc Philippines vô địch.
But still the game is not over yet for you. It is only one round away, and Alucard just plays the time and plays
phải gáy
perfectly when it comes to.
Chứ nhìn mấy thằng Pinoy mẹ bắn vào đến vòng trong thấy thế nào.
Silva on mid, but yet it wasn't successful. Dipsy was the push through window, it was perfect. I believe that Nemesis, whenever they play aggressive, whenever they play pressure free, they are doing very good job, because we've seen this also on Ankara where they push.
Mấy Rock mẹ liệu hồn đấy.
They usually kept swinging CT, they kept swinging mid, they kept doing everything they can in order for them to deny, let's say, the aggression coming out from Rock, and it worked out very well. And now when they did the same on Black Widow, they are winning. The first round was also very good because they took B-long control, they took A-long control, and they collapsed on Rocky Sports, which also was a successful round from them. Other than that, if you play very slow and try to take
sao cái view X-ray em trông như thằng Dipsy rồi đeo ba lô ấy nhỉ? Người ta yêu nước, người ta đeo ba lô cũng được mà. Ngày xưa ở cái client thi đấu này lúc nào ở trong cửa hàng cũng sẽ có ba lô xanh, xong rồi là nó có in cái cái gì đó, in cái cờ của các nước lên cái ba lô đấy.
Play style, you need to be kind of playing fast. Not always, but at least you have an option to play fast.
And yeah, if you are as obvious in your pace as Rock, it can be very readable, as you've seen.
Silva, cẩn thận tí nhá.
Definitely look a little bit
Chắc
more
chill tí
formidable
nhá.
on Black Widow. not rolling over just yet. Nemesis are still gonna have to fight through. Raffin yet to get off the mark himself, looking for a huge win condition to come alive in this final map of the series. And Beck will look towards making this A split happen as quickly as possible.
Rồi, lại vào góc của Phê Phê rồi. Nào anh Phê Phê.
In Phê action, or sorry, Phê Silva and
MG. Phê.
Have to fend
Bóp
off
flash.
the offensive.
Ui, anh Phê vẫn spam trước luôn mà. Đẳng cấp anh ơi. Ủa anh MG. Anh MG, sinh tồn anh ơi. Vua sinh tồn. Vua sinh tồn. Vua sinh tồn. Trời ơi.
From side, Alucard gets red out of MG and makes it 3-on-2. A good, well executed round by Team Nemesis puts him one step ahead.
Anh VD mở mắt đi, anh VD ơi. Mắt thì to, tay thì... Đấy, vừa dứt bồm luôn.
He's not covered while he's planting and immediately just loses his life to VNC. And this round, which was kind of, I'm talking about that it is gone in favor of Nemesis. Suddenly it is 1v2 and Alucard needs to do a miracle clutch right now.
Rồi.
Yeah, and Action's read this like a book. He's realized the noise being cut.
Rồi, béo quá nhảy trượt. Thấy hai view.
Mày
chết con ạ. Mày chết con ạ. Chạy về A gặp ngay action ở đây rồi. Một hit là đi.
And Alucard is completely unaware that that's a possibility. Rock get off the mark after that attack pause. And now looking to reinvent themselves.
Cocaine là của Liquid nhá. Cocaine của Liquid.
I mean, it was a good round. It was a good execution.
Ai giả Alucard mẹ dùng Wooting 80 à? Nhưng mà lại là bản Ghost xấu. Chê. Bên kênh của VTC bị rè mà không ai biết. Thực ra là có thể là người ta biết nhưng mà người ta fix được. Wow. Wow. Lại 2vs2. Lại cặp đôi này. Đặt bóng xe tiếp đi anh. Anh Alucard. Đặt bóng xe tiếp đi.
I mean, this is a 2-on-2 you gotta convert.
Rồi anh Vini mẹ móc con mẹ ra tận mẹ đến đường dốc B.
These are those X-factor situations that you gotta capitalize upon.
Anh Vini chạy xa anh trường. Anh Vini này mẹ lắp motor vào đít.
VNC continues to cut down space.
Chắc là đang nghĩ là mình là Vini của Real Madrid.
They're trying to figure out where VNC has gone off to.
Ghê thật. Móc từ dốc B ra tận rào, đi đúng mẹ hai đường.
Raffin realizes, hey, he's not over here on short. None of these players actually figuring out where the other one has gone off to. It'll be a short side plan.
Rồi, biết bom hành lang.
Can join hands with his teammate in VNC as they
anh
encroach
VD.
upon A.
Anh VD da trắng. VD da trắng. Rồi thấy chết con mẹ thằng Alucard rồi. Chết nốt thằng Raphael à. Tạm biệt Raphael. Đúng quy trình. Liquid là phải sau cặp đôi này. Sau cặp đôi này mới bắn.
When it comes to the clutches and Rocky Sports are there, it is gonna be very, very tough for Nemesis to bring back their action as we mentioned. 5-2.
Sợ anh VD đâu.
Mẹ
anh VD chạy mẹ đúng 8 kiếp luôn mà. Chạy 2 vòng sân luôn. Sợ thật. Lấy công về thủ. Thật là chua chảy. Anh VD chạy một mạch mẹ từ bom xa B lên dốc B, móc ngược của mẹ về rào. Đẳng cấp. Rồi, gặp chốt. Nào, chốt thứ 3.
Does eventually come out on top. MG now has got to do a boatload of
chốt thứ
work
3.
on his own.
Biết anh là có người. 2 bắn 1. Ghê phết chứ đùa.
And now Nemesis just around the way from making this a round
difference. Đấy, Vini CF nhà người ta biết lên công về thủ. Vini ở cái thế giới bên kia thì mẹ thuần cắm rễ. Thuần cặp cánh. Chán. Đợt xem nó đá ở trên tuyển. Toàn cầm dễ ở cánh. Không bao giờ thấy đột nhập vào trung lộ. Thế là kiểu gì? Vào B được không nào? Mày vào đây. Vào đây. Đi, mẹ nhìn anh Vini phòng thủ ở đây. Nhìn anh Vini phòng thủ ở đây. Một cháu. Chết mày chưa? Chết mày chưa?
MG with a double. Great work there. That duo working in tandem here on B. It's just Raffin now. We spoke about him in the round previous, but this one might be a bridge too far.
Đây.
Rock
nhìn Vini là người ta mẹ
build upon this global risk lead.
Phòng
It's been a tough
chấp nhận mẹ hy sinh để mà mẹ phòng thủ. Đẳng cấp vãi lồn.
And they look to close this series out. Whatever idea of Ankara to bed in the rear view mirror, advance in this lower bracket, push forward.
Bán mình cho tư bản để mà mẹ phòng thủ.
Work to do. It's not all sunshine.
Anh Vini kia mẹ
we're heading in that direction here.
Bán mình cho tư bản nhưng mà mẹ vẫn còn ấy quá. Trẻ quá nên hơi hư. Không biết nghe lời.
It was an off map for them, and now we are seeing them in a very, very good and better position right now. Khanhkz is trying to unleash himself in BC, facing.
Nào!
Just gets the kill.
Sao anh Vini lại đi một mình vậy? Đùa!
Đùa anh Vini. Retake on the certain time. And the answer from Fefe is just immediately on his side. Look at it there.
Cái hơi vui quá rồi
and Fefe just falls. 5 on 3. A good start from
Cái không nhớ là mẹ đây là mẹ Nemesis à? Không phải là Nemesis đâu mà mẹ các anh trêu đùa người ta.
Yeah, especially in this situation.
Vừa thắng 11 ở Ankara đấy nhá. Chứ không phải là Nemesis Việt Nam đâu.
This 10th round. Still have action and MG still involved though. Silva, who's had a pretty decent map for himself as well. And moving over to the side, didn't realize that the gap in deck nearly had a kill on a silver platter there. But isn't able to capitalize, so still at least on
Brazil xăm trổ loang lổ kinh thật đấy. Không thể gọi là người ta là mẹ xăm trổ được.
Towards his B bomb side has gotten a little bit of space, catches one player out, but cannot capitalize on Dipsy. Shot away from death is
đấy là người ta mẹ thêu hoa diệt gấm.
Do get themselves that aforementioned 4th round.
Phát họa nghệ thuật lên chính cơ thể của mình. Người ta gọi dân dã ra đấy là mấy anh văn phòng. Mấy anh văn phòng đi chơi điện tử.
I mean, yeah, first round is good. Nemesis, they did.
Nghệ thuật vãi lồn à, mẹ bảo là xăm trổ loang lổ.
At one time, but they did in the first round. It's good. Keep your foot, keep your hopes alive, and now look at Rocky Sports. They're trying to deny the round.
Người toàn mực đi
xoay.
Ai chả biết là người toàn mực rồi.
Trying to find anybody's mistakes. Rocky Sports, C4 is still in base. I believe that is going to be a very, very slow round. Bridge control is going to be pushed into a mid and probably also cat control. We've seen the smokes on mid to deny the information. So that means
hay gọi là
Nemesis,
báng bổ.
they need to
báng bổ nghệ thuật.
These stacks, and now they are gambling the barracks stack. And with the C4 going to barracks, it is going to be probably a very tough round for Rocky Sports. 3 players around the side.
Nhìn mấy anh Samba bắt đầu mẹ đi công rào này.
It's going to be Silva going through mid.
Ủa, sao hai người á? Chốt xa này thì sao ra?
Dipsy first contact and didn't realize that the players have crossed over finally. Khanhkz is there. And Alucard chimes in.
Mấy Brazil là bắt đầu bổ láo rồi đấy.
Doing wonders here for Nemesis. Silva now last one alive.
Bắn là bắt đầu có dấu hiệu là
now is a consolation, but Thomas been dropped all the way over and long. Another kill found for Silva. Minute left on the clock. Trying to piece this one together. Found another body, but
thôi, mải đùa quá chết mẹ rồi. Đùa.
Feel like they're starting to believe again here, Penguin.
Nhìn mấy anh văn phòng
Early on, definitely it is a
Thấy thằng 6-3 tưởng ngon. Chết ơi.
Honestly,
Tỉnh ngủ đi mấy
I'm
anh.
a fan of this timeout because you didn't see anything still.
Tỉnh ngủ đi mấy anh ơi.
Opponent on their global side, you've seen them doing the bridge control, which is a very
mấy anh mà ngủ
traditional
quên là chết đấy.
strategy that you'd seen all the teams doing. They did the bridge control. They
chết nhà em đấy.
After that, they are doing the let's say the adaptive control. You take water, you take bridge. I'll go take a long. You take a long, I'll go take bridge. So this is exactly how Nemesis are playing right now. They are playing
MG trông như kiểu mafia thôi mà. Vẻ đẹp của Nam Mỹ như thế này mà ông bảo là như mafia. Trông MG khác gì mẹ mà anime không? Ai đâm? Nhầm. Eminem. Nhầm. Mẹ Eminem vãi lộn à. Ông lại bảo là mẹ ấy à? À đâu, không phải Eminem, Linkin Park. Đẹp trai ông lại bảo như mafia.
They know exactly how Nemesis are playing right now. It is all about the execution. How they're gonna be countering this.
We're getting in a crunch time now for both of these two teams. We speak about the lower bracket situation with Falcons moving down there, fighting to keep the club championship hopes alive. And for Rock,
ê tỉnh đi nha, tỉnh đi, 6 năm rồi đấy. Đừng có mà chơi cái bài kiểu 3v1 đấy, sợ lắm rồi. Tha.
Having a 6-4 lead completely gone now to just 6-5. But fast long presence here from Rock as they're able to get out as early as possible. But an instant response.
Rồi, lấy được rào nhá.
With Raffin now pushed up ahead as well.
Kéo giãn, kéo giãn các bọn hành lang đi về đi, đẩy chúng nó về đi. Rồi còn 4 nổ để làm cái gì? Ném hết vào đầu hành lang của tôi. Ném đi. Chiếm được rào thì ném. Hai quả nổ ở đầu ca cũng được mà. Nghĩ nhiều thế. Hay là lại định tính là mẹ ném nổ để mà chiếm được cái B.
They are in a very, very tough situation because they will have to face Dipsy, who is having a scoop ready. But the swing just wastes another whip.
Thằng Dipsy Diablo rồi mà.
And loses his life to VNC. And MG, he didn't spot Raffin down on the T-spawn.
They haven't spotted Beck in his corner just yet. Now Raffin's found another.
Nào.
Okay, finally Beck has been cleared. So
hay quá các anh.
Đột
nhập được mẹ đến khung thành rồi đấy. Ghi bàn đi. Ghi bàn đi. Hay. Gọi thêm Vini ra. Hay. Ôi ôi. Dầm 30 ông comic này mẹ về mà mẹ viết chuyện đi.
A little overzealous there from Fifi, but there's that 7th round from Rock. Growing the lead just a little bit longer, keeping them within arm's reach or away from arm's reach rather. As Nemesis feel like
có một ông giống Pique.
Maybe this lead that they're looking for is not going to come as easy as they potentially thought.
I mean, yeah, it was a good call from them, and now they're trying to take the A-long control. We've seen Nemesis, they are throwing a lot of flashes.
Rồi chiếm rào, đánh nhau.
Raffin,
cái gì đấy?
For Raffin, VNC and Fifi both fall down, and they get stomped on A-long, and now Rock. They're gonna be reshuffling their papers. They're gonna be rotating back onto the side
because còn nhảy thùng nữa.
A successful push at all coming out from them on the A side.
Vienna ngày càng tạ nhỉ.
Nemesis,
tướng nhà người ta không cho phép để mà có thể hóa thân thành một người thường được nữa rồi. Tướng nhà người ta nó bắt buộc phải như thế rồi.
Is nowhere to be found on these controls. He needs to be there. He needs to be the guy that's going to take the controls. You can bodyguard him, but you still can't get the picture back. Just takes him out. Just continues to spray, and immediately Dipsy was the AK. I guess this is the first kill or double
không biết là Dipsy để đeo ba lô mẹ mang cờ nước nào nhỉ?
Right now from Dipsy, and now 7-6 lead to Rocky Sports.
Đừng bảo mẹ Dipsy đeo ba lô mang cờ Việt Nam nhé. Đẳng cấp luôn đấy.
To the edge.
Very clear to me that Nemesis do not want to give up without a fight here in this.
Có khi nào không anh Khánh?
Giant of Rock
Không, tôi vẫn tin mấy anh Sapa làm được. Đặc biệt là anh đá cánh. Anh đá cánh. Anh đá cánh trái. Anh đá cánh trái tỉnh phát thôi là mẹ chết mẹ mới đá Ai Cập luôn.
You don't really want to use that space at all. And he shows some things when they move back out. I don't know how aware Nemesis
anh đá cánh trái phải làm được. Anh đá cánh trái bây giờ đừng phòng thủ nữa. Phòng thủ hết giờ phòng thủ rồi. Giờ xâm nhập vào hàng phòng ngự của đối phương đi. Ghi bàn vào khung thành của đối phương đi.
So they fake the along control with two players and they let Dipsy get the information. This is exactly what happened. Now they shift back the rotation because
Dancy tương lai cũng như Vienna. Vienna nó phải gấp 3 lần so với cả mặt bằng chung rồi đấy không ạ? Rồi anh VD bắt đầu, đảo cánh rồi đấy. Thôi anh VD ơi. Thôi.
Two kills for him, and it's Vivi with a triple.
He's very low HP.
Yeah, he's 10 health, and he's found 3 Herculean kills. Alucard and Comics will try their hand at trying to stop this bomb from going down, but it will go down regardless.
Anh VD chết.
And Rock have completely turned this one around. Alucard and Comics don't necessarily fancy the chances here.
Cứu em.
As Rock can sit on
this
advantage for as long as possible, and wow. What a shot there from MG.
Rồi.
Alucard being spotted and will be dunked on. VNC there as Rock now stand 2 rounds away from putting this opening matchup in the rearview mirror.
I mean, you've heard the players themselves.
Trận này mẹ kiểu
Alucard, he was like low, he's low.
Giữ chân giữ cẳng hay sao ấy nhở?
Away, with the triple kill with 14 HP, I believe. Just clutched the round for Rocky Sports and now again.
Đến giai đoạn nước rút, sống chết đến nơi rồi mà anh giữ chân giữ cẳng để vào playoff mới chơi.
The slow take that we've seen from them. Dipsy this time he's on barracks and again the immediate reaction.
Đây rồi.
Just gets the kill and gets the round. I mean gets the control of the barracks and puts his team one step ahead in this round.
Số phận đã an bài.
Big 5-on-4
Số phận đã ăn bài.
They'll be grinning from ear to ear, knowing that they feign that long presence now. And losing
từ chối.
Huge blow for Nemesis.
Từ chối gặp Falcon.
But not capitalized there by MG.
Đẩy Nemesis xuống mẹ gặp Falcon luôn. Ai đầm Nemesis.
Yep.
Still a chance to turn it around though, and a win's a win at the end of the day for Rock. They're playing their B and C game, not necessarily their A level, but that kind of speaks to the quality of this roster if they're still able to potentially get it over the line here. Still a lot of work to do, still 2 rounds away. Still have to put this one over the line in this situation. That could be a solid nade.
Không ai đánh đầu, chê.
Damage onto Action and Silva, but here comes that B.
Rồi, rất bê rồi. Hả?
Oh, nice shot there from Comics. Fifi, the danger man, has gone down, and Raffin now taking out the mid lurk as well. So huge chance for Nemesis to get back involved.
Đấy mà spam được mẹ chết cái ông nhảy qua.
And as soon as those digits start to get punched in, this is where Nemesis can capitalize, but they'll give it over.
Rồi một nước là Silva.
I mean, everybody's now rotating into the breach control. Raffin is just going
đi
for
ba
base.
móc,
He knows that he
một
has
giữ lỗ,
time.
thấy một nước.
To check
rồi.
Onto the
rồi.
He knows that there is one player here.
Rồi.
Some help. Raffin tries to get the kill.
Hay quá VD ơi. Hay quá.
Hay. It's Alucard and Comics. One guy needs to step up for them because it is 1v1 and 1v1.
Này thì Alucard này.
And the 3v4 retake from Nemesis.
Hết giờ.
Just is lost to them. Silva played the time and Comics just got baited into it.
Wow, and you got, I think this is where the pressure is starting to mount for Nemesis. When you think about the pressure in that B site retake, taking a little too long to take out one player that is holding bridge on his own. I mean, the fact that he's able to live for as long as he does, the fact that he's able to get a couple of kills as well.
Vienna chắc ban phải làm cái ghế riêng á.
From Nemesis, but slowing down at the finish line, but
Ông phải mẹ cho mẹ Vienna ngồi ghế nhựa. Ngồi ghế nhựa mẹ đi ngồi ăn cỗ ấy. Đấy. Thế mới vừa tầm. Chứ ngồi ghế sắt làm gì? Đau đít ra. Phải ngồi ghế nhựa. Ui đừng bảo bắn chết được mẹ MG nữa. Rồi thấy mẹ về rồi. Rồi đi vãi mà chúng mày thấy đi anh đi đảo cánh chưa?
Comics and Alucard, they are still alive. MG knows that Alucard is so low, but the flick from MG just keeps the dreams alive for Rocky Sports.
2-on-2 now. All
Khác
the
hẳn
play
đi
for Nemesis in this upper bracket.
anh VD ra màu.
Comics quickly approaching here on B. Same goes for Beck. Are they aware of how
Silva
advanced these defensive positions are?
Đấy, Bernardo Silva hay là kiểu cái gì nhở? Cái gì Silva nữa ấy, nhiều lắm. Tôi quên mất rồi, toàn mấy ông đẳng cấp thôi. Tiền vệ đẳng cấp. Rồi, thấy mẹ là comic rồi. Ôi, Ben Quy à? Ben Quy này. Ben Quy này. Thấy chưa? Thấy đẳng cấp của mẹ anh tiền đạo cánh số 1 thế giới à? Mẹ nhảy nhót các kiểu. Căng đét luôn. Rồi 7 đều luôn mà. Bắn hết map 3 ở bên này rồi vẫn chưa hết map 2. VD giao diện rapper.
Some of that success in recent times here on this map. So far there hasn't been
VD đấy phải cho ăn
much
chuối.
for the first minute and a half, so just going to push in quickly as they find
VD này là
in the middle of the map.
VD phiên bản này là cho ăn pizza, VD kia cho ăn chuối.
Another kill goes over to Dway. XJ alone here, he gets isolated, and all of a sudden the defense is falling apart. Koi though picks up 2 and makes this a close
David Silva cả.
Honestly, I feel like AGL had so much momentum, but Koi just gonna stop them in
their
tracks.
Thì thôi, khỏi phải bàn.
Still should be a plant at this point in time, rather, as ZQ is going to put the bomb down. And it goes into a 2-on-2 post-plant situation. You do see that XMY and Koi in the middle of the map. But already
David Silva và Thiago Silva, cái gì nhỉ? Bernardo Silva toàn tiền vệ đẳng cấp rồi. Còn mẹ
And still a lot of time for them to try to
I thought he was going to actually just try to play the off
kia thì thôi. Ghost CB luôn.
ZQ in a big position for the 1-on-2. He does find that kill, but now he has to be able to find this last one. A little bit of ring around the rosy. A tap onto the C4. Oh, he's committing to it. ZQ goes to the swing, and oh my. So much pressure built, but he's still able to cook up something very delicious. But man, that was a little bit too close for comfort for my liking.
Yeah, it was really nice from ZQ. I mean, Dre was super low, which is why he goes for that aggressive push. But the timing here from ZQ, great, because even if he does die, like even if Koi is waiting for him there and he gets the shot, I think it's very close on the timing. So great timing from him, and also
the 17 xác rồi á.
Fight he took right before that one was very important, obviously, that he got the kill, because if he loses there, that's
the end of the
round.
này
So, big clutch.
Cũng từ lò AG mà về nhỉ.
And yeah, he's such a veteran, like he's so reliable. He's fantastic in positions like those, and you can really rely on him to get the job done.
Đéo chịu được, nhất là ông ZQ.
Skills for the squad, or no, he doesn't, but he
has the best
PD, is what I meant to say. And
nhìn mấy con lợn này nó ngầm đấy thôi.
He's looking good alongside of ZY and Dway, who are pulling their numbers.
Trông nó không lực, nhưng mà mẹ thằng nào cũng phải sợ. Mấy cái thằng mà trông kiểu mẹ hơi này phát nhá. Giết người lúc nào không hay đâu. Sợ.
Yeah, and it's a good point you bring up, too, because, again, I think the desk did a great job bringing this up, too, is the fact that, you know, when we saw Eagle Eye, we're talking about Q9. Like, you had two players only that had themselves 14 kills and 13 kills. Everybody else was single digits, so it was not looking great. And now it's not looking great now for Q9 because they've already lost 2 players. AGAL now get themselves no damage against them right now. They're just picking up these kills. Finally, one of their team members goes down, but who cares? Now they're about a 4-on-1. Unless we see Lin do something crazy with a rifle, he puts up a nice little bit of a double kill, but it's just not enough. And AGAL now put themselves on the brink here of series point and getting this thing closed off with a 2-0, which, to be honest, I feel like this is really shocking because I felt this one had a 3-mapper written all over it.
Yeah, I think on paper it absolutely should have, especially the way that this New Mexico was going. But a couple of big rounds for AGL, a close one in the
Cho bọn AG
post.
này
And there
bắn
they go for that push
bắn mỗi lần xong
to water
round
right
phát
down the
mẹ
middle
như cái
once
chợ ấy
again.
nhỉ.
I think it was, I'm not sure who was the first man there, but he got to take him
Bài
down
xa
so
sao bị xử
quickly,
thua
and
với
then
anh.
it just looked like Q9 were
Vì
scrambling
cái
to try
tội
to,
là
stop the push, and
không đợi
the second
không
you're
đợi Adubit
scrambling against AGL,
nên là
you're going to lose
bài
the
xa bị xử
round.
thua.
So, got to be careful about that. And that was AGL
Rồi,
going for a very
ngược lại em
measured
ạ,
push.
ngược lại.
That was a little bit
Adubit
less
mới là
crazy than the
đội
one
bị
we
xử
saw
thua
on to the
do
east
là
side, where it was like, okay, we're going to go
cái
slowly
tội đi xe
down
buýt đến
straight
với cả
down the middle
Paris
from water.
chứ không phải đi máy bay.
And the fact that they got that first kill really opened the door wide open for AGL.
Sợ say
And
sợ
now
say
on
xe.
match point in this
Nhầm,
one, just need
sợ
one
say máy
round
bay.
from the blacklist side, and it feels like they've really hit their stride now in this match.
Adubit
Yeah, it definitely
chê
feels like
chê
it.
đi máy
It
bay
feels like
nên
they're
là
kinda
đi
getting themselves
đi
back
bằng xe
into
buýt. Đi xe
the
buýt thì
winning
hơi lâu.
fashion that we saw, on the first map, and all they have to do, like you said, one round,
Tiết
they
kiệm chi
are
phí.
done with this series. So this is where Q9 have to be able to pull up 2 rounds in a row to pushing in overtime just to stay
Ban tổ chức
alive.
cho đi
That's even
máy
a big
bay
question mark. If they can
máy bay
even
thương
do that,
gia.
like it just, where does this go? But
Đã máy bay
seems
xịn
like
rồi.
AG have been able to find themselves some really good
Xong rồi cuối
opportunities on
cùng
these
chê.
attacks and catching Q9 off guard. Like right there, there's a little bit of a trade back, but it's just not good enough. That one is just not going to be it. Now
Dấu
XJ
bài.
does go for the swing. He does find a kill here, but can Jue be able to find this? And he does. It's looking like it's primed, locked, and loaded. AGAL might have themselves everything done here and now. Q9 relying on a
Bây giờ
clutch.
nói được dấu bài nữa thì
So
đến
much
hạ luôn.
damage, but it ain't gonna happen. And AG, they sweep this series with a 2-0.
Really good stuff from them,
Đúng được
especially
kỳ
at
vô địch
the
này rồi.
end
Kinh thật.
of their blacklist run.
Bây giờ là
Rounds
còn đúng
in
một
a
trận
row
cuối cùng rồi
and
đấy. Hết rồi
dominant
đấy.
rounds at that. And once again, it really just comes down to their quick, strong.
Hết rồi, hết rồi. Rồi. Còn đúng một trận thôi. Còn Vitality cả EP thôi. Trận này chắc là các bạn tự xem nhé. Anh em tôi lỡ bảo là 8 giờ tôi xong rồi. Nên là vợ mình là đặt cơm xong hết rồi. Giờ xuống ăn thôi, không là mẹ ngày mai không có gì để cho các bạn xem đâu. Giờ coi Thái Lan với cả Sinh à? Được. Rồi, EP với cả Vitality tôi nói thật. Thái là Vitality này phải là Vitality mà có mẹ Zayu Apex Flamesy. Xong rồi là mẹ Ankara Meziu. Đấy. Robzet bắn với cả Evolution Power thì còn đáng để xem. Vitality, Slayer, Snare Horus, Snake Totzin. Thôi, thả. Mặc dù là top 1 thật. Top 1 CF West League thật. Thôi. Hai trận à? Nhờ. Đúng, còn Liquid mà. Liquid cả Acceleration mà. Đúng rồi. Còn 2 trận nữa. Thôi, nhìn này là biết kết quả rồi. Acceleration để mà ăn được Liquid á. Thả ta xem mẹ Lào gặp mẹ Đông Timor còn hay hơn. Đùa đấy. Acceleration chắc là vẫn ngọ gọi được. Vitality vẫn top 1 được. Vitality vẫn top 1. Tôi có bị nhìn nhầm không? Head coach của Vitality là một người Nga. Đủ má, Stray này là người Nga á? Giờ mới biết luôn đấy. Tôi tưởng đây là người châu Âu, hóa ra người Nga. Đỉnh nhờ. Execution thì không có coach. Tạm thời là nghỉ ngơi đi. Mai anh em mình lại tiếp tục. Mai chắc là tôi sẽ cố gắng để on muộn hơn một xíu nữa. On muộn hơn một xíu nữa. Stray là hình như trước của team. Không, 2000 làm sao là của Rule Legend được. Rule Legend ngày xưa tôi đối diện ở Rule Legend là không có. À đấy, 2018 này. À, tuốt mẹ mãi về sau. Đúng rồi, tuốt mãi về sau. Là thay đổi đội hình rồi. Thay đổi đội hình rồi. Ngày xưa tôi chỉ gặp mẹ từ năm 2015 thôi. 2015, 2016. Hai 2015, 2016 thì tôi còn gặp. Tôi gặp mẹ đội Rule Legend này. Nhưng mà về sau này thì không. Chưa gặp thanh niên này bao giờ. Thôi, nghỉ đi. Thấy không? Bye bye. Bye bye mọi người. Nghỉ ngơi thôi. Rồi. Tạm biệt anh Nico nhé. Liquid và Acceleration. Rồi là Vitality với cả ấy. Thì anh em mình xem ở trên Đột Kích TV nhé. Xem trên Đột Kích TV đi. Tí nữa mình cũng sẽ hóng ở trên kênh đấy. Thank you mọi người. Giải tán thôi. Bye bye. Thank you cả nhà. Hôm nay rất là vui rồi. Rất là vui luôn. Đặc biệt là IVD. Đấy, IVD cánh trái. Anh VD này thì không biết là đá cánh nào. Nhưng mà thấy cũng song pha, nhiệt tình. Được rồi. Còn mấy anh em Việt Nam thì thôi. Mai cố gắng. Chứ không biết nào được. Với một cái đà này thì mai mà cố gắng mà lội từ nhánh thua đi lên, giữ vững được tinh thần, chứ đừng đi du lịch. Hy vọng thế nhá. Thank you mọi người. Mai anh em mình gặp nhau lúc mấy giờ ấy nhở? Ê, cho tôi hỏi lại tí là mẹ gặp nhau lúc mấy giờ đấy? Hôm nay là xuất phát là lúc 4 giờ chiều đúng không? 4 giờ chiều là tương đương với cả 11 giờ trưa ở bên kia. Chắc là bắn từ 11 giờ trưa ở bên kia rồi. Thế thì mai anh em mình vẫn xuất phát là từ lúc 4 giờ nhá. 4 giờ anh em mình lại gặp nhau. Ok chưa? Thank you.